Magical lineage. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151. Come on, let's go together. Losers are out, winners take all. The group of light that twisted and changed into various forms condensed into substance, like countless bright mercury aggregates. Even through the magic projection, the four third-level wizards outside the secret realm seemed to be able to feel the majestic and terrifying power transmitted in the picture. The spiritual aggregate of elemental energy, referred to as elemental spirit, is the symbol of the fourth level and above dawn wizards, and it is also the realm that those who stand at the top of the third level and half step out of the mist are struggling to pursue. The four people stared at the picture presented in the magic projection. Their faces changed, and there was a strong light in their eyes that was stronger than the last. It is a space elemental spirit, but the form is extremely unstable, and it just happened to appear suddenly after someone entered to explore. It is likely that it is another dawn-level magic tool that has given birth to spiritual consciousness and wants to take the opportunity to escape the control of the ancient prohibition of the Mirror Court. Someone whispered. This inference was recognized by the other three. The elemental spirit of the fourth-level wizard is still in the gestation stage. To truly manifest the elemental spirit, at least the strength of the fifth level or above is required. Compared to the possibility that there is a level 5 dawn wizard who has lived for who knows how many years hidden in the core secret realm of the Mirror Court, several people are obviously more inclined to believe that this is a high-level magic tool equipment left behind by the ancient Mirror Court wizard. Over a long period of time, under the nourishment of abundant and rich elemental energy particles, a trace of spiritual consciousness was born on its own, thus creating a scene similar to the dawn-level wizard releasing the elemental spirit. Of course, the main basis for supporting this conclusion is that before this, the 6 major wizard forces had witnessed the appearance of 2 similar dawn-level magic tools during the exploration and excavation of the ruins of the ancient Mirror Court. One of them fled immediately after escaping the magic circle restriction and disappeared without a trace. The other one was taken by the Thunder Council of the 6 major wizard forces after paying a huge price to compensate the other 5 major wizard forces one by one. The reason why several major wizard forces were so eager to open the core area of the ancient Mirror Court secret realm as soon as possible for exploration, and even spent 3 equally precious and rare Nifa keys, was very simple, because they had seen treasures in the Mirror Court that were more precious than the Nifa keys. Everyone wanted to get more. The 4 wizards leading the Molten Crystal Lake, Black Nightmare Swamp, Silver Magic Ring and Thorn Palace reported the news back to the headquarters as soon as the exploration operation changed. After everything was arranged, everyone's eyes fell back on the huge water screen in front of them. At this time, everyone's mood became a little different from before. Hey! The bald wizard holding the burning stone staff of Molten Crystal Lake slowly put down the communication stone in his hand, suddenly grinned, and then shouted to the Black Nightmare Swamp wizard wearing a feather mask next to him, "How about raising the bet, the guy who plays with insects? Look at this dawn-level magic tool, who will be chosen in the name of inheritance?" The third-level wizard of Black Nightmare Swamp narrowed his eyes and did not speak, but his attitude was self-evident. The bald wizard of Molten Crystal Lake cast his eyes towards Kironi and the green-robed female wizard. "What about you, do you want to join in the fun?" The green-robed female wizard of the Thorn Palace had an urge to try, and kept looking at Kironi with encouraging eyes. You can try. This is not entirely based on strength, luck also accounts for a large part of the factor. Kironi's eyes flickered, and finally shook his head calmly. The green-robed female wizard was disappointed, and the bald wizard of Molten Crystal Lake withdrew his gaze expressionlessly and said nothing more. The returning light corridor. Past the inheritance of 8. In the long corridor with mirrors on all sides, Ronan thought about the fragmentary information he had just obtained in his mind. The silver figure with a bright light and a mysterious and majestic aura was still standing quietly at the end of the corridor, as if waiting for Ronan to approach. Can I get the inheritance left by the ancient Mirror Court by passing through this corridor? There are only 8 people who can pass this round. Ronan quickly came to some inferences based on the fragmentary information. Before he could take any action, boom! A huge roar of magic came to his ears. At this time, the mirrors on both sides of him began to change. The figure that originally reflected him quickly faded, and was replaced by a series of strange figures wearing various robes. The wizards of the 4 major forces participating in this exploration all appeared in this corridor called Returning Light. Each person occupied a corridor passage, and their positions were almost parallel, and they could also see each other's current appearance. On Ronan's left and right sides stood a wizard from the Black Nightmare Swamp and the Thorn Palace, respectively. The wizard from the Thorn Palace, after seeing Ronan's appearance, immediately showed a look of shock mixed with strong resentment and a hint of fear on his pale face. He was the young wizard whose skull was shattered by him twice before. He had woken up and was also teleported into this corridor. At this moment, all the wizards participating in this exploration were like athletes standing on the same starting line, waiting for the starter gun to sound. Buzz! Ronan muttered the syllables of the spell when other figures appeared on both sides of him. He casually summoned dense frost spears that exuded a strong chill, and pointed at the young wizard from the Thorn Palace on the right. The latter was immediately shocked and subconsciously stepped back. At this moment, they were standing too close, almost as if there was only a transparent wall between them, and the distance between them was less than 10 meters. As Ronan casually threw a frost spear at the young wizard of the Thorn Palace on the right, a crystal wall armor like a curtain of ice and snow quietly emerged around him, which was to defend against the Black Nightmare Swamp wizard on the left. The opponent was indeed casting spells at him, and the speed was only slightly slower than his movements. At the same time, the wizards standing in different passages of this corridor had no idea how many spells burst out from their hands. However, these spells all failed in the end. Ronan saw with his own eyes that the dozens of frost spears he shot disappeared silently after penetrating the transparent wall beside him. The connection with the mental power was directly disconnected. The spell did not fall on the young wizard of the Thorn Palace on the right, and the spell of the Black Nightmare Swamp wizard on the left did not appear in front of him either. It seems that we can't attack each other. Ronan's eyes flashed, so the 8 places to pass the level are a competition of speed. Boom! A visible white airwave suddenly exploded in the mirror corridor, and Ronan disappeared on the spot, and his figure turned into a blurry black shadow and rushed to the end of the corridor. If this is really a speed race, looking down from the sky, you can see that on the hundreds of tracks that are densely packed in a circle and pointed to the common end at the center of the circle, the one belonging to Ronan, a black line, is overtaking the others at an incredible speed, constantly approaching the end of the center of the circle. Boom! 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 Ronan completely abandoned the acceleration of the second-level flying magic tool and relied purely on physical strength. His speed was much faster than relying on the flying magic ring. It is unknown what material this corridor full of mirrors is made of. No matter how much power his legs burst out, he will not leave any traces on the ground. Ronan was like a black lightning flowing in the passage, making violent explosions from time to time, and moving forward at a very fast speed. It's time to improve the proficiency of the master level, basic swordsmanship. The immaculate body, plus the ancient Frost Hydra bloodline have transformed my body, and the continuously surging physical strength has slowly become a little difficult to control. Ronan thought silently in his heart as he moved forward. What he valued about the master level, basic swordsmanship, was the absolute control it gave him over his body functions. Before this control ability had always been at his fingertips, but now it has gradually become beyond his ability. Ronan turned into a gust of wind and rushed out of the corridor. His figure changed from extremely active to extremely quiet in an instant, and only the fluttering robes and long hair were still silently stating the violent speed of this time. The silver figure that had been standing at the end of the corridor before now turned into a huge ball of light, and suddenly reached the sky, looking down at the bottom indifferently like a silver sun. A large number of rune patterns filled with mysterious auras appeared and disappeared between Ronan and the silver light ball, blocking the light and distance. Ronan slowly retracted his gaze and scanned the surroundings, only to find that he was now on a huge circular platform. The platform was as smooth as a mirror, like a huge mirror lying flat. Ronan lowered his head and could clearly see his own reflection on the ground. There were a total of 8 platforms like this around Ronan. The 8 huge mirror-like platforms were quietly suspended in the air in a ring shape, and there was an invisible bright light below. Shoo! A figure penetrated the ripples in the air and suddenly appeared in front of Ronan. It was a molten crystal lake wizard wearing a red robe, with slightly dark skin and a square face. He was obviously startled when he saw Ronan, and then quickly distanced himself from him with a vigilant look. Immediately afterwards, more and more figures appeared on the platform. The same was true on the other platforms, and figures appeared one after another. After a race, the wizards who were previously in the Hoddam corridor were teleported to different mirror platforms one after another. Ronan retreated to a corner of the platform, frowning slightly. He realized that his previous inference was not accurate. The Hoddam corridor was not the real competition place. The speed of crossing the corridor did not mean anything. Now this platform was where they were about to fight. Exactly 8. Ronan was thinking silently. The number of people on the platform where he was located increased, and finally stopped when the number reached 19. Among these 19 people, the largest number was the wizards from Molten Crystal Lake, with a total of 8. Then there were the wizards of the Thorn Palace wearing green robes, 6. There were only 4 people from the Silver Ring, including him. Of course, there were the fewest wizards from the Black Nightmare Swamp, only 2. After entering the platform, they immediately used some special magic to hide their bodies. Only mental power could capture a faint trace of energy fluctuations. The other 3 magic ring wizards naturally moved closer to Ronan. The people of other forces were all the same. They kept a sufficient distance from each other and looked at each other with fear. No one knew what would happen next, but many people seemed to be able to guess what would happen next. The atmosphere on the platform became tense and subtle. Glenn, from the first ring. Among the 4 people from the Silver Ring, a handsome young man with blue hair and gray eyes took the initiative to introduce himself. Then he cast his eyes on the next person, who hesitated slightly, but quickly introduced himself. The 4 people took turns, and Ronan was no exception. He didn't mind sticking together with others, especially in the current situation where the situation was unclear. Standing with people of the same power would at least make him look less conspicuous. Among the 4 ring wizards, Glenn and a round-faced female wizard from the 3rd ring were both in the late 2nd level, and the other young man was in the middle 2nd level. Ronan's strength, which had just been promoted to the early 2nd level, seemed quite eye-catching. The other 3 looked at him with a little strangeness, but didn't say anything. Have you participated in the internal exchange competition of the 7 rings? Glenn from the 1st ring spoke after everyone had introduced themselves. But before everyone could answer, the huge silver light ball hanging above everyone's head suddenly shone brightly, and then a palm-sized, lens-like mysterious rune symbol appeared above each circular platform. At the same time, a powerful wave of consciousness spread like a sudden sunshine, accompanied by the previous indistinguishable, difficult and vague voice. Qualification 1. Next round. Inheritance. Buzz. The transparent rune array light rose from all around the circular platform, wrapping upwards to form a huge bowl shape. The top of each bowl-shaped platform flashed a same lens rune. This time everyone successfully interpreted the meaning conveyed by the silver light ball. 8 platforms, and people on each platform fought each other to compete for one person to enter the next round of inheritance test. And the mysterious lens-like rune above the platform is the qualification certificate to enter the next round of inheritance test. Almost immediately after this wave of consciousness fell, the platform where Ronan was located suddenly lit up with the light of magic, followed by several figures flashing in the air, scrambling to pounce on the mysterious rune suspended at the top. Violent explosions sounded on each platform, the light of magic, the aftermath of the energy collision. The first few figures who pounced on the rune had several confrontations in an instant, and no one succeeded. Instead, the rune representing the qualification was pushed gently to float away. The people below also reacted quickly, with different tones, different spells, and dense spell chanting almost at the same time. I ranked 18th in the exchange competition within the 7th ring, and I am just one step away from entering the first echelon and qualifying for the first battlefield. The eyes of the handsome young man Glenn from the first ring of magic flashed with brilliance, and he growled coldly and forcefully at the people in the same ring of magic. If none of you are stronger than me, then you will do your best to assist me. This inheritance. Boom. Before the handsome young man Glenn finished his words, a huge white airwave suddenly exploded around them. Then they saw a blurry figure that was so fast that even mental power could hardly catch it. In an instant, it crossed many distances, appeared next to the flowing rune like a teleportation flash, and grabbed the rune representing the qualification in its hand. Glenn, who had just declared his leadership, was stunned. The other 2 magic ring wizards were also stunned. The wizards of other forces on the platform were also stunned. Everyone saw a handsome young man with white hair, blue eyes, and a gray-silver robe standing high above everyone's heads, looking thoughtfully at the rune in his hand that was shining like a lens. Soon, The young man stopped looking at the rune and looked down at the people below. His eyes swept over the mission rings worn by everyone one by one. Finally, his slender 5 fingers, which were also wearing mission rings, clenched a lens rune in his hand bit by bit, and said calmly, "Come on, let's go together. In this game, the loser is out, and the winner takes all." Chapter 152 Frozen. The deeper he went into the ruins of the Court of Mirrors, the more Ronan realized the power and mystery of space and mirror magic. He had to fight for this inheritance from the ancient wizard force, the Court of Mirrors, no matter what. Binigo once told him that he had to fight for everything, including resources, connections, and reputation. If he didn't fight, where would the opportunity come from? If he didn't fight, he would only be overtaken by others. He had missed the qualification to enter the first battlefield, and now in the second battlefield of the first level, he couldn't give up anything. Ronan didn't know whether the first person to get the lens rune that represented the next round of inheritance selection was eligible, or the last person to get it was eligible. Although the probability of the latter was undoubtedly much greater, as long as there was a slight possibility of the former, Ronan would not let the opportunity slip away in vain before his eyes. Even if he had to be the first bird to stand out. It was just right, and he could verify his current real combat power. Ronan's eyes swept across the faces of the stunned wizards below. In addition to the 3 wizards who were also in the magic circle, there were a total of 15 wizards as opponents. Among them, there were 9 late-level second level and 6 mid-level second level. This huge opponent force, it's really a bit challenging. Ronan muttered in his heart. The azure light in his eyes was quickly blocked by ice, and irrelevant thoughts and emotions sank to the bottom of the ice lake. Just when he entered the state of lake of no thoughts, the platform below fell into short and strange silence. In an instant, a surge of energy flow like a volcanic eruption broke out. One by one, the second-level spells were summoned, and the power of the domain expanded and rose one after another: flames, lava, vines, thorns, shadows. Countless energy particles formed an energy tsunami that seemed to be able to swallow everything in an instant, roaring and sweeping towards Ronan. The terrible force field formed by the collision of a large number of spells and domains instantly distorted the void above the entire platform. The terrifying power forced the 3 magic circle wizards led by Glenn to step back with horror on their faces. At this time, the 3 people had the same thought in their heads: is this guy from the 7th ring crazy? However, the next moment, the 3 of them saw that in a distorted and blurred light, the figure of the boy who they thought was arrogant and ignorant, and acted like a madman, raised his hand and gently touched his ear. A blue diamond earring on his left earlobe glowed brightly, and then the outlines of magic tools flew out of the earring, as if they were automatically put on the boy's body. Before the 3 of them could see more, the spell frenzy and energy tsunami released by the 3 wizards had already pushed to the sky, and in just a blink of an eye, it submerged the figure of the boy. Ring of fire, magma, vines and thorns, flowing black fog, sickles and arrows of light that appeared and disappeared. More than a dozen spells surrounded the piece of void, colliding fiercely with each other. The void seemed to collapse under this wave of horrible fire, and the air in that piece seemed to be shrinking rapidly. It's really his own fault. Glenn and the other 2 looked grim, looking at this scene, their eyes flashing rapidly. Before entering the secret realm, everyone signed a contract, and in theory, they could not kill fellow wizards. But this kind of death under the fire of a bunch of people's spells should be considered a special case. It is estimated that even the contract will not take effect. It is purely seeking death, and it will be in vain. The key is, this fool with 7 rings is seeking death himself, but his operation may cause the other 3 parties on the field to point their spearheads at the magic ring, and then they may be the next unlucky ones. Originally, the magic circle wizards on this platform were weak, and the chance of winning was not great. Now this probability was directly compressed to a degree close to 0. Just as Glenn and the other 2 were frantically thinking about the next countermeasures, suddenly, a strange sound of click attracted the attention of the 3. Glenn and the other 2 looked up in the direction of the sound, and suddenly found that the void that had just collapsed due to the concentrated fire of a large number of spells was now in an extremely strange state of solidification and stillness. Those raging energy flows, colliding spells, and jumping lights all seemed to be frozen by something, forming a strange hole, frozen in place. It was as if it was frozen out of thin air by an invisible force. This strange picture made the other wizards on the platform realize that something was wrong. Everyone frowned and stared at the position of the void. Some people chanted spells again in a low voice, while others seemed to be attacked by an unreasonable cold air and shuddered slightly. Hiss! This slight sound of inhaling cold air seemed to stretch the timeline in an instant. All the sounds on the platform suddenly faded away, and the air suddenly became stagnant and astringent. There was despair, coldness, and the sharp cold air like thin snowflakes was like invisible poisonous snakes, silently crawling along the void that was gradually solidifying into blocks, and quickly flowing into the bodies of every wizard on the field. Along their skin, flesh, and bones, it desperately drilled into their hearts bit by bit. Boom! The next second, the stagnant energy and spell tide in the void shattered, exploding into countless mottled streams of light. Immediately afterwards, the glacier that seemed to have never melted suddenly exploded, and an overwhelming, indescribable, and blazing cold current quickly swept the entire mirror platform space. In just a moment, the huge platform was completely covered by frost and snow. The 15 wizards on the platform, whether standing on the ground or hiding in the void, were all instantly frozen into lifelike ice sculptures, and even the stunned and unprepared expressions on their faces were sealed. The terrifying cold air continued to roll and flow in the void like an invisible glacier. This cold air even penetrated the rune light shield around the platform, faintly affecting the two platforms next to it. From time to time, people cast doubtful eyes over it. Glenn and the other two stood at the edge of the platform, almost squeezed together. The terrible cold current that forcibly occupied the entire platform subtly bypassed the three of them. They were not actually affected too much, but the three of them seemed to be completely frozen by another invisible force. At this moment, all of them had dull expressions and looked at the same direction motionlessly. That was at the center of the cold air explosion. A slender and upright figure stood quietly. It was the magic ring boy who was previously overwhelmed by many spells. Layers of ice crystals formed an exquisite half-body armor on his body, and a deep blue ice waterfall fell behind him, forming a narrow and dazzling cloak. The boy grabbed an ice blue staff with a crescent-shaped metal ring on the top and inlaid with gems in one hand, holding it like a spear. Endless blue streams surrounded him, and there were mysterious and profound auras constantly gushing out of his body, and the three kinds of power of the domain formed by the interweaving of auras. The raging cold current in the platform space ran around the boy, as if to condense some terrible pattern in the void. The icy long hair fluttered gently behind the boy. At this moment, he seemed to be the king who suddenly came here with the Frost Kingdom. 6 domains overlay, 18 spell anchor points, winter home, magic tool set blessing, Alice ice ring necklace amplification, and tundra frozen soil, after the rune upgrade. Ronan felt the cold current lingering around him, the icy air filing the void, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Now the power of this icy domain has become so strong that it is incredible. This is the true power of the frozen earth stream. Ronan had not even merged the power of the 3 ice-type supernatural domains that constituted the domain, nor had he activated the Frost Hydra bloodline in his body. Just relying on his extremely luxurious magic equipment, he increased the power of the domain to more than 10 times what it used to be. He froze a full 15 level 2 wizards in one breath, including 9 level 2 late-stage wizards and 6 level 2 mid-stage wizards, and Ronan felt that this was not the limit of the domain. Crack, 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 the sound of ice breaking sounded in the frozen field. Ronan looked in the direction of the sound and saw that several frozen ice sculptures were shaking violently, with waves of energy fluctuations surging in them, and they looked like they were about to break free. Ronan was not surprised. It would be really strange if the elites of the second-level late-stage wizards were frozen by him and had no resistance at all. It was normal for them to struggle and resist. But they only had the last bit of ability to struggle and resist. Ronan raised his right hand calmly, and the gems on the top of his right staff lit up, with runes flashing and faint energy fluctuations transmitted. The next moment, the ice and snow field in front of him changed again. On the platform covered with thick ice and snow, thick, sharp, crystal-clear ice spikes appeared silently in the void. It was as if countless ferocious fingers of an ancient snow monster that had emerged from the depths of the ice and snow country quickly gathered and closed towards the loose and broken human-shaped ice sculptures. In a corner of the platform, Glenn and the other two, who had been stunned for a long time, stared at the scene in front of them, watching the figure of the young man controlling the wind and snow, and the rather eye-catching level 2 initial mental power fluctuations emanating from his body, and murmured in a trance. The 7th ring, where on earth did such a monster come from? Boom. The violent and surging blazing flames swept across the platform, as if to pass through the restrictions of space and distance, and burn through the screen of the spell projection. When the red flames gradually dissipated, the screen showed a figure of a young man half kneeling on the ground, in a disheveled state, with a faint green smoke all over his body. The young man's sharp and bright eyes like lapis lazuli now seemed dim, his face was pale, and his spirit was depressed, as if he was just trying to hold on and not fall down on the spot. Is this the level of a genius in the magic circle? With a cold and mocking voice, a young man with orange-gold eyes, as if he had some kind of innate noble temperament, walked out slowly from the red flames. He walked up to the half-kneeling young man and looked down at him with an extremely arrogant and unruly attitude. The latter was stimulated by the other party's words, and a look of humiliation and unwillingness appeared on his face. He wanted to stand up from the ground, but in the next second he was fiercely bounced away by a ball of fire that appeared out of thin air. Outside the secret realm, Karani watched this scene quietly, with no expression on his heroic and rough face, and he seemed very calm. However, under the robe that no one could see, one of his hands was slightly clenched. Clemens, the first tier seed of the 7th ring, also lost. After Valina of the 2nd ring, he took great pains to transfer 2 seeds from the first battlefield, but they were eliminated one after another in the first round of the inheritance selection. Although this does not mean that the bet between him and the green-robed female wizard of the Thorn Palace will inevitably fail, the injuries and failures of these 2 people, as well as the plundering of their gains, have greatly increased his loss. There was a light in Karani's eyes that was so condensed that it was almost impossible to dissolve. There was nothing to say about Valina's elimination. She was too unlucky to be assigned to a platform where she was the only one, and the wizards of the other 3 forces immediately joined hands to deal with her, so that she was eliminated helplessly. But Clemens. The platform where Clemens was teleported had the largest number of magic ring wizards, the strongest strength, and the most advantage. It should be a sure win. But he was completely swept away by a young wizard in the middle stage of the 2nd level of Molten Crystal Lake, suffering an unprecedented defeat. Is Clemens too weak? No. It's because the opponent is too strong. Karani slowly turned his head and looked in one direction, facing the half-smiled eyes of the bald wizard holding the burning stone staff in Molten Crystal Lake. The other party's mouth shape changed, and he silently said a name to him. Karani's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately understood. So he is the descendant of the family in Molten Crystal Lake. If he is the bloodline of that family, Clemens' defeat seems to be a matter of course. At this time, the winners of the 8 mirror platforms have almost all been decided. Karani quickly scanned the screen, did not see the familiar figure, and his face twitched slightly. Who would have thought that in this round, the magic circle was annihilated, no one could make it to the next round, and even the Palace of Thorns had 2 wins. It must be said that the luck was really bad. Tisk at this time, the green-robed female wizard's exclamation suddenly came to my ears. Karani, your little fellow from the magic circle has a rich family. He was able to get a complete set of 2nd-level magic tools. This thing is rare in the south, and it seems to be extremely compatible with his magic system. It's really rare, huh? Karani was slightly stunned and looked at the screen of the magic projection again. Only then did he realize that he had neglected it before. The magic circle actually had a victory. The winner was a young wizard who majored in ice magic and was only at the beginning of the 2nd level. Show me the replay of this battle projection. Karani's eyes flashed and he spoke quickly. The green-robed witch beside him seemed to have expected him to say that. Her slender white fingers slid gently in the air, and soon a picture was recalled. Karani read it carefully, and some surprise flashed in his eyes, but it quickly faded away, and finally returned to calm again. Chapter 153, Private Life, Provocation. Just as the green-robed female wizard said, the young wizard relied on a very rare set of ice magic tools. This magic tool set was particularly compatible with a magic system that did not seem to come from the Ring of Magic inheritance, and it instantly raised the opponent's combat power to an incredible height. In fact, this was nothing. The 2 core inheritance schools of the Ring of Magic required wizards to be at level 3 before they were qualified to formally contact them. Many wizards at level 1 and level 2 had their own unique combat systems. This was also a major reason why the Ring of Magic was weak to the outside world. The threshold for core inheritance was too high. Even if they recruited some young wizards with good talents, they had to spend a lot of time and energy to train them to level 3 before they could truly have their own core competitiveness. At level 1 and level 2, it was okay to rely on a silverization, talisman inheritance alone to fight against ordinary wizard forces, but once compared with those elite geniuses from the top forces in the south, they were much worse. Karani looked through the battle replay. If the metal magic medium was counted, he found traces of no less than 10 level 2 magic tools on the boy. This is a number that will make anyone stare in astonishment. No one will have such a rich family background at level 2, and Karani did not have it when he was level 2. Although magic tools and equipment are also part of strength, this number is too exaggerated. Of course, the boy himself is also outstanding enough. Although he is only at the beginning of level 2, he can control the use of so many magic tools and equipment at the same time in a battle, and also show an extraordinary understanding of 3 kinds of ice magic. It is obvious that he is a core seedling with an extremely solid foundation. Ice, solid foundation, proud temperament, and an exaggerated number of second-level magic tools. Based on his initial impression of the boy in the picture, Karani slowly emerged a guess in his mind, and then, the green-robed female wizard standing next to him directly said this guess. This little guy, is he the illegitimate child hidden for many years by your 4th ringmaster Akido? The latter looked at Karani with eyes full of curiosity and gossip, and Karani's expression fluctuated. Akido is the one who controls the frost element ring, among the 7 ringmasters of the magic circle. His attainments in ice magic are the best in the magic circle. In the magic circle, if there is a person who can take out more than a dozen second-level ice magic tools in one go, that person can only be Akido. And the only explanation for Akido's willingness to give away so many second-level magic tools for free seems to be that the other party is his illegitimate son. Coincidentally, the person who jointly planned with him to produce the flower juice of the Thorn Palace was Akido. Because he was worried that his arrangement would go wrong, he secretly inserted his illegitimate son who had been carefully cultivated for many years into the exploration team of the second battlefield in order to have an extra layer of protection. It was reasonable. Thinking of this, Karani quietly took out a communication stone without the green-robed witch and tapped it lightly. "What's wrong, Karani? Is everything going well over there?" Hearing the questioning voice coming from the other side of the communication stone, Karani hesitated for a moment and spoke in a low voice. "Achido. I remember that 20 years ago, when you were traveling in the south, you seemed to have met a woman from the secular kingdom, right? Ronan didn't know that he had been secretly labeled as the illegitimate son of a big shot. At this moment, he was standing on a huge circular platform, with a crystal-clear and bone-chilling ice thorn garden under his feet. Dense and endless ice thorns grew all over every corner of the platform. A second-level wizard wearing a special robe had his body pierced by ice thorns, and the red blood flowed down along the transparent surface. He was looking up at him with a shocked and unwilling face. Hiss, Ronan breathed steadily. The domain released by his body, as well as the cold air that permeated the entire platform, seemed to form a perfect whole with him and the winter homeland magic tool armor on his body. Even if Ronan did not deliberately promote the fusion of the 3 ice-type extraordinary domains, the aura of the 3 extraordinary domains surrounding his body also had a tendency to blend and gather and transform. This was the first time that Ronan fully unleashed the power of winter homeland in battle. This set of magic tools tailored for the ice-based, frozen soil magic system had an effect far beyond his expectations. With the blessing of winter homeland, the power of his ice-based spells increased 3-fold, and the domain power of tundra frozen soil was directly enhanced by more than 5 times. This was only the effect of half of the magic tool set. He could clearly sense the flow of energy in each component of the set, which was amplified by the runes layer by layer, and finally formed a growing cycle. The complexity and mystery of the runes in winter homeland were not the top among the runes Ronan had seen, but the exquisiteness of its combination structure was second to none. From this point, we can see the profound foundation of the Ice Flame Iris, Lancer family, or the Frost Leader, the Wizard Force. This was just a second-level magic tool set. If there were similar sets of higher-level magic tools, I wonder how exquisite they would be. Swoosh, a slight sound of breaking through the air sounded behind Ronan, accompanied by a strong and obscure spell fluctuation. A dark and eerie narrow blade of light penetrated the void and stabbed Ronan's vest at a high speed. Ronan's eyes slightly fluctuated, and he did not dodge, but let the blade of light fall hard on him. Bang! The blade of light pierced the light waterfall cloak behind Ronan, directly tearing a huge hole in the cloak, and then drove straight in, and finally smashed into pieces on the ice crystal armor. There were some traces left on the thick ice crystal, but it soon returned to smoothness. The magic defense of Winter Homeland is also outstanding, and it can almost resist a bombardment of any spell below the second level. Suffering the impact of this spell, Ronan's body did not move at all, and slowly turned around. The ice blue eyes fell on a young wizard in black robes who had just appeared from the white void not far away. The latter's thin face was pale at this time, with shock and disbelief on his face. His figure quickly retreated, as if he wanted to hide in the air again, but Ronan just raised his hand lightly. A cold current like countless giant pythons immediately rushed over, and a series of cold and sharp ice spikes appeared out of thin air, forming a white prison like frost thorns, completely wrapping the opponent. The last one. Ronan looked expressionlessly at the second-level wizard from the Black Nightmare Swamp falling from the air, stretched out his hand, and spread out his invisible mental power. In the hands of the human-shaped ice sculptures below, the same style of space storage rings broke free and flew up, gathering towards his open palms. As of this moment, the competition for qualifications on this platform where Ronan was located was completely over. The other three wizards who were also magic rings stood in the corner and watched all this stupidly from beginning to end, and had completely become the audience of Ronan's performance. Just as Ronan was counting the harvest in the task ring in his hand, he suddenly felt a strong hostile mental wave coming from a certain direction. He looked up and narrowed his eyes slightly. He saw red flame on a circular platform 2 platforms away from him. There were figures lying on the platform. A young man with orange gold eyes and fiery red hair was stepping on the shoulder of a person who was half kneeling on the ground. He was close to the rune array light wall on the edge of the platform, looking at Ronan with a smile on his face, and waved to Ronan from a distance. Ronan frowned, then noticed a figure under his feet, and a light suddenly burst out in his eyes. It was Clemens. Is it some kind of bloodline? Ronan felt the slight beating of the blood crystal of the ancient frost hydra in his heart, and thought about it. Before entering the mirror court, he was aware of the existence of the young man with orange gold eyes. The other party should have a fire-attributed blood power flowing through his body, which just happened to be the opposite of the thin ancient frost hydra blood contained in his body. Therefore, both sides will have a strong enemy feeling brought by the blood to each other. At the middle stage of level 2, he can defeat Clemens. It seems that the power of this blood is not weak. Ronan took a deep look at the young man, retracted his gaze, and turned to the silver light ball above his head. At this time, new changes have occurred on the field. After the winners of all 8 platforms were decided, the silver light ball that presided over all this projected 8 silver white light columns, which just covered the 8 wizards holding the lens rune. Then the light column guided the 8 people to rise slowly, and stopped when they rose to a certain height. Immediately afterwards, countless points of silver light appeared out of thin air, condensing into 4 brand new mirror platforms that were similar to the 8 circular platforms below, but a few circles smaller. The winner, 4, will inherit the next round. The silver light ball emitted an obscure wave of consciousness. Even if it did not explain, the method of this round of competition was clear enough. It was just a further dual selection. Ronan and his 8 companions, who were enveloped by 8 beams of light, fell to different platforms in pairs. It seemed that the silver light ball made a random distribution. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise sounded in the field. Ronan looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the young man with orange gold eyes who was falling to a platform was bathed in flames all over his body, and madly attacked the silver light column that enveloped him. Judging from his posture, he seemed to want to rush towards him. Ronan coldly watched the young man's collision again and again, just like watching a mad moth trying to break through the barrier of a transparent wall, and he was the light source he longed for. With a dull sound of collisions, Ronan felt that the blood crystal in his heart was also trembling violently. Strands of overbearing blood power washed through his body with blood, and there were bursts of piercing pain. Perhaps it was the violent factor contained in the blood of the ancient frost hydra, or it could be the negative impact of pain. Ronan felt a trace of irritability in his heart. This emotion stimulated his nerves, making him want to respond to the other party's provocation at all costs and vent his anger. Hiss! He took a deep breath, tried to suppress this irritability, and his feet landed lightly on the platform of the new round of selection. Regarding the inheritance of the ancient mirror court, everyone present seemed cautious, only this guy acted recklessly. Observing the look in the eyes of another molten crystal lake wizard on the field looking at the other party, It was obvious that this guy seemed to have always been a headache in Molten Crystal Lake. After challenging the rules to no avail, the young man finally calmed down. At this time, all 8 wizards on the field were assigned to their respective arenas. After the first round of selection, among the remaining 8 people on the field, there were 2 wizards from Molten Crystal Lake and Thorn Palace respectively, and only Ronan from the Circle of Magic. The Black Nightmare Swamp had the largest number of people, with 3 people. At this time, Ronan's first opponent was a young male wizard from the Thorn Palace. He had an ordinary appearance, with algae-colored hair that was common among plant-based wizards. He was in the late 2nd level, and his temperament was more mature and steady than his appearance. Both sides stood still and waited quietly for the start of the competition. Outside the secret realm, above the huge mirror lake, a large number of void ripples were generated, followed by the figures of wizards from various forces walking out of the ripples and falling. The exploration of the second core area of the mirror court quickly entered the final stage in a form that no one expected but was happy to see. Although it has not yet ended completely, it has come to an end for these wizards who were eliminated in the first round of inheritance selection. The wizards who came out of the secret realm returned to their own forces, and then handed in their rings, counted their gains, recovered their wounds, and watched the battle of the remaining people inside. "Are you okay?" The wizard Darby of the 7th ring slowly walked up to Clemens and asked with concern. Darby looked young, with long black hair combed into a low ponytail behind his head, dark brown eyes, and a calm temperament. Clemens was listless, shook his head with a gray face, and said nothing. His beautiful and bright eyes like lapis lazuli seemed dim at this time. Compared with the physical injuries, the frustration and humiliation he suffered in his personality and will hide him more seriously. Bloodline. Clemens sat in the void dejectedly, looking at his hands, and whispered, "Is it really so important for a wizard?" Clemens is a true genius, and he has always been proud in his heart. Since joining the ring, he has stood out step by step and finally ascended to the position of the first person of the younger generation of the 7th ring. He had also heard rumors about bloodline, but never took it seriously until he lost to Ronan in a fair fight with a large level advantage not long ago. Only then did he feel for the first time what the advantage of natural bloodline was. This time was the second time, and the feeling was even stronger than the last time, like a branding iron, deeply branded into his body. Darby knew what Clemens had experienced in the secret realm, and deliberately avoided this topic, and asked another question instead: how does it compare to Damien's bloodline? Clemens slowly raised his body, his eyes flashing with light. After a moment, he shook his head gently. Damien's bloodline is not as good as his. The second chapter has been rewritten. It will be a little later. Chapter 154, What grade of bloodline do you have that you dare to provoke me again and again? Although Damien's bloodline is also very powerful, it is only purely powerful. Facing the man from Molten Crystal Lake, I felt a strong feeling of inferiority from the bottom of my soul. This feeling was not felt when facing Damien. Clemens didn't know if Darby could understand this explanation. In fact, even he himself could not accurately describe the subtle difference. This difference is like the different mentalities and feelings of a secular civilian when facing a warrior who is stronger than himself and a nobleman who is more noble than himself. Clemens concluded that Ronan's bloodline might not be as good as the young man with orange-gold eyes. Is Damien not as good as him? Darby whispered, and suddenly looked up at the water screen projection in front of him, and said with some worry, "But this guy seems to have set his sights on Damien, and he seems to be eager to meet Damien in the arena. I heard that his name is Igor, and he is the younger brother of the strongest man of this generation in Molten Crystal Lake. The two have the same blood. Although this guy has a strong bloodline, Damien's strength is not bad. In addition, with the blessing of the magic tool set, even if he faces him, he may not be without a fight." Huh? Clemens was talking softly, and suddenly felt a slight uproar around him, and Darby's sudden pause beside him, and subconsciously looked at the spell projection. When he saw the scene on the field, Clemens' eyes were immediately stunned, and a look of incomprehension appeared on his face, and his brows were deeply furrowed. What kind of rule is this? He subconsciously turned his head to look at the sky on one side, and saw the silhouette of the third magic ring master Carney. After seeing the sudden change on the screen, his face seemed to be rapidly gloomy. Among the third-level wizards leading the 4 wizard forces, only the bald wizard of Molten Crystal Lake gradually smiled. A silver-white slender beam of light suddenly penetrated the light shield of the rune array and fell on Ronan. Ronan, who was subconsciously touching the blue diamond earring on his left ear and trying to summon the Winter Homeland magic tool set, suddenly found that the ability of the earring was forcibly sealed by a powerful forbidden force, and he could not summon it at all. Not only that, all the other magic tools he was wearing could not be used. Of course, this ban was not only aimed at him. The second-level wizard standing opposite him in the Thorn Palace, and the wizards on other platforms who were preparing to start fighting, were also affected by this forbidden force. Everyone's magic tools could not be used, and they could only rely on their own pure strength. This seemed to be a new rule added to the second round of inheritance selection. After a brief moment of surprise and silence, the tranquility on the field was broken by the loud laughter of a madman from the molten crystal lake on a platform. The roaring flames rose, the sound of spells bursting rang out, and the second round of inheritance selection was officially kicked off with the opponent's roar of shock and anger. As Ronan's opponent, the second-level wizard of the Thorn Palace had the qualities of a top elite. He quickly adjusted his state and launched an attack on Ronan at the first time. Earth Spike Ball. He recited a long spell and raised his hand to sprinkle a large area of dense black spots at Ronan. When the black spots approached, Ronan could see clearly that it looked like the seeds of some kind of plant. As soon as the seeds landed, large patches of strange vine-like plants quickly grew on the smooth mirror-like ground. These magic plants twisted into balls after growing up, and the pure black branches were covered with long black spikes. Once they were formed, they rolled quickly in all directions like a wind-rolling ball. Each spiked ball released a strong and extremely unstable energy fluctuation. It clearly exuded a metallic and solid luster, but it seemed that it would explode at any time if it touched something. Facing this overwhelming web of spike balls, Ronan had a blank expression on his face. He took a half step back, then stretched his hands to both sides, making the movement of stretching his arms. One after another, ice spells appeared silently around him. The restrained spell fluctuations caused the void and light around him to collapse. At this moment, Ronan seemed to have turned into an invisible black hole, absorbing all the light, heat, and air around him. Just when this contraction and collapse developed to a certain extreme, boom! The terrible cold current spread out, and deep blue beams of light bloomed from Ronan's body. Ronan's whole body was bathed in brilliant blue light. 3 extraordinary domains overlapped and surrounded him. His white hair was raised, and a rolling, desperate and cold breath gushed out from under his robe. He took a step forward lightly, and the ground spike balls that swam around him froze immediately, covered with layers of frost, and hung in the air like huge black ice balls. Tundra, frozen earth, my country. Ronan walked forward step by step, speaking calmly. The sound was like the whistling of the winter wind across the snowfield, and it was like the distant cry of the frost demon in the snowy night. Second-level ice spell, cold voice. Ice spikes like ice crystal thorns, and fist-sized ice and snow vortices, followed Ronan's footsteps and madly emerged from the ground and the void, and in an instant they covered the entire mirror platform. The ground spike balls that occupied the platform before were all frozen at this moment. Although they exploded one after another under the control of the second-level wizard of the Thorn Palace, the power generated by the explosions was soon covered and concealed by the layers of accumulated ice and snow. The Home of Winter magic tool set was banned, the Alice Ice Ring necklace could not be activated, and the ice staff and other magic tools that could be used to amplify ice magic could not be used. Ronan felt a slight sense of loss that the sun of the version was severely weakened. However, with the blessing of the Mirror Light Talisman, the pseudo-6 magic domain superposition and 18 magic anchor points of the extreme cold field are still powerful. In addition, after a purification, the quality of the mental power far exceeds that of his peers, and the traces of the ancient frost hydra blood in his body have an invisible amplification for ice magic. He still has the capital to nakedly confront the late second level. Even the 2 second-level metals that are only used as spell-casting media and are not serious magic tools, Nightmare Tungsten Steel and Nemen Metal, can still be used. Ronan's means as a second-level metal wizard were not affected at all. Just as Ronan was about to further advance the field, the 2 silver-white metals flowed to the palms of his hands and were about to condense into a weapon form. A calm voice came from the wind and snow in front. "I give up." Ronan was stunned. Through the snow and wind, he saw the second-level Thorn Palace wizard who was his opponent calmly say the words of surrender, and then turn to walk towards the edge of the platform. However, the back figure wrapped in the snow and wind had a somewhat indescribable sense of unwillingness and desolation. Ronan suddenly realized that everyone's magic tools and equipment were banned, even including space storage items. Many powerful plant spells need to rely on media, and most of the seeds used by plant wizards to cast spells are carried with them in storage items. This ban is almost the same as pinching half of their lives. The Thorn Palace wizard who fought with him, the seeds of the earth thorn ball that he just used to cast a spell. Maybe it was the only fighting tool he had left. Ronan realized that he was not the one who was weakened the most by the version. His opponent was. The battle on Ronan's side had just ended, and the opponent wizard had not even completely stepped off the stage. Suddenly, boom! A huge pillar of fire suddenly descended, and the red edge with a little orange-gold flame instantly engulfed the entire platform. The rune array fluctuated violently, and the power of the flame was completely blocked outside the array. The scorching breath slightly penetrated in. In the center of the platform covered by the flames, Ronan pressed his right hand tightly on his heart and gasped heavily. He took a long breath, as if trying to control something. No one saw it. Under Ronan's lowered eyelids, a pair of originally azure eyes gradually turned faintly scarlet, and the pupil in the middle tended to stretch and stand upright. Among the scattered white hair, some dark blue lines like snake scales on the edges of his cheeks and neck quickly appeared, and then disappeared little by little. There was a trace of violent, evil, cruel, and domineering aura spreading from his body like invisible smoke, and rolling restlessly like magma flowing under a thick layer of ice. Finally, as the flames that isolated him from all around faded, Ronan's abnormality gradually subsided. He slowly put down his hand that was pressing on his chest and raised his head. In his deep eyes, he reflected a figure that was as arrogant and flamboyant as a flame on another platform not far away. The young man with orange-gold eyes was facing him, with his mouth corners raised, revealing his white teeth, as if he was silently declaring and warning him something. At this time, the mirrored platform he was on began to approach and merge with another platform, eventually forming a higher and larger platform. A black-robed wizard with a pale face, a sinister temperament, and a double-tailed scorpion tattoo on his left cheek stood in front of him. Evil Poison Carnival. The wizard from the Black Nightmare Swamp didn't say a word and summoned the spell immediately, and the powerful power of the domain of law emanated from his body. Immediately afterwards, an endless swarm of black insects flew out from under his robe, buzzing, like an endless thick cloud, spreading darkly. Ronan seemed to be unaware of this scene, and the figure of the young man was still lingering in his mind. Seeing the terrifying magic insect swarm getting closer and closer, it would soon submerge him. Ronan closed his eyes, then opened them again, and his face finally returned to complete calm. He raised his head, facing the magic insect swarm in front of him, and stretched out his hand to make a horizontal gesture. This stroke seemed to directly cut a long invisible hole in the void, and endless mysterious energy leaked out from the hole. Immediately afterwards, two mysterious and beautiful seven-colored quiet rivers appeared out of thin air in the field. One above and one below, approaching each other, merging into one, forming a more magnificent and mighty rainbow stream. A domain resonance, spirit's colorful river. Mirror light, double torrent. Ronan pointed, and the seven-color rainbow flow rushed forward, silently engulfing everything. The fourth domain power and the domain power close to the second resonance realm. Outside the secret realm, the green-robed female wizard of the Thorn Palace, who was still complaining about the new rules of inheritance selection being unfair to plant wizards, showed an unexpected and surprised expression on her face the next second, and tried to cover her mouth. Karani, who was right next to her, also quietly took a half-step forward at almost the same time, as if he wanted to see the picture presented on the spell projection more clearly. The two looked at the same picture quietly for a long time, and finally, the silence was broken again by the green-robed female wizard. How much resources and energy has a kiddo invested in his illegitimate child? She turned her head to look at Karani beside her, blinked and said, "Is he planning to train him to be the second Orion?" Karani's eyes twitched slightly, and after a moment of hesitation, he replied, "A kiddo said that he is not his offspring. Of course, it is impossible to admit such a thing now." The green-robed female wizard waved her hand indifferently. "Just wait and see, when the reputation of this kid's genius spreads and reaches or approaches the level of your French ring Orion, he will definitely run to you with a shameless face to show off." Karani was speechless. Suddenly, the green-robed female wizard threw a few things to him, and Karani subconsciously caught them. After checking, there was a little relaxation and joy in his eyes. "Thank you." The green-robed female wizard shook her head. I just accept the defeat. This messed up fighting rules are too unfriendly to us plant wizards. Karani casually put the things back into the space ring, and was considering whether to comfort the other party. At this time, the green-robed female wizard took the initiative to say to him, don't be happy too early. Huh? In the last match, there's only this kid and the monster in Molten Crystal Lake. The green-robed female wizard narrowed her eyes, glanced in a certain direction, and said lightly, the magic tools are banned, and there is no blessing of the magic tool set. Even if he has a magic domain method close to the second stage of resonance, the probability that this kid can defeat the opponent is very low. And don't forget that the people of the Molten Crystal Lake family are all monsters who do things regardless of the consequences. He happened to target the son of a kiddo, who majored in ice magic. What if this kid is beaten in there? Do you think a kiddo will come to fight you? Akarni's expression froze slightly when he heard this. He subconsciously turned his head and looked in one direction, only to meet the meaningful eyes of the bald wizard of Molten Crystal Lake. The latter quickly turned his face away, but Karni's face quickly darkened. Kaka in the secret space, the last two mirror platforms suspended in the air gradually rose and slowly moved towards one place, as if they were about to merge together. Two figures stood at the two ends of the platform. A young man in a red robe had a perverse evil smile on his face. His body seemed to be trembling slightly, and his naturally drooping hands were also shaking. But only those who were familiar with the young man knew that this was not because of fear or nervousness, but a strong expectation, an expression of excitement to the point of trembling. Madman. Igor. As this inheritance selection progressed, the identity of the young man gradually spread. The other party was not an unknown person. On the contrary, he came from a famous family in Molten Crystal Lake. The blood of inheritance flowing in this family almost supported a small part of the reputation of Molten Crystal Lake in the extreme south. The last person who inherited this bloodline is still at the top of the young generation of wizard geniuses in Molten Crystal Lake. Compared to Igor, his opponent seems a little ordinary. A little-known genius from the magic circle. Although he is also a genius with outstanding talent, the abilities he has shown along the way have constantly refreshed the upper limit of others' cognition of his talent and strength. But how can such a genius in the ordinary sense be compared with a madman who has bloodline and cannot be measured by common sense? What's more, there is a significant gap between the two in spiritual power cultivation. Under the rule that the magic tools and equipment cannot be used, this battle is like tailor-made for Igor, who relies purely on bloodline. Buzz. Finally, the two platforms officially merged together and turned into a new and larger platform. Igor, who was standing at one end of the platform, trembled to an exaggerated degree. His shoulders shrugged one after another, and with a smile that seemed a little neurotic, the whole person continued to release a stream of hot breath with a hint of madness. Finally. I've been waiting for this. Igor said softly, and began to walk forward. Every time he took a step forward, some red gold light floated out of his body, and the light turned into flames, flowing out like water. Then it climbed up step by step, as if it was a wall, a tower, and a wave made entirely of flames. The flames grew more and more, climbing higher and higher. The red gold color spread in all directions, quickly covering the entire platform. The temperature on the platform was getting higher and higher, and large areas of air were distorted by the heat. This red color and distortion continued to extend forward. Even though there was a layer of spell projection between them, the many wizards watching outside the secret realm could feel the terrifying power contained in this majestic flame, and their eyes were moved. You hid it very well. Igor, who was almost covered in orange and gold, sniffed and looked at the boy in front of him, who had been lowering his head and covering his chest with one hand since he stepped on the stage. He smiled evilly and said, "But I still smelled it, the smell of the disgusting frost blood. I really can't help but want to vomit if I smell it for one more second." Igor spoke softly at first, but suddenly the expression on his face became ferocious and crazy. He pounced on the boy in front of him, and the countless flames burning behind and around him became extremely violent and crazy at the same time. In an instant, the scene seemed as if there was an ancient fire demon in a rage, silently opening its bloody mouth, and was about to swallow the thin and poor boy in front of it. However, at this moment, boom! The thin figure in the mouth of the fire demon suddenly disappeared, followed by a terrifying force that could not be described in words, like a comet, suddenly penetrating the entire platform. Igor, who was still in a ferocious and crazy posture, didn't even have time to react. He was suddenly grabbed by a certain force and pushed backwards. He forcibly separated a vacuum fire path in the red-gold fire wave that spread throughout the venue, and finally pressed hard on the rune array light shield at one end of the platform. An ancient, evil, noble, and overbearing aura spread out, suppressing and extinguishing the endless flames on the platform in just a blink of an eye. The ancient frost fell from the sky, and the red and scorching platform went from the hot summer to the desperate winter in just a moment. And in this piece of wind and snow that seemed to be filled from ancient times, a charming and slender figure stood upright in the air. Dark blue waist-length hair was raised high behind him, with snake scale-like patterns all over his body. Ronan pinched Igor's neck with one hand and pressed him against the high wall of the void. His scarlet and strange eyes were close to Igor's cheek, looking directly into his eyes, and he made a hoarse voice that could no longer suppress his violent and frenzied voice. "What grade of bloodline are you from? How dare you provoke me again and again like this? Are you really not afraid of death?" Igor's eyes were wide open, and the madness on his face had long gone, leaving only a look of shock and fear that was so strong that it almost condensed into substance. He seemed to want to say something, but his neck was being strangled, and he could only make strange whimpering sounds. At this moment, outside the secret realm, above the huge mirror lake, everyone who saw this scene seemed to be strangled by an invisible hand. For a long while, no one made a sound. Chapter 155. I have seen this kind of flaming and space stasis cane. Bang 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 bang. Ronan could clearly hear the sound of his heart beating. It was different from the original frequency of his heart beating, and had an ancient and primitive rhythm. The blood crystal inserted in the heart was releasing wisps of dark blue mist at a speed several times faster than usual. These gases containing the essence of blood traveled throughout the body with the blood. The slippery and sharp sound that he had heard in his dream rang in Ronan's ears again. Frost. Hikalto frost. Hikalto. The ancient evil consciousness continued to hit Ronan's nerves, and he breathed heavily. Every breath he exhaled condensed into complex and exquisite ice flowers in front of his eyes. A large number of violent, cruel, and evil desires arose from Ronan's heart, giving him a strong urge to freeze everything and tear everything apart. This was what Saraya mentioned in the blood transplantation research notes, a process that must be experienced in blood fusion. It is crucial to defeat and control the remaining will of the beasts in the bloodline with one's own will. If one fails, one will fall into the bottomless abyss. However, the bloodline inherited from the ancient Frost Hydra contains the will of the ancient beast overlord far beyond any prediction made by Saraya in her notebook. Only Ronan himself knows how dangerous it is. Hikalto. Ronan took a deep breath and quietly entered the lake of no thought state. Those violent thoughts that surged with the bloodline were quickly frozen and sank to the bottom of the heart lake. Ronan calmed down again, and his consciousness gradually became clear. Roar. A roar that was not like a human voice suddenly sounded, and the power of struggle and resistance surged out of his palm, accompanied by a slight burning feeling, which became more and more intense. Ronan looked up, and in the scarlet snake eyes, a face completely covered with dense flame patterns was reflected. There seemed to be a curved red horn on the top of the head, and the eye sockets that had almost turned into black holes were filled with crazy and evil orange-gold flames. Burn, burn everything. The strange creature growled at Ronan, and the sound was like several different tones superimposed together, with a strong sense of discomfort. Some fragmented images suddenly flashed through his mind. Ronan suddenly remembered that in the distant ancient times, he had seen this kind of thing, a kind of ant that would emit fire all over its body, running foolishly between volcanoes. Once his breath froze their territory, they would ignorantly and fearlessly roar at him in anger and ridiculousness, just like now. Of course, the most interesting thing is that once they are crushed at this time, their weak and tiny bodies will pop and explode into a cluster of beautiful sparks. "I really miss you," Ronan murmured in a low and hoarse voice, and gently loosened the hand that was pinching the other's neck. "In the name of the ancient fire demon." Igor roared in the air, and the power that emerged from the deeper part of his blood turned into a hotter flame, burning away the shock and fear that was lingering in his heart. He broke free from the hand that was imprisoning him, stood in place, and roared violently to the sky. He could feel that the fire demon blood belonging to the Sakiris family in his body was constantly reviving, and he was getting stronger every minute and every second. The extinguished flame was quickly rekindled, and the disgusting frost was far away from him. At this moment, the man who had always been pressing on his head in the name of his brother seemed to be no longer scary, and he was so close to him. Replace him. Become the new king of this generation of the family. A strong desire emerged in Igor's heart. He even wanted to thank this dirty, despicable and smelly frost blood that came out of nowhere. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have awakened his blood so quickly and further. Roar. Igor's whole body was bathed in the red-gold flames, and he roared with great joy. At this moment, he was the fire demon who controlled the ancient fire, the king of fire who burned the world. The world would groan and wail under his feet, turning into a pile of charcoal and dying. However, the next second, all the false fantasies came to an abrupt end. A hideous and huge hand with dark blue frost lingering on its black fingertips suddenly appeared, tearing through the layers of flames, pinching Igor's cheek and head, and then swung it down fiercely. Boom! The huge platform shook violently, and the ancient frost returned, swallowing up all the hot breath in an instant. The red flames were quickly buried by the ancient ice and snow, and the rolling cold air rose on the platform like a tsunami, turbulent. In the vast frost and snow, one could vaguely see a figure with long flying hair and a slender and charming dark blue body, who was grabbing a slightly reddish figure with one hand and repeatedly smashing it to the ground. Boom! 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 The huge sound came through the light screen of the spell projection. Outside the secret realm, a group of young wizards standing on the mirror lake looked at the scene presented in the picture, their eyes twitching slightly. Through a layer of light screen, they seemed to be able to feel the terrible and violent power contained in each hit. Frost devoured the flame, the most primitive power fought. In the huge field, it was terribly quiet, and there was a strange atmosphere flowing silently. Finally, there was no sound in the picture, and all the movement gradually subsided. The ancient frost settled down, and the figure hidden by the wind and snow was revealed again. On the platform covered by the vast frost and snow, a slender and upright figure stood quietly. Silver metal flowed over his body, covering his strong body with almost perfect contours. His long hair, which was dancing slightly, turned dark blue and returned to a white color. The snake scales on his cheeks and neck also disappeared, and the lines of the talisman appeared again. He was still the young and handsome boy, his face had not changed, and he was as calm as before, but his eyebrows had a more seductive and noble temperament than before, as if he was the heir of an ancient noble family. At the boy's feet, Igor, who was covered in wounds, lay on the ground with his limbs twisted, facing the sky with his mouth slightly open. The orange-gold color in his empty eyes seemed to be full of confusion and helplessness. Who am I? Where am I? What did I just experience? The stagnant atmosphere above the deadly silent mirror lake was finally broken by a sigh from someone unknown. How could such a person appear in the second battlefield? Everyone gradually became agitated, and there was a constant buzz of discussion on the field. Karani stared at the spell projection screen, looking at the figure of the young man in the picture. Even though he was standing at the peak of the third-level wizard and was only one step away from the dawn of the fourth level, he, the master of the third magic ring, was also a little shocked and absent-minded at this time. In a trance, Karani seemed to see that the shadows of the young man in front of him and the several people in his impression had a tendency to overlap gradually. Although their styles were different and their strengths were quite different, they did seem to be the same type of people. I now believe that this kid is not the illegitimate offspring of a kiddo. The green-robed female wizard of the Thorn Palace sighed in his ears, and Karani only heard the other party whisper in a rather complicated tone, "How could that guy a kiddo have such an ancient and powerful bloodline?" Karani's eyes flashed, and he didn't answer, but turned his head and looked in another direction. That was the location of the molten crystal lake and the black nightmare swamp. He saw that under the feather mask of the third-level wizard leading the black nightmare swamp, a pair of dark and deep eyes stared at the screen and flickered, and he didn't know what he was thinking. As for the bold wizard of molten crystal lake, he held the burning stone staff in his hand and his face was quite gloomy, even close to ugly. What a pity. Somehow, a thought of regret suddenly jumped out of Karani's mind, and he felt a little regretful. I should have joined their gambling earlier. Ronan stood on the mirrored platform where he was the only one, and the pores all over his body were still unconsciously emitting a trace of cold air. That was the remnant of the ancient Frost Hydra bloodline in his body. He lowered his head and felt the changes from the inside out after the first stimulation of this bloodline power. He followed Saraya's bloodline transplantation principle. Although the method of bloodline implantation was primitive and rough, the whole process was controllable as expected, imperceptible, and gradual. The collision between bloodlines can accelerate the fusion process. Ronan also discovered this just now. especially the collision between the blood power of elemental hostility. The ancient fire demon blood flowing in Igor's body stimulated the riot of the ancient frost hydra blood power. The majesty of the ancient overlord was provoked, so it shook spontaneously. In this battle, the blood crystal in Ronan's heart shrank by nearly 1/10 in one breath, and the fusion speed was dozens of times faster than usual. And those blood power that he absorbed and merged, after the battle, hid dormant in his flesh and bones. He could feel the existence of them, but he couldn't mobilize them at will, because it's still too thin. Ronan looked at his hands, and there were still some dark blue spots on the fingertips of his white and slender 10 fingers. The words Ancient Frost Hydra Blood have not yet appeared on the talent column of the character panel. However, Ronan felt that his will form was undergoing some subtle transformation. In his temperament, there was a little more dignity and majesty belonging to the ancient overlord. Buzz, a strange sound sounded, and Ronan felt the platform he was standing on slowly rising. At the same time, waves of energy fluctuations came from above his head. He looked up. He saw the huge silver light ball representing the only light source in this space tremble at this moment, and there was a force calling him to get closer. Ronan stood on the platform, rising continuously, getting closer and closer to the silver light ball. Finally, he came to a height that was almost level with the light ball. The dazzling silver light when he looked up from below unexpectedly became soft at this moment, allowing Ronan to clearly see the scene inside the light ball. The rich space energy washed over Ronan's body like cold water, and the mirror light symbol in the consciousness space began to glow slightly under the impact of this force. Ronan looked stunned and saw a more than 1 foot long, exquisite silver cane quietly floating in the rich silver light. The space around the cane showed a strange sense of stagnation. When Ronan entered that area, his eyes seemed to be frozen. This feeling was something he had never experienced before. Is the space frozen? Ronan thought. At this time, an obscure wave of consciousness came out from the cane and was captured by him. Take me away, away. Ronan blinked and subconsciously reached out to the silver cane. Unexpectedly, he grabbed the cane very smoothly. It can even be said that the silver cane seemed to be thrown into his palm. The power that seemed to freeze everything, light, space, and even time was easily grasped in his hand. At this moment, Ronan seemed to have an unprecedented sense of power and control of everything. So smooth. He felt incredible. After only going through a few rounds of selection and defeating several fellow wizards who came in to explore with him, he got the right to inherit this powerful magic tool whose specific grade he couldn't even judge. At this moment, he had a sense of déjà vu as if he had become the protagonist. His body shook, and the treasure came to him, and he easily reached the peak of his life. Ronan couldn't wait to inject his mental power into the silver cane, habitually looking for the core rune inside the cane. But he felt a sense of consciousness that could not be described in words, as vast and cold as the sea. That consciousness directly formed a pair of eyes in Ronan's consciousness space, pure silver, a pair of eyes composed of countless lines intertwined, looking down at him incomparably indifferently. It seemed to convey a meaning to him. How dare you? Ronan almost couldn't help trembling, and even the consciousness space that he thought was unbreakable began to shake violently, as if it would collapse at any time. The ancient frost hydra's will deep in his will seemed to be infuriated again by this look, and there was a trend of further awakening. However, at this time, in the corner of the consciousness space, the small, mirror light symbol flickered slightly. The pure silver eyes were slightly startled, as if they were touched by something. The next moment, the indifferent will that invaded Ronan's consciousness space quickly retreated, and the core area inside the silver cane was also released. Ronan was stunned, not expecting such a change. But instinct still drove him to quickly memorize the rune that was presented to him without reservation. He didn't even have time to carefully read the mystery of the rune. The next second, he felt that he was being engulfed by a powerful spatial force, followed by a familiar feeling of space teleportation. It's out. Outside the secret realm, the figure of the young man holding the silver light suddenly disappeared on the spell projection, and the entire spell projection screen also disappeared. The expressions of Carney and others on the mirror lake immediately became serious. Get ready. The wizards of the 4 wizard forces all returned to their own spell airships at a very fast speed. Almost when they had just finished all this, a huge silver vortex appeared above the mirror lake. The eyes of the 4 third-level wizards led by Carney suddenly burst into brilliance, and at almost the same time, they all burst out with their own powerful spells. However, A strange energy fluctuation was released from the silver vortex, followed by the mirror lake, the airship, the sky, the energy fluctuation. Everything, including the spell light bursting out from Karni and the other four. All of them were frozen by a magical force, as if they were trapped in an absolutely stagnant space, and all turned into a motionless picture. In the center of this still picture, a young man holding a silver cane lightly stepped out of the silver vortex. Lugu Cave. As soon as the young man walked out of the vortex, a low and majestic spell-chanting sound came from above his head. A majestic and vast spiritual power fell from the sky, instantly tearing apart the still picture and fiercely hitting the young man holding the silver cane. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156 gives away multiple mirror lights, austere body tempering, and breaks through ancient power. Fire. Blazing flames. High temperature, burning, destruction. At the moment when Ronan was hit by the terrifying spiritual power that fell from the sky, he felt as if he was hit hard by a river of hot magma. He fell into a lake full of lava, feeling extremely painful from being burned, and his muscles seemed to be torn and charred. Just when he thought he was about to completely melt in this endless lava flame, suddenly, a ball of cold silver light enveloped him. Then, the lava receded, and something he had been holding tightly in his hand seemed to break free. There were still sounds of spells chanting and roaring, but they were quickly fading away from his head. Soon Ronan couldn't care about these, and he was bathed in a brilliant silver light. In the consciousness space, the mirror light seal greedily absorbed the silver light full of space energy, and Ronan could feel it was growing. Growing rapidly in the direction it should be. Crack, 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 Ronan's spiritual power was also growing. The small, crystal-clear spiritual power crystal in his mind, stimulated by the silver light, grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it grew to a limit, and its size was almost 10 times larger than before. The crystal was glittering with a hint of silver, and it was spinning slightly. At this time, the surging silver light quickly converged, and finally condensed into a silver crystal the size of a fingernail, deeply embedded in Ronan's consciousness space. Space energy crystal. Or seed. Ronan saw that this silver crystal was still emitting a hint of silver light, but almost all of it was absorbed by the mirror light talisman. Before he could study it properly, he was dragged into reality by an external force. Let's go. A burly, heroic-looking middle-aged man in a gorgeous robe appeared in front of him, pulled his arm, and urged him to leave quickly with a slightly serious look. Ronan was pulled towards the magic airship not far away. He noticed a few cold eyes falling on him. Looking in the direction, he saw a black-robed man wearing a feather mask and a bald wizard holding a burning stone staff. A rolling sound like thunder came from the sky. Ronan looked up subconsciously and found that the originally clear and blue sky was now occupied by several different colors, large areas of dark red like lava, fresh green like a forest, wet black like a nightmare, and dazzling colors like crystal. The mirror lake below also reflected these gorgeous colors. In these surging terrible energies, a dazzling silver light floated flexibly like a swimming fish, appearing and disappearing from time to time. Before Ronan could take a few more glances, the magic ring airship under him had started up and quickly fled in the direction from which it came, eager to get away from this terrifying battlefield. The vast forest. Under the waterfall of the Milky Way, a figure was quietly suspended. The water flow hit the huge rock and fell into the deep pool at the bottom of the valley. The huge roar covered all the noise, but for Ronan, it was a different kind of silence. Ronan opened his character panel. Strength, level 2 formal wizard, 33%. After the exploration of the mirror court, his mental power soared to 33% in one breath under the final infusion of silver light. He directly reached the initial perfection of the level 2 wizard and could immediately condense his second mental power crystal. In addition, there was an additional seed containing abundant space energy in the consciousness space, which nourished the mirror light talisman. In just a few days, the mirror light talisman was very different. It grew a lot and became more complex and mysterious. Of course, the effect of the talisman was also enhanced. Ronan raised his hand and drew it in front of his eyes, and the air seemed to be opened up. Countless mysterious auras leaked from the hole, and a large number of free energy particles swarmed in. Soon, 2 7-color quiet rivers appeared in the void, one above and one below, emitting a silent but majestic power, covering up the roaring waterfall next to it. The mirror light talisman activated a domain resonance particle torrent, spurts 7-colored river. If you look closely, you will find that in the middle of these 2 7-color rivers, there seems to be a phantom of a 7-color river that is about to appear. This is the effect of the mirror light talisman after its transformation. Double reproduction. Ronan's eyes flickered, and he casually dispersed the 7-color river in front of him, thinking silently in his heart, when the mirror light talisman is upgraded under the promotion of the space energy seed, the effect will have a qualitative leap. At that time, perhaps it should be called multiple mirror lights. Carefully recalling the last experience of the exploration of the mirror garden, after reviewing it, Ronan found that the so-called inheritance trial was actually a scam led by the Silver Cane. Later, it was indeed confirmed by the third ring master, Carney. The Silver Cane is a dawn-level magic tool left by the ancient Mirror Court wizard in the secret realm. After a long time, it has developed some spirituality and self-awareness. After the birth of self-awareness, does the Silver Cane desire freedom, or does it want to follow the footsteps of the former Mirror Court wizard master? Anyway, due to some restrictions and means, it cannot escape from the secret space by its own strength, so it thinks of using the hands of the wizard who came to explore to achieve this goal. And Ronan is the bridge to escape it finally chose. Normally, it won't give me anything, after all, I'm just a tool man. Ronan thought. He wondered if it was because of the existence of the mirror light talisman in his body, so that the consciousness in the Silver Cane identified himself as a wizard who inherited part of the inheritance of the ancient Mirror Court. Simply put, it regards itself as one of its own. Then, he not only blocked the spiritual power that almost burned him on the spot, but also left himself a lot of benefits. Lingjing Lake. Ronan took a breath and slowly uttered the name of Lingjing Lake with cold eyes. Level 4, Dawn Wizard. That spiritual power that seemed as terrifying as a river of lava. That pressure that almost melted his consciousness completely. Only a level 4 wizard who touched the dawn can make his spiritual power show this elemental effect, with some terrible power belonging to the energy element. He showed a strong bloodline and talent in the secret realm, and crushed the genius Igor of Lingjing Lake. Perhaps it was because he had offended Lingjing Lake, or he might have taken the opportunity to kill this genius seedling of the magic circle in the cradle. The level 4 Dawn Wizard of Lingjing Lake tried to pinch himself to death in the process of catching the Silver Cane, like pinching an ant. If there is no Silver Cane, will I die? Ronan asked himself. This is a question that is difficult to answer. But this experience also sounded a warning to him. He is still too weak now. Angelorian. Dawn Wizard Ronan silently listed in his mind those people he knew who might or definitely be stronger than him. These are the goals he will surpass one by one in the future. This is also the driving force for Ronan to keep moving forward on this wizard's path. He has long passed the stage of simply struggling for life and death. He began to actively pursue strength and longed to see the scenery ahead and on the higher peaks. In addition, he defeated the colorful characters he met along the way. Is this the so-called Xianjiao mentality? Ronan didn't know, but he was very satisfied with his psychological transformation. To describe it with a sentence that the teacher often used to scold him in school in his previous life, that is, helping others learn and learning for yourself are two completely different concepts, and the height that the latter can reach is far from the former. I am already a qualified student tyrant. Ronan activated the flight ring in his hand, followed the guidance of the soul mark, and flew quickly in one direction. He was still thinking about the Silver Cane. Personally, Ronan hoped that the other party would escape the capture of the 4 Dawn Wizards. From a certain perspective, the self-consciousness born in the Silver Cane is just a child. It was born in the secret realm and has never seen the scenery of the outside world. If it is imprisoned, would it be too cruel? Thinking about it, Ronan unknowingly went deep into the vast forest under his feet and came to a section of rolling mountains. He stopped and stood there quietly waiting for a while. Not long after, a low and distant hissing sound came from the distant mountains. Standing in Ronan's position and looking over there, you can see large areas of primitive ancient trees shaking, vibrating, and falling down. Finally, a nice crystal demon snake with a body of nearly 50 meters and as thick as a giant peak slowly poked its head towards Ronan from the dense forest. The pair of scarlet snake eyes, like diamonds, stared at him darkly and coldly, revealing a trace of desire, That is an extremely strong desire to press Ronan under him and beat him up. One man and one snake, tiny and huge, facing each other silently. The strong wind blowing in the sky was silently divided into two pieces here, forming two invisible tornadoes, constantly colliding. Ronan's mouth corners rose little by little, and a light gradually bloomed in his eyes. I can see that you are looking forward to this battle. Ronan took a breath, and the gorgeous gray-silver robe made of Nemen metal on his body collapsed inch by inch, revealing a perfect and upright body. Then, as you wish. Bang! Ronan's originally well-proportioned body expanded rapidly, his figure rose, and knotted muscles bulged. Fine blue veins appeared on his face, and fine pure white lightning burst out from the pores all over his body. A majestic and twisted terrible power came out of his body. Immaculate body, half-demon state. To fight against an existence like the ice crystal demon snake, it is natural to choose the most primitive, direct and rough way, otherwise it will not obey. Perhaps it was because of the fusion of a little blood of the ancient frost hydra. Ronan found that after entering the half-demon state, the roots of the long white hair flying behind him were slightly dark blue. Touching his cheek, he seemed to feel a little snake scale-like pattern. Even the pressure he released had a bit more majesty belonging to the ancient frost hydra. This made the ice crystal demon snake in front of him, who was originally full of fighting spirit, gradually become a little anxious, and the look in his eyes when he looked at him also had a bit of deep fear. In the half-demon state, the majestic vitality energy that surged seemed to stimulate the little blood of the ancient frost hydra that was fused in his body. Challenging me is equivalent to challenging the most ancient and noble source of your blood. Ronan smiled as he looked at the restless look of the ice crystal demon snake in front of him. This was exactly the result he wanted. The pressure from the depths of the blood would make the ice crystal demon snake more or less fearful, uneasy, and nervous when facing him. Using the blood of the ice crystal demon snake to suppress the ice crystal demon snake, although it seems a bit unfair, it is the best way to try to fight against the natural alien with a mortal body. When the uneasiness in the heart of the ice crystal demon snake accumulated to a certain extent, it finally could not bear this emotion anymore. With a low roar, its body turned into a huge ice blue light and rushed towards Ronan. Without any signs, the man and the snake collided fiercely. Boom! The earth trembled and shook, and a huge white air wave broke out from the center of the battle group, spreading to the surroundings, blowing down large areas of trees. Ronan did not use any wizard spells, but only relied on his physical body to fight against the ice crystal demon snake. This battle was like two ancient wild beasts fighting in close combat, fighting as hard as they could, and soon destroyed the surrounding forest. Boom! Boom! Bang! Ronan and the ice crystal demon snake collided head-on again and again. The two fought in extremely brutal ways, with pure physical strength competition and a struggle for control over the ice energy particles in the air. Ronan, in his semi-demon state, still had the upper hand. But it must be said that the ice crystal demon snake was indeed an ancient species, and its growth rate was simply outrageous. Ronan only went to the mirror court once, and it took only half a month to go back and forth, but the latter had almost grown to the height of a second-stage mid-stage monster. Boom! Ronan punched the huge ice crystal demon snake away, and the fist wrapped in blazing flames directly smashed the ice crystal snake scales on its body, smashing its body and bleeding. The latter screamed in pain, but became more ferocious, and the blood in its body seemed to be further revived, with a powerful force surging, and it wanted to pounce on Ronan again. Ronan had a blank expression on his face, narrowed his eyes, and slowly accumulated strength. When facing this wild and unruly ancient alien species, you have to hurt it again and again, beat it down, until it is completely afraid of you, and then you can really subdue it. This process may be a bit long for the ice crystal snake that is still in a period of rapid growth, but Ronan has plenty of time and patience. Just as Ronan was about to punch the ice crystal snake away again, suddenly, crack, 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 a strange sound came from his body. As if some kind of shackles were broken, Ronan felt that something was desperately drilling out of his bones and flesh, forcing to his hands, and about to grow out of the palms of his hands. Ronan subconsciously raised his hands and checked his palms. The position of his right palm was originally printed with a mark that was branded by a mysterious metal ring in the mirror court. Now this mark was forced to the back of his right hand. Instead, on the palms of both hands, a black rune shaped like a tadpole was drilling out bit by bit. The rune was simple, but it seemed to contain infinite mysteries, which could attract people's eyes and souls. At the moment when the rune grew, Ronan also felt that there seemed to be an ancient, mysterious, and heavy power in his body that was constantly reviving. He tried to raise his hands, and the flames covering his body immediately flowed to the palms of his hands like water, and the two mysterious runes began to glow. Ronan also felt that his hands seemed to weigh more than 1,000 pounds. It was as if he was pulling an invisible and heavy bow, and every pull was extremely difficult. A lot of sweat oozed from Ronan's body, but the power emanating from his body was further condensed and became more terrifying. Even the ice crystal demon snake, which was originally fierce, stopped attacking, looking doubtful and afraid to approach. Ronan suddenly seemed to think of something and quickly opened his character panel. Sure enough, the master level proficiency of austerity body forging was close to 500. After this period of fighting, it has now completely broken through the 500 proficiency mark. And behind the 4 words, austerity for the body, there is a new suffix, austerity for the body, ancient power. Chapter 157, The Broken World Stone, the coordinates of the disaster. Ancient power. Is it referring to the rune growing out of his palm, called ancient power? Behind this, ancient power, there are 2 small words, primary, marked. Yes, perhaps because the black rune twisted like a tadpole on the palm is not complete, as if he had just started to write it when the rune was engraved. Ronan was dazed and stunned for a moment. Runes growing out of the body. He had never heard of such a thing, even in the most bizarre and dreamy wizard books. And this method was achieved by letting people practice a bodybuilding method, which made it even more incredible. Ronan felt that he had to re-examine the origin and value of the austerity bodybuilding method. All along, he only practiced austerity bodybuilding as a pure bodybuilding method. Austerity bodybuilding did not have the means of combat and attack, and giant demon transformation was just a technique he figured out. However, when the rune of ancient power on the palm of his hand broke out of the ground, Ronan suddenly realized that perhaps austerity body forging was originally a fighting method. All the efforts he made in body forging before were to make his body able to withstand the coming of this ancient power one day. Exclamation mark. Hiss. Ronan took a deep breath and raised his arms. Mysterious ancient energy flowed around him, and the void around him showed a thick and twisted abnormality. He was like a big bow pulled to the full string. At this time, the power on the bowstring had accumulated to an incredible and extremely terrifying height. Finally, he punched out. Boom. There was a loud sound of thunder, and a thick black light flashed on Ronan's fist. A collapsed black hole appeared directly at the place where the fist landed. Immediately afterwards, the power compressed to the extreme exploded completely, and a bright vacuum track visible to the naked eye exploded in the air, extending forward at a high speed like a meteor, instantly hitting the ice crystal demon snake not far away. The head of the ice crystal demon snake, which was over 50 meters long and 4 meters thick, could almost wrap around a small mountain. A mass of ice crystal fragments mixed with bright red blood exploded, and then the entire huge snake body was thrown backwards uncontrollably, flying hundreds of meters away. Boom. The ice crystal demon snake landed, clearing a large flat open space in the dense primeval forest, rolling in a panic, and then there was a wailing and roaring sound. Ronan breathed heavily, and he actually felt a feeling of exhaustion that he hadn't felt for who knows how long. The power of this punch was far beyond his imagination, but the consumption was also unprecedented. He was directly separated from the half-demon state, and half of the vitality light ball in his body was directly consumed. He raised his hands, which seemed to be still trembling slightly, and checked his palms. The 2 runes representing the ancient power on the palms had disappeared, as if they had never appeared. And this is only the primary, ancient power. The runes of ancient power are incomplete. Ronan couldn't imagine what kind of terrible power the intermediate, advanced, and even complete, ancient power would be able to exert. At this moment, Ronan couldn't help but feel a lot of joy and expectation in his heart. The mainstream concept of the wizarding world is to pursue the immortality of the soul, and the physical body has always been despised and even despised. Because of austerity body forging, Ronan has never given up on physical training. Now that ancient power has appeared, it seems that all the persistence and efforts before have paid off. He really sees the hope that the ascetic physical training can compete with the orthodox wizard path. No, it is not accurate to describe it as competing, it should be said to be on par. Because Ronan does not want to give up the practice of any path, he is on both paths in parallel. Perhaps this path is a new path opened up by a group of wizards in ancient times who delved into the potential of the flesh. The ability to pass down the runes hidden in the skills is like a seed buried in the soil and taking root and sprouting little by little. This method is really amazing. This level of rune attainment is completely beyond Ronan's cognition. A method that would be rejected even in the secular world and is considered to be the rough method of ascetic monks, but the real creator behind it is very likely one or more ancient powerful wizards who shook the world. Such a contrast is really a bit strange. Ronan sighed and slowly calmed down the consumption of his body. His face regained calmness, his eyes locked on the figure of the ice crystal demon snake, and controlled the flying ring to approach it. The moment he threw a punch containing the ancient power, his battle with the ice crystal demon snake was declared over. The ice crystal demon snake was seriously injured after being hit by the ancient power. A large piece of snake scales on the forehead of its huge snake head was almost completely broken, and its skull was sunken. Even the ice crystal horn, which was more than 1 meter long, looked dull. Seeing Ronan approaching, the ice crystal demon snake barely supported its body and climbed up from the ground. It still faced him with a defiant attitude, but in Ronan's eyes, there was inevitably a hint of fear and horror. It was estimated that with its inexperienced little snake head, it could not figure out why such a thin and tiny human body could burst out with terrifying power that broke through its cognition again and again. This is a good start. Ronan caught the shock in the ice crystal demon snake's eyes. Fear is a good thing. Fear accumulates little by little, and when it exceeds the rebelliousness and arrogance in its bones, that will be the day when Ronan truly tames it. In a sense, signing the Pasillina's gambling agreement is a good thing for both Ronan and the ice crystal demon snake. Ronan has always been chased by something behind him, and he will not relax his pace forward. The ice crystal demon snake has always had a goal to catch up and try to surpass, and its growth rate will be much faster than that of ordinary people. It's a pity that you didn't seize this opportunity. Ronan walked to the ice crystal demon snake and spread his 5 fingers towards the location of its broken wound. A thin and sharp silver metal wire shot out from Ronan's fingertips and pierced deeply into the flesh of the ice crystal demon snake. Next time I give you a chance to challenge, it won't be so easy. Every time you challenge me, you must be prepared to pay the price after the challenge fails. The blood essence of the blood was extracted again, and the ice crystal demon snake roared in pain, but did not resist. It looked deeply at Ronan, and the resentment and obsession in its eyes seemed to be deeper. Ronan looked at it without hesitation, and said calmly, "If you are willing to formally recognize me as your master, I promise to purify your blood for you, so that you can further return to your ancestors." As Ronan said this, the ice crystal demon snake's eyes froze, and then some hesitation, entanglement and struggle began to flash in them. Ronan was too lazy to pay attention to it anymore, and took the blood and turned away directly. The ice crystal demon snake knew the existence of the holy blood tree. Ronan deliberately used this as a bargaining chip to lure it, and launched a psychological attack on it, and then combined with repeated physical suppression. I think the day when the ice crystal demon snake completely surrenders will not be too far away. After solving the problem of the ice crystal demon snake, Ronan was about to go back to Benigo to take a look. Suddenly, the vibration of the communication stone was emitted from the space ring. Ronan took it out to check and found that the message came from Kosti. His eyes flashed, and after reading the information in the communication stone, he immediately turned around and hurried to the magic ring. Kosti summoned him, and the exploration of the first battlefield of the Mirror Courtyard was over. "I learned about your achievements from the third ring Master Karani. Damien, you are much better than I expected." Kosti, with long curly hair that fell to the carpet, and a temperament like the bright moon in the starry sky, sat in the middle of the huge bookshelf surrounded by 3 sides, looking at Ronan with a complicated and gratified look. Ronan read from Kosti's eyes not only admiration, but also some surprises and expectations that he could not understand. "It seems that your bloodline has been further stimulated, and it can suppress the bloodline of the Sakiris family of Molten Crystal Lake." Kosti paused here, and then warned Ronan solemnly, "From now on, never easily provide your bloodline to others for research, no matter how high the price the other party pays." Ronan nodded. After listening to Kosti's many instructions, the other party finally turned the topic to the topic that interested him. This exploration of the first core area went more smoothly than expected. "We got 2 Dawn-class instruments alone." 2 Dawn-class instruments? Ronan was surprised. A Dawn-class silver staff appeared in the second battlefield. He didn't expect that two of them would appear in the first battlefield at once. It really deserves to be the core area. Seeing Ronan's surprise, Kosti smiled bitterly and said, "In fact, there are far more than 2 items excavated, but we only got 2. The rest were all escaped. It is difficult to tame instruments that have given birth to autonomous spiritual consciousness, let alone space and mirror instruments that are best at escaping. To be honest, it is a pleasant surprise to get 2 in the end." Ronan couldn't help asking, "Did you finally catch the Dawn-class instrument excavated in the second battlefield?" "No." Kosti shook his head, and Ronan felt a little relieved. At this time, he heard Kosti say, "In addition, we also found a complete space mirror spell inheritance, and a broken world stone." When Ronan heard complete space mirror spell inheritance, his heart skipped a beat. When the ancient mirror court left, it took away most of the inherited knowledge. Before this, there had never been a complete spell inheritance in the mirror court. If his understanding was correct, this should be the first case so far. It is also the only window for wizards in the entire South to peek into the mysteries of the ancient space and mirror magic. Before Ronan felt excited, his expression showed some indescribable weirdness and strangeness. Because when Kosti said the 3 words world stone immediately, Ronan clearly felt that a certain mark on the back of his right hand jumped slightly. Ronan hesitated for a moment, and then told Kosti everything about the mark he accidentally got in the waste liquid tank of a wizard laboratory in the second battlefield. Kosti asked him to stretch out his hand, carefully examined the mark on the back of Ronan's hand, and finally concluded that Damien, this in your hand is the coordinates of a world stone. Ronan was stunned when he heard this answer. Kosti began to popularize the knowledge about world stone with him. This world is not as simple as you see. In addition to the world we live in now, there are many independent worlds. The world stone is the bridge connecting the 2 worlds and the key to open another world space. Kosti raised her hand and rubbed out 2 light balls of different colors, like bubbles. She lightly touched the 2 light balls with her fingers, and light was generated, connecting the 2 light balls. But the way the world stone opens the passage to the other world is random, because any world other than this world is completely unfamiliar and unknown to wizards. No one knows what kind of world will be waiting behind the door when the key is turned and the passage is opened. This process is full of risks. You may get a treasure with unlimited resources, or you may face endless disasters. As the successor of space magic, it is not surprising that the Mirror Court began to study the World Stone early and conduct experiments on the exploration of the other world. From the words such as taboo and failure you got in the laboratory, as well as this broken and eventually abandoned World Stone, I guess that the ancient Mirror Court should not have had a good experience after opening the door to the other world. This may also be the reason why the Mirror Court moved away in a hurry. Kosti's expression became serious, and his eyes flashed quickly. The world that forced a powerful ancient Mirror Court to destroy the door and abandon the home to escape. The disaster behind the door may exceed everyone's imagination. The information you provided is too important, Damien. It's a pity that those people are still thinking about how to repair the World Stone as soon as possible. I need to notify this matter as soon as possible. Kosti talked to himself hurriedly for a while, and finally his eyes fell on the back of Ronan's hand, and he said, "What you got should be the special coordinates of the unknown disaster world, but you don't have to be nervous. Without the World Stone, the coordinates are just coordinates, and they will not have any effect on you. Don't worry about it. Maybe as time goes by, it will slowly fade away by itself. By the way, don't tell anyone about this coordinate. Some people in this world are crazy and ambitious beyond your imagination." Ronan saw Kosti's solemn expression and nodded solemnly. He looked down at the back of his right hand, and the strange mark like an arrow was looming under the flesh. It was hard to imagine that this was half of the key to open an unknown world. This kind of thing seemed a little far away for him now. He put down his hand and hid the back of his hand under the wide robe. At this time, Kosti began to tell him another thing. Chapter 158 Challenge, Unprecedented Hell Level Difficulty. The afternoon sun shone in through the crystal skylight on the top of the silver-white tower, gently sprinkling on Ronan and Kosti, giving them a light golden hue. Kosti, sitting among a book, was as beautiful and holy as the goddess of wisdom and beauty mentioned in the myth book. She gently raised her finger, and the whole room fell into silence. A powerful mental force field belonging to a third-level wizard gently enveloped the two. Kosti looked at Ronan gently and said, "It's still related to the exploration of the Mirror Court this time. The benefits of this exploration of the core area of the Mirror Court far exceeded everyone's expectations. But it is precisely because of this that how to divide these resources has become a difficult problem. No matter what compensation distribution plan is proposed, it will not satisfy every force. Kosti paused and whispered, finally, after research and discussion by all parties, it is planned to decide the ownership of all resources in the form of a competition. The 6 major wizard forces, the Thunder Council, the Scarlet Tower, the Thorn Palace, the Molten Crystal Lake, the Black Nightmare Swamp, and our Silver Ring, each sent 10 members with a soul age of less than 100 years old, to compete in pairs, and finally distribute resources according to the total ranking of members of each force. 10 people? Competition ranking. Ronan frowned, but he didn't feel too surprised. The wizard world originally advocates the concept of strength first and the strong being respected. The strong are qualified to enjoy everything, and the weak can only be plundered and squeezed. Just like the Hoddam Academy and the Forest of Death that were destroyed by the majesty of the Scarlet Tower because of the Key of Nepha. This is the rule of the wizard world, and it is also the most fair form. The top masters of the 6 major forces should all be level 4 or above dawn wizards. Unless it is a matter of life and death, masters of this level will hardly participate in the fight in person. Therefore, competing with the young generation of geniuses is naturally the best way. If it weren't for your performance in the second battlefield this time, I might not have thought of letting you go. After all, there is still a long time gap between you and those top figures. However, your bloodline potential has been further developed, which has largely made up for part of the gap, and you are now qualified to participate in this competition. At the same time, this competition is also a good training opportunity for you, which can accelerate your growth. Kosti said softly. After discussion, all parties decided to hold this competition in the Goblin Plains in 2 months. If you win a place in the competition, there will be a certain reward. As far as I know, the Space Mirror spell inheritance excavated from the Mirror Court is one of them. Hearing Kosti mention the word Space Mirror spell inheritance again, Ronan was touched. He already had a reason to go and compete. Fame, experience, training, and... When Kosti was halfway through her words, she paused, and then continued, the qualification to go to a higher stage is related to ticket and the time to compete for a seat. If you grow fast enough, you may be able to catch up. What ticket, what seat? Ronan was curious about some of the information Kosti mentioned, and couldn't help asking. But Kosti just shook his head, unwilling to explain too much. It's too early to tell you now. If you can catch up, it would be the best. If you can't catch up, it's better not to know. After that, Kosti changed the subject and continued to say to Ronan, your soul aptitude is much worse than those top geniuses. It's the right way to imitate the ancient battle wizards. And now is a good opportunity to temper yourself. Tell me what you think. Kosti looked into Ronan's eyes. Ronan had already made up his mind, and nodded straightforwardly, I don't want to miss this opportunity either. A faint look of relief appeared on Kosti's face, and she nodded, then try your best to prepare, you still have a little time. Damien, I look forward to the day when you shine. Maybe not this time, but sooner or later. Ronan saluted Kosti and said goodbye. He walked down the gray-white spiral stone steps until he walked out of the tower. At the entrance of the tower, a beam of sunlight fell on Ronan's face. He raised his head, squinted his eyes and looked at the outline of the sun sandwiched between several towers, his eyes flickering slightly. After a moment, he left calmly. A competition between the top talents of the 6 major wizard forces. In the miniature secret space, Binigo stood in front of the huge alchemy furnace with a pipe in his mouth, busy. Hearing the topic Ronan casually mentioned, Binigo stopped what he was doing, suddenly looked Ronan up and down with a rather strange look, and then slowly blew out a smoke ring, and said with emotion, it's hard to imagine that the young wandering wizard who knocked on my door with a green face has unknowingly become qualified to step onto this kind of stage. Tisk tisk. Facing Binigo's sudden sigh, Ronan felt goosebumps on the back of his hand. After choosing to ignore him, he reached out and gently touched the branches and leaves of the Holy Blood Tree in front of him. The Holy Blood Tree, which was seriously injured after helping Ronan purify the blood of the Ice Crystal Demon Serpent last time, has not recovered until now. That purification experience seems to be a kind of experience for the Holy Blood Tree. The recovered Holy Blood Tree is more vigorous than before. This legendary tree, which is circulated in the legends of the elves, has gradually shown its extraordinariness. The tree trunk, more than 3 meters high, was completely shrouded in a mysterious light red light. Its huge root system was deeply rooted in the special soil of the secret space, even surpassing some ancient trees that were decades or even hundreds of years old. Of course, the most special thing was its spirituality, as if it could read every thought of his, and was connected to him by blood and mind. This made Benigo, who went out every day to hunt magic beasts to feed the holy blood tree, jealous. This holy blood tree, which Benigo said was still in the seedling stage, had already revealed its potential as a bottomless pit of resources. Not counting the resources Ronan and Benigo obtained from hunting, Ronan alone, as a six-ring identity, had already invested a lot of resources every month. A rough calculation showed that there were at least tens of thousands of high-level magic stones. This did not include Ronan's own blood feeding every now and then. However, Ronan was not stingy with this. All the investment in the holy blood tree now was for its better performance next time it was needed. The further purification of the ancient frost hydra blood in his body still depended on the holy blood tree. After playing with the holy blood tree for a while, Ronan turned around and walked out of the miniature secret space, out of the stone wall, out of the waterfall, and sat down at random in the quiet valley. In an exploration of the Mirror Court secret realm, Ronan obtained a lot of resources. Apart from the part that had to be handed in, the remaining resources were quite considerable. He exchanged all these resources for potions that could promote the growth of mental power, as well as various materials needed for the growth of the holy blood tree. In fact, Ronan is not short of resources now, but what he lacks most is time. The top genius of the sixth major wizard forces Ronan habitually rub the ring on his finger gently, thinking quietly. In the next joint competition, there will no longer be any division of the first, second, and third battlefields. Everyone will be on the same platform. If he is unlucky, it is not impossible for him to be eliminated in the first game. The top figures of the other 5 major wizard forces are probably at the level of 4-color metal Orion, that is, a 3rd-level wizard. And Ronan is just at the beginning of the 2nd level, a whole level behind him. So far, he has not fought against a 3rd-level wizard. When a 2nd-level wizard is promoted to the 3rd level, there will not be much change in the form of mental power. It is just a breakthrough from 3 mental power crystals to 4, or even more. Then there will be a relatively large improvement in the quantity and quality of mental power. Of course, the biggest improvement is the soul seal. A 3rd-level wizard can condense the 4th soul seal, or even the 5th or 6th. The 3rd level is also the time when many core spell inheritances really begin to exert their power. In other words, Ronan needs to withstand a gap of dozens of times in mental power, a difference in the increase of 1, 2 or even 3 soul seals, and a gap between the 2nd level and 3rd level spell inheritance. Under these extremely harsh conditions, he has to compete with those genius wizards whose qualifications and talents are not inferior to him, or even better than him. Unprecedented hell-level difficulty. It is more than 10 times more difficult than when he first entered the magic circle and made enemies with Travis, Lanny and others. Are you scared? Ronan asked himself, and gently placed his right hand on his left chest. There was his beating heart, and the ancient frost hydra blood crystal inserted in his heart was trembling slightly. No. Ronan shook his head, his blue eyes reflecting the light of the sky outside the valley, becoming brighter and brighter. I am excited and looking forward to it. Ronan said softly, and then the light in his eyes faded away, and he began to chant the spell in a low voice with a calm expression. A large amount of ice-type free energy particles surged in the air, and soon, a huge vortex of ice and snow formed in front of him. Ronan raised his hand to disperse the spell, and then continued to repeat the operation just now. His mental power has reached the critical point of being promoted to the middle stage of the 2nd level, but he needs to wait for the mirror light rune to complete further transformation under the nourishment of the special energy seed in his mind and completely upgrade to multiple mirror light before he can be promoted, because he plans to use multiple mirror light as his 2nd solidified soul seal. During this period, Ronan chose to focus on practicing the main battle spell. Every bit of proficiency will increase his chances of winning the upcoming battle. Thanks to the blood crystal inserted in the heart, every time the heart beats, a trace of blood power will quietly emerge into Ronan's body. The subtle fusion of blood brings ancient gifts, and Ronan's mind constantly has understanding and insights about ice spells. Heart-piercing pain and endless inspiration. Pain intertwined with joy. Ronan is immersed in this subtle and indescribable state. With the blessing of the empty and clear realm, Lake of no thought state. His mental power is almost endless, and he can practice spells without stopping for a moment. On the character panel that no one sees, the proficiency of a group of skills and spells keeps jumping and rising at a continuous and stable speed. Even though Ronan will immediately extinguish the power every time he casts a spell, the escaping cold air still unconsciously affects the environment of the entire valley. With a wizard boy sitting cross-legged on the boulder meditating as the center, large pieces of frost spread all around. Before we knew it, the sound of the waterfall in the valley stopped, and all signs of life slowly disappeared. The entire valley was plunged into a pure white expanse of snow. Chapter 159, Promotion, Impermanence, Plains. 2 months later, it was late autumn again. The dense primeval jungle began to be dyed with colorful colors. The trees were dressed in golden clothes. The tall pines and oaks cast mottled shadows in the warm sunlight. The woodland was covered with colorful fallen leaves, which rustled when stepped on. There was a faint smell of soil and rotten leaves. Deep in the forest, there was a deep stream surrounded by streams. The sun shone through the treetops, illuminating the moss-covered stones and wet tree roots. The slowly flowing stream was like a piece of glittering mirror. A young man in a robe sat quietly by the stream, his eyes closed. His body seemed to blend with the quiet and peaceful atmosphere around him, and there was a spirit of agility and vigorous life force in silence. When a green-yellow leaf floated down and gently landed on the water, creating ripples, the young man slowly opened his eyes. Instantly, an invisible wind arose, blowing the hem of the robe scattered on the ground. An indescribable sense of clarity emanated from the boy's body, and the air around him became more transparent, as if washed by water. Huff, exhale, Ronan took a gentle breath, and the sound of his breathing was as steady and full of a special rhythm as the wind blowing through the forest. The trees around him seemed to rustle and more leaves fell. It's autumn again. Ronan looked at the golden leaves floating on the stream in front of him, and felt a little emotional. I remember that last autumn, he was still in the tree house area outside Hoddam, working hard to prepare for the upcoming invasion of the Black Witch land. In a blink of an eye, he was almost 18 years old. If you were in the secular world, this would be the age to inherit the family title. Should I find time to go home and take a look? A thought rolled through Ronan's mind. Soon, the slight melancholy emotions caused by the season were quickly soothed. Ronan opened the character panel and checked it quietly. Name, Ronan Damien. Age, 17. Talents, no attribute affinity, immaculate body, active. Lake of no thoughts, active. Strength, level 2 formal wizard, 35%. Skills, basic meditation, clear realm, master 612, 1600. Energy missile, particle torrent, master 523/1600. Charged weapon, spell breaking power, master 302/1600. Ice ball, desperate freezing, master 503, 1600. Frost ray, ice veins, master 500/1600. Ice blade, frozen soldiers, master 501/1600. Ascetic body forging, ancient power, master 526, 1600. Small blizzard, master 102/400. Ice rain armor, master 23 out of 400. Voice of cold, master 65 out of 400. Frost spear, expert. Ronan spent almost all his energy on practicing ice magic after 2 months of almost sleepless training. In addition to mastering all 3 second-level ice spells he learned, Desperate Freeze, Ice Veins, and Frozen Soldiers, 3 skills that have derived extraordinary domains, have also entered a state of domain resonance. Not only because of the fusion of the blood of the ancient Frost Hydra, but also because of the promotion to the second-level wizard, especially after entering the middle stage of the second level, Ronan's soul power has increased. He clearly feels that he is walking much more smoothly in the field of master-level proficiency. Looking back at the first level, especially before taking the Kiss of Murfidera, he was struggling in the master level. According to the Ancient Wizard book, in ancient times, or even more ancient times, the world continent had never collapsed. The free energy particles between heaven and earth were extremely abundant, everyone was like a dragon, and casting spells had their own domain effect. Ronan's eyes flashed with a thoughtful light. Now wizards have comprehended the extraordinary domain, the so-called first, second and third domain resonance, but only reach the starting point of the ancient wizards. If you want to truly be on par with the genius of the ancient wizards, you have to look at the realm after the extraordinary. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be a level above master proficiency. With a character panel, Ronan still believes that he will be able to reach that realm one day. It's just a matter of time. The power of the ice domain anchored by the resonance of the three domains will naturally be reborn, but what really makes Ronan, a spellcaster, tremble is the effect of the fusion of these three domains that have entered a resonance. That power inherent the ancient times. Ronan stretched out a hand towards the sunlight above his head, and his 5 fingers slowly clenched. There was an indescribable terrible aura flowing out between his fingers, as if freezing the autumn light in his palm. After dispersing the aura, Ronan exhaled a breath of turbid air and stood up from the blue stone. He climbed up the sky step by step on the empty air, his robe fluttering as he flew in one direction. In his consciousness space, the second spiritual power crystal had already been formed, only about 1/10 the size of the first one. In the crystal, the transformed, double mirror light, rune was like a pattern sealed in a crystal stone, full of complex and mysterious aura. There was still some space energy seed left by the silver cane for Ronan. After the tundra-frozen soil and double mirror light runes were all solidified, it turned and began to nurture the last silverization rune. Under the nourishment of the endless space energy, the silverization rune gradually began to produce some indescribable wonderful changes. But because of the different attributes, this fusion and transformation process is extremely slow. So far, Ronan has not felt any difference, and he doesn't know what changes will happen after the silverization rune completely integrates the space attribute. In the past 2 months, Ronan has done his best for the upcoming Wizard Genius competition of the 6 major forces. He has already done all the improvements that can be made in a short period of time. As for how far he can go in the competition, it depends on the strength of the opponent he encounters. Stepping into the micro-secret space, Ronan saw Benigo standing in front of the holy blood tree and interacting with it. Walking over, he saw a fist-sized blood spore falling from a branch of the holy blood tree, and then being steadily caught by Benigo, who had been waiting on the side. Recently, Benigo began to try to use the holy blood tree to do some small blood purification experiments. In addition to further paving the way for his plan to resurrect his beloved wife, it can also be regarded as accumulating experience for Ronan's next blood purification. What Warcraft blood? Ronan was surprised to see Benigo take the blood spore, gently cut a small cross on the blood spore with a knife, and then directly try to inject it into his body. My own. Benigo closed his eyes and felt the whole process of blood injection. From time to time, he would stop and quickly write down some information on the notebook at hand. How do you feel? After the entire blood spore was injected, Ronan couldn't help but ask Benigo. I made a detailed analysis of my blood, and then determined a direction with the holy blood tree before purification. From the current point of view, Benigo felt it and replied, the effect is not bad. The purified blood is more active than my original blood, and my soul decay symptoms seem to have stopped a little. What direction did you choose? Grey elves. You actually have elf blood in your body. Ronan blinked. He still remembered that Kosti said that he also had extremely thin moonlight elf blood flowing in his body. Benigo is a grey elf. Is this some kind of wonderful fate? Benigo glanced at him, shook his head, and said, is this strange? Don't you know that long ago, the elves were the most popular mating partners for humans? It's very common for people like us who don't have a wizard background to have more or less elf blood mixed in. Ronan pursed his lips and said nothing more. After recording all the experimental data, Benigo saw Ronan with nothing to do, and asked casually, calculate the time, the genius competition you mentioned before should be about to start, right? You don't go to practice hard, but you still have time to hang out with me. It's about to start, I just came to say hello to you. Ronan said, took out a flashing communication stone from the space ring, clicked it and read for a while, and then said, the ship to pick me up has arrived. Well, old Ben, I'm leaving first. Benigo heard Ronan's strange name for him, and his mouth twitched slightly a few times, and he raised his pipe as a farewell. Ronan said goodbye to the holy blood tree again, and then strode out of the miniature secret space. After leaving the valley, he flew dozens of miles to the west and stopped. After waiting for nearly 15 minutes, a silver-white magic airship more than 7 meters long and more than 4 meters high appeared in his field of vision. Ronan narrowed his eyes and took the initiative to meet the airship. Before they got close, 2 figures walked out of the airship, the tall and thin young man on the left, with ordinary looks, but a pair of rare eyes as sharp as lapis lazuli, and the man on the right was also young, handsome, and more mature. They were Clemens and Darby, who had gone with Ronan to explore the second battlefield of the Mirror Court before. The genius competition held by the 6 major forces this time allowed members of each party with a certain level of strength to watch the competition, and the number of people was about 50. There was no rule for everyone to set off together on the side of the French ring. Clemens and Darby were eligible to watch the competition, so Ronan simply went with the 2. Damien. The 3 met, and the 2 simply greeted Ronan and got on the airship. Clemens said, "It will take us about a day to get to the Goblin Plains. The competition will be held in 3 days, so there's still plenty of time." Ronan nodded, and the 3 sat down in the airship to rest, chatting about the big and small things that happened during Ronan's 2 months of hard training. Clemens knew that Ronan would represent the Circle of Law in the competition, and he specially collected some information for him. Most of them were from within the Circle of Law, and very few were from the other 5 major forces. Except for the top few among them, the other candidates who may participate in the competition are not certain, so we can only collect these. Clemens turned to the page of the information belonging to Molten Crystal Lake, pointed to a name called Ignatius on it, and said to Ronan with a slightly serious expression, "This person is the #1 wizard of Molten Crystal Lake today. You defeated Igor in the second battlefield before. He is his younger brother. Although it is rumored that the relationship between the 2 has always been bad, after all, they are the bloodline heirs of the same family. If you meet in the competition, you have to be careful." Ronan nodded, and Igor's face with awakened bloodline flashed in his mind. He slowly flipped through the information, and when he saw the page of Black Nightmare Swamp, his eyes brightened slightly and stopped moving. "Do you know this person?" Ronan stretched out his finger and gently tapped the name Angel Rio on the parchment page, asking Clemens and the others. It was the first time he learned Angel's full name. There was very little information behind his name, only a few brief words such as early level 3. Level 3. He remembered that the last time he saw Angel, he was in the late level 2. Did he get promoted so quickly? This person is very mysterious. He is a genius who has risen rapidly in the Black Nightmare Swamp in recent years. He has not made many moves, but his record every time is very brilliant. Clemens pondered and said, "The most amazing one was that when he was at level 2, he defeated a well-known level 3 wizard genius in the Black Nightmare Swamp head-on." "Damien, do you know him?" Darby saw that Ronan's attitude towards Angel was different and couldn't help asking. Ronan shook his head and didn't make any extra explanations. After simply reading the entire document, Clemens and the others talked about the exploration of the Mirror Court. About a month ago, the exploration of the 3rd battlefield came to an end. Lanny and others from the 7th ring returned. Many people were seriously injured, and some even died. The wizard who died was Travis, who had a feud with Ronan. It is said that the exploration team accidentally triggered a ban in the 3rd battlefield, releasing a large number of space and mirror magic puppets left over from the ancient times. The combat power was very terrible, and all forces suffered heavy casualties. The 3rd battlefield is the magic plant and magic potion garden of the wizards of the ancient Mirror Court. It is normal to have a guard force. This result is expected by all forces, and the harvest of the 3rd battlefield is indeed quite rich. But in comparison, the 1st and 2nd battlefields seem to be much safer, at least no one has been heard of falling. Ronan was slightly stunned when he heard the news, and for a moment he couldn't help but feel a little dazed. The battle to defeat Travis seemed to have happened just yesterday. Turning around, Travis died in the secret realm. The path of a wizard is still difficult after all, even for a 2nd-level wizard and a 3rd ring genius. Tomorrow or an accident, no one knows which will come first. The silver-white airship shuttled smoothly between the clouds and mist, slowly descending, and soon a vast plain appeared in front of Ronan. There were some golden wheat fields nearby, and there were traces of villages nearby. It was the autumn harvest season, and Ronan even saw a boy chewing on a wheat stalk on a ridge, looking up at the sky, staring blankly at their airship passing by. Further ahead, there was a desolate no-man's land. Gradually, wild beasts or monsters could be seen running and resting on the ground. The plain was not flat, with some high-raised mounds and huge pits. Ronan stood on the deck of the airship, letting the strong wind blow his robes rustling, and looked down calmly. There were really goblins on the goblin plain. Clemens came up from the side, holding the metal fence with both hands, and talked to him. Chapter 160, Ancient Witch Resurrection. Laura, Jupiter, It is said that this area used to be a gathering place for goblins. More than 100 years ago, some people encountered goblins on this plain. There have always been rumors that goblin treasures are buried under the goblin plain. Do you see those grassy holes and gullies? They were all dug out by humans using magic. Ronan listened to Clemens's story and asked casually, "Has anyone found the treasure?" "Of course not." Clemens shook his head. "Otherwise, this plain would have been turned upside down long ago, and there would be more than just these few potholes." Ronan had seen relevant introductions to the goblins mentioned by Clemens in an ancient wizard book. Goblins are very magical species. They are short and ugly. Most goblins appear weak, dull, and vulgar. They have almost all the shortcomings of humans, which is no different from Warcraft, and they are the kind of Warcraft with relatively inferior blood. However, some pure blood are always born in this race. These pure blood goblins are two extremes from ordinary goblins. They are smart, flexible, eloquent, and naturally gifted with extremely high magic skills, including the most difficult space and time spells. But these pure-blood goblins also have the same shortcomings as ordinary goblins: greedy and despicable personalities, evil, cunning, and good at fraud. They have a fanatical desire for all treasures in the world that normal people cannot understand, and the spells they learn are often used to steal, plunder, and rob. Therefore, on this continent, there has always been a legend of goblin treasure. Almost everyone knows that behind a pure-blood goblin often represents an unimaginable huge treasure, but there are very few people who can find and obtain the treasure. Just like the mirror garden that left, many magical and ancient species have collapsed on the continent, and the ability particles have left their original places after sinking. Perhaps they have gone to the lower continent, or perhaps they have been submerged in the long river of time. No one knows. Ronan and Clemens leaned on the bow of the boat and chatted casually. Most of the time, it was Clemens who talked and Ronan who listened. Ronan deeply suspected that Clemens had received the instructions from the ringmaster, Kosti, and the main purpose of accompanying him to the Goblin Plains was to give him pre-war psychological counseling to relieve his nervousness and anxiety. "Where's Darby?" After chatting for a while, Ronan casually asked about the situation of the wizard Darby. Clemens shook his head, indicating that the other party might be meditating. "Okay." After several contacts, Ronan also discovered that the magic ring geniuses such as Clemens and Darby were actually quite competitive in private. Although Clemens was standing here and chatting with Ronan leisurely, he actually took advantage of every opportunity and would seize every spare moment to meditate and improve himself. Before this, the three of them stayed in the airship for almost half a day without communicating a word, and they were all busy with their own things. In fact, sometimes, the genius who is so glorious and dazzling in the eyes of outsiders is often more hard-working than ordinary people because they stand higher than ordinary people and have seen people who are more talented and outstanding than themselves. Just as he was thinking, Ronan suddenly heard Clemens's low voice. "Damien." Ronan was startled, and when he looked up, he found Clemens squinting his eyes and looking in a certain direction. He followed Clemens's gaze and saw a small area of fiery red maple forest, far away in the plain below. There seemed to be some unusual black existence in the forest. His eyesight was much better than that of ordinary wizards, and he could vaguely see that it seemed to be a strange pattern. Clemens said, "Go and have a look." Ronan did not refuse. Clemens left a message to Darby, who was meditating through the communication stone, and then controlled the airship to fly towards the maple forest in the distance. The airship quickly descended and soon approached the location of the maple forest. When they got closer, the two saw clearly that the black thing that fell in the maple forest was some unknown rotten meat mixed with mucus, which seemed to have been processed by human magic. These black rotten meat mucus formed a three-ring pattern overlapping up and down on the ground. The upper three rings were intact, while the lower three rings were broken and scattered. The entire pattern was slowly seeping into the ground, with a very faint energy wave emanating. Standing on the magic airship and overlooking the entire strange pattern, Ronan felt a bit eerie and strange in his heart against a backdrop of the fiery red maple leaves. Ronan turned his head, and Clemens also turned his face. The two looked at each other silently, and saw a faint doubt and uneasiness in each other's eyes. Clemens gave Ronan a look, then stopped the airship, and then slowly approached a maple forest. At this moment, a low voice sounded behind the two. "Don't go over there." Ronan turned around and saw that Darby, who had been meditating before, had walked out of the airship at some point and was walking quickly towards this side. This seems to be the symbol of the ancient Witch Resurrection Society. Darby called Clemens. His face looked a little solemn and nervous, and he had been looking around for something. Ancient Witch Resurrection Society. Ronan frowned. Is it the notorious world-destroying organization? Clemens seemed to have thought of something from Darby's words, and spoke quickly. Yes. Darby nodded. The Ancient Witch Resurrection Society is also known as the Ancient Witch Salvation Society. Of course, outsiders call them the World-Destroying Society. Ronan was slightly stunned, and then after listening to Darby's explanation, he understood what the so-called Ancient Witch Resurrection Society was. This is a terrorist organization in the wizarding world, and every member of it is 100 times more evil than the black-robed wizards in the general sense. They are paranoid and crazy, and they always believe that the collapse of the continent today is caused by the world being too dirty. They were extremely eager to return to the prosperous and glorious era of wizard civilization. To this end, they tried every possible means to cleanse and destroy the entire world, to attract the so-called gods to come, to rebuild a new continent, and to establish a new order. I have seen an introduction to the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society in an ancient book. This pattern is a bit similar to the logo of their organization. Darby stared at the strange pattern that was about to disappear completely in the maple forest below, and whispered, "Of course, I am not completely sure. Information about the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society has always been taboo, and I know very little about it." The three stood on the airship and began to fall into thinking and silence. Ronan's eyes kept flashing, and he subconsciously reached out to touch the world stone coordinates on the back of his right hand. He remembered that Kosti had told him that behind his coordinates, there was a very high possibility that he was connected to a world full of disasters. Let him not be exposed, so as not to be targeted by some crazy and ambitious people. Just as the broken world stone appeared in the ancient mirror courtyard, the 6 major wizard forces jointly held a talent competition, and there were traces of suspected world-destroying organizations. Is it a coincidence? Boom. Suddenly, at this time, there was a huge sound of thunder rolling in the sky above their heads. Ronan and the other two subconsciously looked up at the sky, and saw a ball of lightning composed of countless bright purple lightning, extremely bright, flying through the sky at a high speed. In the ball of lightning, a slender and tall figure could be vaguely seen. When the lightning passed over their heads, the figure cast a look at them. In an instant, it seemed that a large amount of bright thunder flashed in front of Ronan's eyes, and the 2 spiritual power crystals in his mind vibrated slightly. Ronan narrowed his eyes. A 3rd-level wizard. And it should be a powerful wizard above the middle stage of the 3rd level. It's Jupiter. Clemens's low and slightly difficult voice sounded in his ears. Ronan's eyes flickered slightly. Coincidentally, he knew this name. On the genius profile that Clemens had given him the day before, the first name on the first page was Jupiter Becker. The first genius of the Thunder Council, the youngest vice-chairman in the history of the Thunder Council, the only wizard in the 6 major forces who has entered the middle stage of the 3rd level, and the one who had defeated Aryan head-on. Clemens read out all the titles in the profile. But when he read them out word by word, there was an inexplicable shock. No matter which of these titles was taken out, it was enough to make a wizard famous in the 6 major forces. Now that they were all concentrated on one person, this person was naturally incomparable and brilliant. Since Jupiter became famous, he has been like a mountain, pressing down on everyone below. It is said that Aryan has always regarded him as his biggest opponent. Clemens spoke slowly, and then turned his head to look at Ronan. Ronan looked calm and did not speak. "Let's go," Darby suggested in a low voice. The 3 of them got on the airship silently and continued to move forward in the original direction. The appearance of Jupiter immediately diluted the previous speculation and worries about the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society. Indeed, compared with a powerful opponent that was clearly in front of them, the confusion caused by a spacious pattern seemed too insignificant. Soon, the airship the 3 of them were riding disappeared in the sky. What Ronan and the other 2 didn't know was that after they left, in the red maple forest, several figures covered in wide black robes quietly grew out of the soil little by little. Under the black robe of the leader, a sharp and strange tone, but full of aggressiveness, came out. "This is the only and last time. If you make such a decision again next time." The black-robed leader slowly looked at the person beside him and said coldly, "You should know what the result will be. Laura." The latter was silent. After a moment, she suddenly pulled off the black hood on her head, revealing a twisted and hideous woman's face with strange black lines and hair like green seaweed. The woman looked up at the direction where Ronan and the other 2 had left. Her green eyes were filled with deep madness and resentment. She gritted her teeth and whispered, "It was just a little bit short. Damn the Thunder Council guys, they passed by at the wrong time." The woman kept cursing, and soon, several black-robed figures, the strange patterns on the ground, and the entire flaming red maple forest disappeared without a trace. "If I completely transform into a giant monster, plus the blood of the ancient frost hydra, plus the power of the ancient power rune, can I fight Jupiter?" On the way, Ronan kept calculating the result in his mind. The answer was not clear. No one knew the result without a real fight. After all, the gap between him and the other party in terms of hard power is too big. The gap between the middle stage of the second level and the middle stage of the third level is a whole level. There are too many unknown variables in between, which cannot be estimated. If others knew what Ronan was thinking, they might think he was crazy. Unknowingly, the three of them finally arrived at the venue of the competition. In fact, it was very fast after entering the Goblin Plains, but the three of them were slightly delayed on the road. The venue of this competition is located in the center of the entire Goblin Plains. When the three of them arrived, many wizards from the 6 major wizard forces had already arrived. 7 suns hung in the sky above the entire venue. One of them was the real sun in the sky, but the light was also the dimmest. The remaining 6 were the 4th level dawn wizards from the 6 major wizard forces. Each sun exuded a light and aura with different attributes. Ronan had experienced it early on. The mental power of the 4th level wizard had undergone further transformation, and the attribute spirit was nurtured in it, and the mental power fluctuations released were also completely elemental. Under the 6 suns of different colors, some wizards were setting up the venue for the competition. They were simply using earth, fire, and plant spells to build huge and solid competition arenas. "I'll report the matter of the Resurrection Society to the Ringmaster." The three got off the airship, and Clemens immediately left a sentence and hurried away. Ronan easily found the figure of Jupiter of the Thunder Council, who he had seen on the road before. It was easy to recognize. Jupiter seemed to have countless layers of auras. Apart from the 6 dawn-level wizards in the sky, he was the most dazzling in the field. Jupiter sat on a huge silver-white high chair and looked very young. He had a handsome face, distinct facial features, and fair skin that was slightly shiny in the sun, as if it was shining with the surrounding electric light. His hair was a little messy, full of a strange sense of movement, and the dark blue hair was mixed with silver luster, as if it was flowing all the time. The robe he was wearing was the color of the midnight sky. It was unknown what the material was, but it was embroidered with complex electric patterns, which would occasionally flash a faint glow. Jupiter sat in a position that happened to overlook the entire venue, with his hands gently resting on the armrests on both sides of the silver chair. He looked calm and natural. He had an innate noble and majestic temperament. No one dared to look him in the eye for a long time. There was always a dazzling light like thunder flashing in his eyes, which always shocked and disturbed people. Jupiter was examining everyone in the venue. It was like a king who always examined his subjects. This feeling of being looked down upon made Ronan very uncomfortable. "It's strong, yes." Ronan avoided Jupiter's eyes and thought silently in his heart, "but it's really a bit too pretentious." He casually looked around the venue, wondering if he could find Angel's shadow. Unexpectedly, before he found Angel, he unexpectedly saw a familiar figure that he had never expected somewhere in the center of the venue. Chapter 161 Old Things. Jerome waved the staff in his hand, carefully controlling the power of the spell flame, melting the huge rocks in front of him into hot magma. Working with him, there are 2 other first-level wizards from different forces. One will mix some special metal particles into Jerome's melted magma, and the other will be responsible for cooling and solidifying the mixed magma into huge cubic blocks. After that, these concrete blocks that meet the standards will be sent to the next place, where special wizards will engrave some simple runes on these blocks, and then another group of wizards will combine the refined concrete blocks into the prototype of the competition arena, and finally the final reinforcement and decoration. Every step seems to be orderly, everything is calm and orderly. There is no communication between the wizards in charge of each process. Only when their mental strength is exhausted and they need to change shifts, will they simply say a few words, and after getting permission, they will quietly walk to an empty corner to meditate alone. The reason is that in addition to the fact that wizards from different forces are not familiar with each other, the wizards who participated in the construction of the arena have special identities in this place. They are not elite geniuses who were invited here. On the contrary, Their status in their respective forces is very ordinary. They appear here because they have accepted the corresponding task. This is a venue for geniuses. Any wizard passing by may be a genius from various forces that are dozens of times stronger than them. They are at the bottom here, and they do things that only low-level wizards do. It's not that they are out of place, but they are indeed like a bunch of background boards that are extremely easy to be ignored. Another huge concrete block was successfully formed under the spell. Jerome exhaled lightly, feeling that his mental strength was running out. He thought to himself that after the next piece of concrete was completed, he should find someone to change shifts. He was chanting the spell in a low voice, preparing to build the next concrete block, when someone suddenly came over and interrupted his spell. The person who came was a second-level wizard from the Thorn Palace, responsible for supervising and directing the work in their small area. Although they came from different forces, Jerome still maintained enough respect for the other party. He stopped what he was doing and was thinking about listening to the other party's instructions, but the latter just gave him a look and looked in a certain direction. Jerome followed the other party's gaze and saw a slender figure wearing black and gray with exquisite silver edges, with his back to him, and he couldn't see his specific appearance. Jerome slowly walked towards the back, gradually feeling the mental fluctuations emanating from the other party. That was the pressure that belonged to a second-level wizard, and it was the pressure that could only be released by wizards above the middle stage of the second level. He gradually felt some doubts and tension in his heart, constantly thinking whether he had just behaved poorly in some way and accidentally provoked a big figure from another force who passed by. Just as Jerome approached, the back turned around. Behind the slender and tall back, a very young and handsome face was revealed. The moment Jerome saw this face, he felt dazed for a moment, with a mixture of familiarity and strangeness. He felt as if he had seen this face somewhere before, until the handsome and elegant young man greeted him calmly. "Long time no see, Lord Jerome." Some memories that were not too long ago but deep enough quickly came to his mind. Jerome's pupils contracted, and he called out the other person's name in a low voice. "Ronan. Are you Ronan Damien?" More and more magic airships descended from the sky, and powerful wizards entered the arena. Under the 6 high-hanging dawn suns, huge competition arenas rose from the ground one after another. The Goblin Plain at sunset gradually became lively. However, in this warm and noisy scene, Ronan and the other person standing opposite each other seemed unexpectedly quiet. Ronan could see the turbulent emotions under Jerome's seemingly calm appearance. He had expected such a result, and the atmosphere between the two became a little subtle and awkward. In the end, it was Jerome who took the initiative to break the awkwardness. "I didn't expect to see you here, Damien." Ronan sighed in a low voice. "I didn't expect it either." He really didn't expect to meet Jerome in this competition. When he was in Hoddam College, he had promoted him several times as a first-level official wizard, and later gave him a map of the area near Hoddam. It was the silver magic ring that guided Ronan to the map. It can be said that if it weren't for Jerome, Ronan might not be standing here today. However, Ronan was not very surprised that Jerome appeared as a wizard of Molten Crystal Lake. He remembered that when Jerome was in Hoddam College, he practiced the magic of the Lava Fire Ring school, and it was natural for him to join Molten Crystal Lake. "You are much better than I thought." Jerome looked at Ronan in front of him, his lips moved slightly. "Are you here to watch the battle as a member of the Circle of Magic?" Ronan hesitated for a moment, without much explanation, nodded, and said, "I guess so." Jerome's expression became more complicated, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. He witnessed Ronan defeating Laura, who had reached the late stage of the first level after runaway when he just entered the first level, and he had concluded that Ronan might one day reach the level of the Dean of Hoddam College. But he didn't expect that this day would come so soon. It wasn't long after the battle that Ronan was promoted to the second level. And he was not an ordinary second-level wizard. Those who were invited to watch this competition were all well-known and outstanding wizards of the same level in various wizard forces. Ordinary people were not qualified. "Let's talk about something else." Ronan changed the subject, thought for a moment and said, "What about the academy now?" "It no longer exists." Jerome shook his head, "But the wizarding land still exists. Goya and several wizards who have reached the official level have returned to Hoddam after things settled down. They rebuilt a small force on the ruins and are barely managing the order of the entire wizarding land as before." Goya. Ronan silently recited the name, and he remembered that it seemed to be the blue-robed female wizard who fled with Jerome when the Scarlet Tower invaded. Actually, the Dean's original arrangement for us was to take Laura to the Thorn Palace. The Dean was independent from the Thorn Palace. In the process of fighting against a third-level wizard of the Scarlet Tower, she gave up everything and left everything to the resurrected Laura. In fact, we can still live well, relying on the Dean's legacy. Jerome continued, Lola, who inherited the invulnerable tree, was highly valued by the Thorn Palace and was even established as a genius to be trained. Goya and I once had the idea of switching to plant magic. But later, Laura's secret assassination of the Scarlet Tower wizard members was exposed, and the Thorn Palace spent a lot of money to save her. Laura was punished and imprisoned. I don't know when, Goya and I heard the news that she had killed someone and defected. After this incident broke out, we naturally had no face to stay in the Thorn Palace, so we left. Goya returned to Hoddam, and I relied on the previous inheritance connection of the lava fire ring to join the molten crystal lake. Throughout the narration, Jerome's expression was very calm, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Ronan listened to the whole follow-up and pursed his lips, not knowing how to comment. Mad Dog Lola's actions were still so unexpected, but they seemed reasonable, which was completely what her paranoid, crazy, selfish and indifferent personality could do. This kind of person really doesn't deserve any sympathy. Her existence will only bring endless troubles and disasters to those standing beside her. Letting her fend for herself is the best way to deal with it. Ronan was silent for a while, and finally took out a storage waste bag and handed it to Jerome. I still have to thank Lord Jerome for the map at the beginning. Jerome looked into Ronan's eyes and felt that there was something that could not be refused in the calm and deepness. He nodded and silently accepted the storage waste bag. Ronan didn't say anything else, just said hello and turned to leave. Jerome stood there for a long time, looking at Ronan's back, with a complicated face and no idea what he was thinking. Until a majestic and deep voice interrupted Jerome from his emotional recollection. Come with me. Jerome turned his head and saw a gorgeous robe with orange and gold patterns all over it, and a spiritual power as hot and huge as a lava lake. His heart suddenly jumped, and he quickly responded, and then followed the other party respectfully in a certain direction. On the way, Jerome couldn't suppress his inner anxiety, and couldn't help but say, Sir, can I ask if there is anything? The second-level wizard of Molten Crystal Lake who led the way paused, slowly turned his body to the side, and looked at him coldly. What is it? Ronan Damien, the most promising genius wizard of the new generation of the Silver Ring, is also the opponent we will face in this competition. I secretly contacted him before the competition was about to start, and you still ask me why. Hearing the other party's answer, Jerome was stunned on the spot, and the sound of buzzing kept ringing in his head. He thought he had imagined Ronan to be outstanding enough, but he didn't expect. What kind of terrifying height has Ronan reached now? Ronan saw Jerome being taken away by the wizards of Molten Crystal Lake. His eyes flickered slightly, but he didn't take it to heart. It should be just a routine interrogation. The storage waste bag he gave Jerome only contained some resources that were valuable to first-level wizards, but useless to him, and would not cause any trouble to Jerome. Retracting his gaze, Ronan walked towards the station of the Silver Magic Ring. At this time, almost all the people from all forces had arrived, occupying 6 positions respectively, and gathered together clearly. On the Silver Magic Ring side, Ronan saw Karani, who led the second battlefield last time, and was also the ringmaster of the third magic ring. In addition, there was another person who should also be a ringmaster, a powerful third-level wizard, sitting next to Karani. Kosti didn't come. Karani noticed Ronan and waved to him from a distance. Ronan walked over there and noticed the brilliant Aryan on the way. This strongest genius of the younger generation of the Circle of Law, known as the Four-Color Medal, was as confident and proud as he was last time. Orion, with his hair full of golden hair shining like the sun under the night sky, sat quietly in the most central position below the 2 ringmasters, his eyes always looking in one direction. Ronan turned around and glanced. Well, as expected, it was indeed the strongest King Jupiter, whom he regarded as his biggest opponent. Perhaps sensing Ronan's observation, Orion turned his head. Ronan paused and stared at Orion from a distance. Unexpectedly, Orion nodded slightly at him, and then retracted his gaze. Ronan was almost flattered, but then he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. These top talents who have been famous for a long time, their strength is still unknown, but the power revealed in their words and deeds is really higher than one. As Ronan approached, The members of the circle of law on both sides stepped aside and automatically made way for him. Ronan walked up to Carney and the other man. Carney introduced him with a gentle look. "This is the fourth ringmaster, Akido." Ronan turned his eyes to the person next to Carney. This was a fair-skinned, handsome man with long hair like Ronan. His facial features were even more beautiful, and he had a temperament that was more beautiful than a woman. The latter squinted his eyes and looked him up and down with a look that Ronan couldn't understand. Ronan looked calm and saluted Carney and the man one by one. "Don't have too much psychological pressure, just do your best. For you, this competition is just a trial and tempering. What's important is not the ranking, but the harvest." Carney instructed him, and his words were similar to those of Costi, and then let him find a seat by himself. The competition was about to begin. After Ronan turned and left, the long-haired and beautiful man beside Carney radiated his spiritual power slightly, setting up a temporary isolation force field, covering the two of them. "Tisk," the gentleman exclaimed in surprise, "now I understand why you have such a misunderstanding. When I first saw Damien, I almost thought he was one of my descendants who had wandered away. His appearance and temperament are almost exactly the same as mine when I was young. It's just a little similar. After all, you both majored in ice magic." Carney shook his head, "But Damien is much tougher and more violent than you. You haven't seen what he looks like when his bloodline is activated. Even the ancient fire demon blood of the Sakiris family will kneel down and lie dormant. Have you studied the source of his bloodline?" the gentleman asked. More than one person was interested, but they were all rejected by Costi. With a powerful and mysterious bloodline, he majored in ice magic but chose to join the seventh ring. Costi's unusual protection. The beautiful man touched his smooth chin and suddenly thought of a possibility. "Do you think this Damien is the offspring of that guy? Do you have the same feeling?" Carney looked at the starry sky and whispered, "I also see the shadow of Shelby in him." Perhaps only Costi knows the answer. As night fell, the sky of the Goblin Plain was filled with stars, and the spiritual light released by the 6 Dawn Wizards illuminated half of the plain. 4 huge competition arenas were erected, and 10 people from each of the 6 forces walked out. Chapter 162, Extremely Frozen Soldiers. The Fruit That Changed, the Leader. 6 Dawn suns in the sky cast a beam of light each, and the 6 beams condensed into a huge, translucent colored ball of light above the fighting arena. The colored ball of light rotated and released a magnificent light, reflecting on the hundreds of quietly raised faces below. An ancient syllable came from the sky. When the young wizards from various forces who participated in the competition heard the sound, they seemed to have received a signal and forced out a trace of soul power and threw it into the sky. Ronan did the same. He had been reminded in advance that this was a necessary process. The genius competition jointly held by the 6 major wizard forces, the result of the competition was more related to the ownership of 2 Dawn-level magic tools and a world stone, so fairness must be guaranteed. Every wizard participating in the competition needs to sign a simple soul contract, the content of which is probably that the participating wizard promises not to use any means to cheat or something like that. The colored ball of light absorbed the soul power of 60 wizards, and the 60 soul powers were like swimming fish, chasing and swimming in the light ball. Suddenly, 2 of the soul powers collided with each other. In an instant, 2 beams of light dropped from the light ball, covering 2 figures in the crowd below at the same time. The second and third groups followed closely. When the light ball randomly selected the 4th group of candidates, a deep red beam of light suddenly descended on Ronan's head and covered him. The beam conveyed information about his opponent and the serial number of the fighting arena. Ronan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he would be on the stage so soon. The magic circle wizards beside him looked at him one after another. Most of them were unfamiliar faces, but at this time, almost all of them conveyed friendly and encouraging emotions. Ring number 4, Black Nightmare Swamp, Bartlin Crow. Ronan took a breath and didn't hesitate. He activated the flying ring and flew into the air to the 4th fighting arena. On the other side of the arena, his opponent also flew up at the same time. After the 2 stood still, a simple rune array rose up, and the scenes on the other 3 arenas were all the same. Ronan felt that some of the eyes in the surrounding spectator seats were on him, most of them coming from the direction of the Circle of Magic and the Black Nightmare Swamp. There were a few eyes on the Molten Crystal Lake, but not many. One of them was sharp and blazing, like a sharp blade with a red tip pressed against Ronan's forehead. Ronan looked over and saw a tall young man with red-orange hair looking at him coldly in the center of the molten crystal lake. The other party had a pair of eyes like flowing magma similar to Igor's. But he was much stronger than Igor. The young man sat in his seat, like a lava lake that constantly released terrible high temperatures. No one dared to approach him in the circle around him. Just looking at Ronan from a distance made the blood crystal in Ronan's heart tremble and beat. Ignatius. Ronan silently recited the other party's name in his heart, and avoided the hostile gaze expressionlessly. Igor didn't come to this competition, probably because of this man. Ronan shifted his gaze slightly, and soon met another pair of strange and outstanding eyes. They were a pair of wine-red eyes, very deep, like a vortex formed by ancient blood. The owner of the eyes had an indescribable evil smile on his face, and he was lazily supporting his chin with his hand, looking at Ronan with a smile. Ronan locked onto the other person's figure at once, and his eyes unconsciously turned cold. Angel. Rio. He had been looking for the other person for a long time before the competition, but he couldn't find him. Now Angel no longer concealed his whereabouts. Ronan saw Angel's lips, as thin as a blade, slightly opened and closed, as if he was silently telling him something. He frowned and tried to identify. On the third time, he finally understood the meaning of the lip-shaped focus. Point. Huh? The cold wind raised by the dark magic suddenly blew across Ronan's cheek, blowing the hem of his robe high. Ronan suddenly came back to his senses, and saw a dense shadow approaching him. A certain wizard of the Dark Nightmare Swamp, who was chosen by the Light Ball as his opponent but had been ignored since the beginning of the game, had a gloomy face and was coldly waving his staff to summon spells to hide him. It's time to concentrate. Ronan's eyes returned to calm, and the black light in front of him was reflected in his azure eyes. He took a breath. Then he raised his hand and slowly made a downward movement. In an instant, countless mysterious auras, accompanied by an indescribable terrifying energy field, rapidly expanded and burst out from Ronan's palm. The strong wind lifted his robe, and the long white hair was lifted back. A resonance of the domain. Ice blade technique, extreme freeze. Peerless weapon. At this moment, the eyes of the 6 parties watching the game, which were originally evenly distributed on each fighting arena, suddenly gathered together. Many people's figures were slightly shaken, and they couldn't help but stand up. While the battles in the other 3 rings were still in the stage of testing and fighting, who would have thought that the duel on the 4th ring would directly enter an unprecedented white-hot state? The rune array light shield, which was more decorative than practical, was shattered almost instantly. If you look down from the sky at this time, you can clearly see that on the 4th ring, a cold current as bright as the aurora is rushing around, and a giant pure white ice blade that is 7 or 8 meters long breaks through the heavy shadows, as if it rises quickly from the ancient frost seal. Countless terrifying icy and sharp auras interweave and directly cut the space of the huge ring into pieces. A moment later, Ronan turned around calmly and left the stage calmly under the gaze of a figure who was half kneeling on the ground, covered with frost, and shaking uncontrollably under his robe. Compared with when he appeared on the stage, the number of eyes on Ronan at this time has increased several times. The fights in the other 3 rings have not yet ended, and there has been a slight commotion and discussion in the spectator seats. The ring. Ronan. The genius who defeated Igor of the Sakairos family. Those people were talking about Ronan's name and his record in the 2nd battlefield. Ronan looked at the performance of some people on the field. Jupiter of the Thunder Council had a calm expression, sitting high on the silver throne, still like a king, and did not pay any attention to him. Ignatius looked at him indifferently, and there seemed to be a faint flash of contempt and disdain in his magma-colored eyes. Orion didn't look at him either. This guy only had Jupiter in his eyes. Only Angel. Angel sat in a black and gorgeous high-back chair, smiling brightly, clapping his hands gently at him, and even gave him a thumbs up. Ronan's forward veins throbbed slightly, and many unhappy emotions inexplicably emerged in his heart. Do I need your approval? He complained crazily in his heart, but at a certain moment, he suddenly woke up. Do I care too much about Angel? Ever since he met Angel again in Whitestone Castle, Ronan felt that his emotions have been affected by the 3 words Angel. Because when he was weak, Angel left a deep powerful impression in his heart. He also received Angel's gift to cross the threshold of a 1st-level wizard. So he was extremely eager to prove the value of all the efforts he had made along the way by defeating the opponent head-on. This is Ronan's nightmare. He has never deliberately avoided it. But the current situation is that Ronan intends to continuously magnify his nightmare. If this trend continues, my chances of winning against Angel will continue to decrease. Maybe this is what he wants to see. Ronan closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and his thoughts slowly rolled in his mind. Every bit of what I endured and experienced is engraved in my memory, and is fed back into my flesh and blood as strength, controlled by me. I don't need to prove anything to anyone. Angel is just a landscape to me. I have seen him, I admire him, I approach him, I surpass him. There is no deep hatred between us. There is really no need to be so persistent. At this moment, Ronan seemed to have figured something out, and some of the dirt on his soul was wiped away. When he opened his eyes again, he was completely relaxed. He faced Angel, and across the two fighting arenas, he nodded to him in a friendly manner in response. This time, Angel seemed to be caught off guard. His expression was a little stunned, as if he had never expected Ronan to treat him like this. After half a breath, he turned his face away with a deep look in his eyes. Ronan shook his head in amusement, and he felt an indescribable sense of joy in his heart. Is that the delicious fruit you've been talking about? In the spectator seat of the Black Nightmare Swamp Wizards, the charming woman with red hair like a waterfall withdrew her gaze from the silver ring and asked the lazy man beside her with a strange expression. It's really outstanding. At least no one in the same realm of Black Nightmare Swamp can compare to him. It's changed. Angel was half lying on the chair, exuding an indescribable strong evil intention from head to toe. He looked at his nails lazily, as if the color of the nails could arouse his interest more than anyone else on the field. It's gradually becoming less interesting. I still prefer his original innocent, pure, ignorant and fearless appearance. The red-haired woman shook her head, seeming to be quite speechless about his moody and changeable performance, but she had long been accustomed to it, just turned her face away and stopped looking at him. Angel was still talking to himself in a low voice. It's okay, it's just an insignificant appetizer, it doesn't matter if it tastes different or not. A rich and delicious feast, the more interesting things, are still to come, aren't they? Angel raised his hand, facing the 6 dawns in the sky, silently admiring his nails with a smile on his face. It was as if he was admiring a unique and beautiful work of art in the world. No one saw it. On his pale and bloodless nails, there was an extremely tiny pattern that was jumping one by one. It was 6 overlapping circles. The upper 3 were beautiful and complete. The lower 3, decayed and incomplete. Damien, you have become stronger again. Clemens came over and sat down next to Ronan, speaking to him in a complicated tone. He had seen all of Ronan's battle just now. The opponent, the second-level late Black Nightmare Swamp Wizard, was not a famous figure, but he was qualified to represent the Black Nightmare Swamp on the field, proving that he was definitely a combat genius who could be ranked in the top 10 in the Black Nightmare Swamp. Clemens estimated that if he faced the opponent, his chances of winning would be no more than 30%. But such a powerful person was defeated by Ronan without even a single encounter. The peerless ice blade that seemed to break out of the ancient frost restriction, another extraordinary domain power that reached a resonant state, Ronan's real trump card, the 7-color torrent domain, and the more powerful blood power, were not revealed. Ronan probably only needs one move to defeat him now. How much time has passed since his first confrontation with Ronan? Clemens felt an inexplicable emotion surge in his heart. Only people like him who are close enough know how terrifying the talent wrapped in the calm appearance of this young man is. Have you told the ringmaster about the ancient witch resurrection meeting? Ronan asked Clemens casually, his eyes focused on the field. I said that the 3rd and 4th ringmasters said they would inform other forces and that they would start an investigation after the competition. Clemens thought for a moment and said, I sent a message to ask Balby to check some information. According to the records of the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society in the Magic Circle, it has been more than 500 years since their last appearance in the South. It caused some turmoil, but it was quickly calmed down. I think we may be a little too cautious. Clemens looked up at the 6 suns under the starry sky and sighed. Under the light of dawn, this kind of thing that can only hide in the shadows should have little chance to cause trouble. Ronan nodded and said nothing more. The competition on the ring continued, one after another. Ronan took this opportunity to observe the powerful figures of the other parties, mainly the genius leaders of the forces such as Orion Jupiter. Needless to say, the molten crystal lake is naturally Ignatius, who has the blood of the ancient fire demon flowing in his body. In the Black Nightmare Swamp, Angel Rio is a unique one, and there is no second one more coquettish than him. On the side of the Scarlet Tower, there was a genius wizard of the blood system named Rufus. He had fair skin, with an unusual ruddy and lively complexion, handsome appearance, and dark red hair that blew back, as if blood was flowing all the time. The pupils of his eyes were extremely small, and the whites of his eyes occupied almost 90%, which looked quite strange. This man was extremely low-key. He had been sitting quietly in the spectator seat since the beginning of the competition, and had never revealed any unique and prominent momentum. When it was his turn to take action, he simply used the most common blood system spell to win the game. But Ronan could clearly perceive that Jupiter, the monarch of the Thunder Council, was paying at least 50% of his attention to this young wizard named Rufus. The Scarlet Tower is the only one of the 6 major forces that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Thunder Council. It is one step stronger than the other 4 major forces. It can take the lead among such forces, and it is also the Black Robe Blood Witch force, which is known to have the most brutal and fierce competition environment. This Rufus is definitely not a simple person. Ronan narrowed his eyes, and through the hustle and bustle of the crowd, he seemed to see countless scarlet spider-web-like veins behind the young man named Rufus, faintly forming a ferocious, terrifying, ancient and evil pattern. Ronan, double monthly tickets. Don't save your tickets if you have them. Please give me some. Thank you. I recommend the book Knights Start from Forging Iron. It's a seedling, but those who are interested can take a look. Introduction. The ancient empire is like the sunset. The knights and the barbarians fight each other, and the crown of blood and fire changes several times. The times are like a torrent, and Ronan, who traveled here, is just a blacksmith. He can only rely on a skilled panel. But it's enough. Level 10 iron forging is enough to forge the sharpest sword in the world, and level 8 swordsmanship is enough to chop off the head of any knight. The panel brings not only numbers, but also hope. Raise the flag, change the banner, knights draw their swords, chariots roar. The church, the kingdom, the alien race, will all be under his feet. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 Confrontation, Round 2. The leaders of the 6 major wizard forces are all wizards with spiritual power cultivation reaching level 3, but this does not mean that there are only 6 level 3 wizards in this competition. In fact, whether it is the Thunder Council, the Scarlet Tower, or even the Black Nightmare Swamp and the Molten Crystal Lake, there are more than one level 3 wizard genius. They are also the focus of this competition. Compared with the leaders of their respective forces, they are only slightly inferior in combat power and talent. When the first level 3 wizard genius appeared on the stage, the atmosphere on the field was officially heated up, and the topics and discussions raised by Ronan before were quickly covered up. The duel between the second level is not the real highlight of this competition. The main competition of each force is the strength of the members above level 3. The first round of 30 competitions lasted from the brilliant stars to the dawn, and finally reached a climax with the early collision of 2 level 3 wizard geniuses. One of the 2 sides in the duel was a 3rd-level wizard genius named Gattuso from the Black Nightmare Swamp. This person seemed to have been famous for a long time and had a great reputation in the circles of 2nd-level wizards of several major forces. Ronan kept hearing people around him talking about Gattuso. Gattuso's opponent was the first genius of the Silver Ring 4-color metal Orion. The 4 originally independent fighting arenas were now completely occupied by the dense blue light flowing out from one of the arenas. These light blue lights were different from the feeling of releasing ice spells, but were closer to the color of phosphorescent fire in the cemetery. They were like living things entrenched in the sky above the 4 fighting arenas. Every time they gathered and dispersed, they gave people a strong sense of uneasiness. Gattuso, wearing a black robe and with a deep and gloomy temperament, stood in the middle of the countless blue lights. He held a strangely shaped black staff in his right hand. The staff was very short, and the overall shape was like a skinned and air-dried 6-legged lizard corpse. The almost endless blue light around him was emitted from the eyes of the lizard corpse on this strange staff. Evil spirit tide. Gattuso uttered a strange spell, and under his control, countless blue lights in the sky rushed towards a certain position in the center of the battle group. There, Orion stood tall, with light golden hair flowing like light. A huge energy force field lingered around him. The force field combined to form a huge green crystal energy body, flashing a brilliant luster that was almost tangible, just wrapping Orion in it. 4 colors, emerald crystal. Bang bang bang, a large amount of blue light continued to impact the huge green energy crystal, making a series of dull or crisp sounds, but it could not penetrate the surface of the crystal. Orion was intertwined with a powerful momentum, with a calm expression, and walked towards Gattuso step by step in the direction of the blue light. The latter's eyes were gloomy. After realizing that the spell could not break Arian's defense, he immediately waved the staff in his hand, and a majestic and strange mysterious aura flowed out of his body, forming a huge and terrifying domain in an instant. Countless blue lights in the sky stopped attacking Arian, and from extreme movement to extreme stillness, they fell into a strange calm. Arian seemed to feel something, and his steps also stopped quietly, and he raised his head slightly. The next moment, Gattuso, who was enveloped by countless domain auras, had a terrible blue light in his eyes, and quickly pointed at Arian. A domain resonance, Ticklin's fierce appearance, soul-eating ghost fish. In an instant, countless still blue lights turned into an extremely huge and turbulent vortex, which seemed to be a real vortex, and even cold liquid splashed out of it. A strong smell of decay was released from the vortex, and large patches of black appeared in the void, as if a huge corrupt black swamp was spreading rapidly. Orion raised his hand, and the huge green energy crystal protecting his body lit up, but before he could do anything, roar, an ancient and terrible roar sounded in the void, and a hideous ancient piranha suddenly jumped out from the huge dark blue vortex and the corrupt black swamp. The ancient, fierce, and wild aura filled the field in an instant. The huge and rotten half-virtual piranha, whose bones could almost be seen, opened its mouth and swallowed Orion, who was in the center of the battle group, whole. But before the onlookers could be shocked and surprised, the next moment the law domain of the huge ancient piranha exploded. Boom! The decayed and ancient aura on the field was instantly swept away by another extremely powerful law domain, and the huge dark blue vortex in the sky completely collapsed, and the black swamp was shattered. The dazzling fire pushed everything away, and then Orion, wrapped in a huge red crystal, appeared again. At this moment, there was no part of Arian's body that did not shine with dazzling light. The red gold flames flowed along his body like lava. Countless powerful magic domains intertwined, tearing and melting everything. 4 colors, molten crystal. Arian raised his hand. Countless narrow and sharp crystal pillars like swords immediately appeared on the red crystal outside his body. In just a moment, they pierced through the void and reached Gattuso's eyebrows. Gattuso stood still, his body stiff, and his originally pale cheeks became even paler, and even fine beads of sweat oozed out. His expression changed drastically, as if he was unwilling, but in front of the magic crystal spike that was so close that it could easily pierce his head in the next second, he finally gave up resistance. The momentum dissipated like the ebb tide, and Gattuso looked depressed. He dropped the staff in his hand heavily and whispered, "I lost." The surrounding area fell into silence for a moment. After a few seconds, a huge commotion and discussion sounded. The battle between the third-level wizards ended with Orion's victory. Orion, who was the first to defeat an opponent of the same level, became the focus of the audience. However, he did not leave the court immediately, but cast his sharp eyes like a blade towards the Thunder Council, the High Jupiter. Jupiter responded calmly, and the two of them exchanged glances, and it seemed that invisible sparks were splashing in the air. Then, Orion turned around and left the court. Is this the so-called composite spell of metal and elemental system? Off the stage, Ronan quietly watched the battle between Orion and Gattuso, with a thoughtful look on his face. This was Ronan's first time watching a duel between third-level wizards. After watching the whole battle, Ronan had a lot of thoughts in his mind. A domain resonance can be called amazing at the level of a second-level wizard. Once it is performed, it can often determine the outcome of a battle. But at the third level, the power of a domain resonance seems a little not good enough. No, to be precise, the power of a domain resonance derived from a low-level spell seems a little weak at the third-level wizard level. There is no high or low grade in the domain, but the spells derived from the domain have different strengths. For example, the domain resonance that Gattuso just performed in the Black Nightmare Swamp, Ticklin's fierce appearance, soul-eating ghost fish. If Ronan is not mistaken, it should be derived from the first-level dark spell, Piranha Soul. An ordinary first-level dark spell, The effect is to summon an illusory piranha to bite the opponent. After reaching a domain resonance, the fierce appearance of the ancient piranha is realized. If it is in the second level wizard, this power is absolutely fierce and unmatched, sweeping and invincible. But in the competition between third level wizards, this move suddenly dropped a level. The power of the third level spell itself is dozens or even hundreds of times greater than that of the first level spell. Even if the latter derives a resonant domain power, it can only make up for this gap. If the former's proficiency is also very high, and even derives extraordinary domain power, it still has an overwhelming advantage over the latter. Not to mention, the third level spell that Arian cast is not an ordinary third level spell, but a third level composite spell with a complexity and sophistication far exceeding that of ordinary third level spells. Gattuso's loss is justified, at least he is not as good as Arian in the comprehension of spells. Then is it wrong for me to focus on practicing low-level spells? After all, the power of the extraordinary domain that I have mastered is essentially zero level, not even first level. As my strength continues to improve, these methods will only be gradually eliminated. Ronan thought quietly, constantly turning the space ring on the ring finger of his left hand. This is a small habit of his. Every time he thinks about a problem, he will do it subconsciously, as if this can inspire more inspiration. No, it can't be considered a mistake. It can only be said to be another direction of development, another choice of specialization. Ronan stopped what he was doing, his eyes calmed down, and he already had the answer in his heart. If Gattuso had not comprehended the first stage of the domain resonance now, but the second stage, the result of the battle with Orion might be different. He failed because his understanding of the domain was not deep enough. If the power of the first stage of resonance is not enough, then go to the second stage. If the second stage is not enough, then attack the third stage. In addition, there are multiple domains of superposition and fusion of different domains of supernatural power. Even above the extraordinary level of domain power, there are higher and stronger realms. Who said that the low-level entry-level spells of level 0 will never be comparable to the forbidden spells? Ronan felt that it was really stupid to abandon the domain of supernatural power that he had spent so much time and energy to comprehend before, and turn to study high-level spells. Of course, this does not mean that Ronan will always rely on low-level spells to conquer the world in the future. After the level is upgraded, spells are updated, and high-level spells must be learned. It's just that you have to see whether it is suitable for you and whether it is worth investing a lot of energy to study in depth. This involves each person's fighting style and the construction of their own spell system. In the process of a wizard's growth, the combat system is constantly optimized and adjusted. The combination of different spells, how to build a combat system that best suits you and can best exert your combat power, is also a place to show the talent of a wizard. Ronan thought about it. Although his strength has not changed much, he feels that the road ahead has become clearer and the direction of his goal in his heart has become more firm and clear, which can be regarded as another form of improvement. What Costi said is right. Watching this large-scale genius competition is very helpful to improve a wizard's vision. And experience is also one of the decisive factors that determine how far a wizard can go in the future. Gattuso was once the #1 genius in the Black Nightmare Swamp, but he was defeated by Arangel and now he is defeated by Arian, becoming the first third-level wizard to be eliminated. After this, his reputation will probably be greatly affected. Clemens whispered in Ronan's ear. Ronan looked up and saw Gattuso slowly returning to the Black Nightmare Swamp after his defeat. He exuded an aura of keeping others away. Someone close to him walked up to him as if to comfort him, but was driven away by his ugly look. Gattuso sat in a corner where no one cared, and became a dark shadow. Some people shine brightly, while others fall into the clouds. This is reality. The first round of competition was not completely over until dusk on the second day. Without any pause, the second round began immediately. There were only half of the 60 people in the competition in the second round, and only 3 people were left with a silver ring: Arian, Ronan, and another second-level late-stage ring wizard. The expressions on the faces of the 2 ring masters, Karani and Akido, who led the team, did not change much. The strength of the silver ring was not strong among the 6 major wizard forces, and because of the special inheritance, such a result was expected by the 2 after 1 round. In this competition, the performance of Orion was the most important for the silver ring. As for the others, it all depended on luck. Ronan had good luck in the first round of the competition. He faced a black nightmare swamp wizard whose strength was not outstanding, but his luck in the second round was obviously not so good. It could even be considered bad. The remaining soul streams in the colorful light ball intertwined and collided, and two beams of light fell. One fell on Ronan, and the other locked onto a plant wizard from the Thorn Palace. The latter was of medium build, with a white and delicate baby face, and looked ordinary. The mental fluctuations emanating from his body were surprisingly only possessed by a third-level wizard. Damien Andor, the chief of this generation of the Palace of Thorns, is also one of the few seeded players in this competition. Many people have heard of Damien's name, including some veteran third-level wizards from various forces. Seeing that Ronan's opponent is Damien, Karani specially called Ronan and solemnly instructed him before he went on stage. "Damien, just do your best, don't force to win." Ronan nodded to show that he understood, and then turned around calmly to go on stage. "It seems that this kid didn't listen to your words." A kiddo saw it clearly from the side and couldn't help but said, "What do you think is his chance of winning against Damien?" "If he stimulates the power of his bloodline, he has a certain chance even against Damien, who is at level 3. But how confident is he of winning?" After pondering for a while, Karani still couldn't make an accurate judgment, and could only shake his head to say, "It's hard to say." Chapter 2 will be released in the afternoon. Chapter 164, 9 domains overlapping, deep cold freeze, weird. Ronan was suspended in midair, and under his feet was a huge competition arena formed by countless rune energy light paths connected in series. The cool night breeze blew across his cheeks and gently brushed his robes. Ronan smelled the faint scent of lilac drifting in the wind. When the second round began, the original 4 independent competition arenas were recombined into one. There was only one competition on the field each time, which naturally attracted all the attention. The 4-in-1 arena was unusually large. Ronan stood in an area that was not considered to be at the edge, and was almost 2 kilometers away from the wizards sitting in the viewing seats on the side of the Scarlet Tower opposite. The voices of the wizards watching the battle were also far away from him. The space in the arena area presented a different kind of emptiness and silence in the night. The 6 dawn days above his head cast down their light like spotlights, giving Ronan a sense of déjà vu as a protagonist standing on the stage, surrounded by audiences waiting for him to start his performance. Click, Ronan suddenly felt a beam of spotlight above his head suddenly flicker. He subconsciously raised his head and squinted his eyes to look at the 6 dawns. All he could feel was the same majesty, vastness, breadth and silence as always. Nothing unusual happened. The fluctuation he just felt seemed to be just an illusion. "What are you looking at?" A plain voice came from the front. Ronan retracted his gaze and looked in the direction of the voice. What came into view was a young man of medium build, with short gray-green hair and a baby face. He looked to be in his early 20s. The fact was quite the opposite. Damien Ando. Ronan's mind was filled with information about his opponent. He was the first genius of this generation of the Thorn Palace, and he was almost the same in the previous generation. Because the actual soul age of this young wizard named Damien was actually very close to the mark of 100 years old. He was probably about 30 to 40 years older than the average age of the wizards participating in this competition. In a sense, he was considered a senior, but because he was not really over 100 years old, he was still considered a genius. The older you are, the deeper your accumulation of certain aspects may be. Knowledge, experience, means, spell proficiency, etc. These are invisible strengths that cannot be seen from the surface mental level. This must be a very difficult opponent, and it is also the first level 3 opponent Ronan has encountered so far. "I heard that you have a powerful ancient bloodline, and you can even suppress the blood of the ancient fire demon of the Sakaris family in Molten Crystal Lake." Damien, who was born with a baby face, smiled harmlessly, just like chatting with old friends, and said to Ronan, quickly stimulated, "Let me take a good look." Ronan did not respond, but calmly reached out and gently touched a blue diamond earring on his left earlobe. Blue streams of light flew out of the earring, and each stream of light represented a component of the magic tool set. Shoulder armor, wrist guards, chest armor, leggings, boots. A total of 12 pieces of magic tool equipment were automatically put on Ronan's body, and the runes between them were connected, condensing into thick ice crystal armor, and the light waterfall cloak fell. When the entire set of Winterland magic tool set was put on, Ronan's smooth and full forehead showed an exquisite ice crystal iris pattern, looming. Boom! A huge icy breath came out from Ronan's body, blowing his snow-white hair. A cold force field with a diameter of tens of meters suddenly formed around him. Countless ice crystals and snowflakes in the force field automatically condensed and fell endlessly. After being promoted to the middle stage of the second level, relying on the quality of mental power far exceeding that of his peers and the powerful mental power recovery effect of Empty Realm, Ronan was finally able to wear the entire set. The fully activated Winterland magic tool set brought an unprecedented tenfold increase in the power of ice spells. Ronan in this state was even stronger than the average wizard at the peak of the late second level, and the gap between him and Damien was greatly eliminated. Damien just smiled at Ronan's actions, and a bit of inexplicable color appeared on his white baby face. It seems that you don't know much about level 3. After saying that, Damien stretched out his hands hidden under the green robe, and his 10 fingers danced rapidly as if playing an invisible instrument. A large amount of golden powder fell out from the fingertips of each finger, and then was quickly blown away by the invisible wind. Ronan smelled an extremely strong scent of lilac flowers, and then realized that the smell he smelled before was from Damien. Ronan raised his hand with a blank expression. Countless coldness gathered at his fingertips, forming a huge vortex of ice and snow, which seemed to be mixed with a large amount of ice flakes, cutting the void. Second level spell, Small Blizzard. With a blessing of the Winter Homeland suit, the huge vortex of ice and snow, which was more than 10 times larger than the original, left a long frozen mark in the air and flew rapidly in the direction of Damien. However, Damien just lightly tapped his eyebrows, and a bud-shaped rune lit up, followed by countless green light spots appearing behind him, and in an instant condensed into a huge swaying and blooming flower. The petals of the half-illusory magic flower closed up, gently holding the vortex of ice and snow released by Ronan outside Damien's body, and then trembled slightly, and the fierce vortex of ice and snow immediately broke and exploded. Huh? The reversed snow and wind blew gently on Ronan's face. Ronan narrowed his eyes slightly, and a faint brilliance flashed in them. When watching the battle between Gattuso and Orion from below, he simply felt that the two of them were stronger than ordinary level 2, but he didn't really feel how much stronger they were. Now that he is in the position of the opponent, he can really understand how big the gap between level 2 and level 3 is. Even with his super blessing of Winter Homeland, his mastery level, Small Blizzard, can't cause any damage to Damien at all. The opponent's random level 3 defense spell is an unbreakable copper wall. Ronan didn't make too many attempts, and directly pressed down with one hand, making the action of drawing a sword in the air. Instantly, countless dense mysterious auras flowed out from his open 5 fingers. Below the huge arena, a mysterious pattern similar to the frost hexagram appeared, and a huge vortex was formed. In the vortex, a huge pure white ice blade that was 20 meters long rose quickly. It was like a forbidden weapon that broke the seal from the ancient times, with an aura of peerless sharpness that could freeze and cut everything. A domain resonance, ice blade technique, extremely frozen peerless weapon. Ronan's voice was blessed by the cold voice spell, as if it came from an ice cave that had existed for thousands of years, with a chill that corroded the soul. After being double amplified by Winter Homeland and the Alice Ice Ring necklace, his ice blade technique was more than 10 times more powerful than the last time he performed it. The terrifying giant ice blade floated in front of Ronan, and Ronan seemed to be holding the hilt of the ice blade in his hand, slowly swinging towards Damien. Whoosh! The giant ice blade swept through the void, stirring up endless cold winds, leaving behind huge and clear black cuts. The strong wind blew Damien's robes, and his calm eyes seemed to fluctuate slightly at this moment, but he still didn't react much. Jing to Sulk. Damien opened his hands, and the light of runes on both palms lit up. In an instant, the endless energy particles in the air surged, and the golden powder he had sprinkled around expanded and grew one by one. In less than half a breath, they grew into huge flowers with full golden and white petals, which filled almost every corner of the arena. The smell of lilac in the air was so strong that it almost made people faint. Those densely packed mysterious white flowers, the stamens spit out golden filaments, which rushed into the sky like living things, and in just an instant, they were entangled with a giant pure white ice blade. The cold air of ice and snow surrounding the ice blade seemed to have no effect on these filaments. Although the terrifying sharp aura could cut them, there were always more filaments entangled around them, and they were endless. In just a breath of time, Ronan's giant ice blade was blocked, and a resonant domain of power seemed to be completely dispersed by those seemingly weak but actually terrifying filaments. Damien walked towards Ronan leisurely step by step, as if he was not surprised at all by such a result. He raised one hand casually, and more filaments grew out. Some of them went towards Ronan and pierced the air, as fast as sharp and unparalleled arrows. Swish, 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 Ronan retreated rapidly under the attack of countless golden filaments, changing his body shape. One filament was extremely fast and pierced Ronan's shoulder before he could dodge it. Ronan's pupils shrank slightly, and he saw that the ice crystal shoulder armor was directly pierced at the place where the filament pierced, showing a large crack, and even the core rune was affected, and the luster dimmed. Is this the third level? Just a single flower filament can damage the winter homeland that has never been broken in the second level. Ronan's mind was rolling with thoughts, and he took a deep breath. The next moment, boom! A huge ball of ice, filled with a strong breath of despair, and countless deep blue light pillars like aurora, suddenly burst out from his body. A stage of domain resonance, despair freeze, unparalleled freeze ball. A stage of domain resonance, frost ray, ice vein prison. Two huge domain auras penetrated his body and forcibly squeezed away the golden flower filaments that were about to approach his body. At this moment, the auras of the three domains around Ronan were floating up and down, and each of them reached a stage of resonance. There were waves of commotion in the surrounding spectator seats. This slight discussion and commotion reached a peak when Ronan raised his hand the next moment. Multiple mirror lights. Triple reproduction. Boom. The multiple mirror lights talisman flashed, and in the huge arena, the pure white ice blade that was originally entangled by countless golden filaments suddenly broke free from the shackles of the filaments and split into three. The other two spells that reached a resonance were also split into three. In an instant, three giant pure white ice blades, three frozen balls filled with endless despair, and dense aurora veins surrounded Ronan. Ronan stood on the air, his long hair dancing wildly, his power was unparalleled, and his limelight was immeasurable. At this moment, not only did Damien, the opponent, change color slightly, but many people in the spectator seats were also shocked and shocked. Some people even stood up from their seats in disbelief. This kid. On the side of the silver magic ring, Karani and Akito couldn't help but be stunned when they saw this scene. Three extraordinary domain powers that have reached the first resonance level? And is this the effect of the seal? Isn't it too abnormal? It can be considered amazing for a second-level wizard to comprehend the first domain resonance, but in this competition field that gathers the top talents of the 6 major forces, there are not a few people who can do this. But comprehending 3 in one breath and reaching the realm of the first domain resonance is a bit outrageous. As far as I know, he also has another extraordinary domain power that is close to the second resonance level. Karani said in a low voice, and Akito beside him shook his head and said, "Monster." The people below were still shocked by Ronan's various first-level resonance domains. On the ring, Damien, who was frightened for a moment, had recovered from his loss of consciousness. Quantity cannot make up for the gap in quality. If you comprehend the second level now, you may still be able to fight me. Damien narrowed his eyes slightly, and rune patterns on his hands and cheeks kept lighting up. Bloodthirst, frenzy, parasitism, natural protection. He raised his hands upwards, and a hazy golden light bloomed between his arms. The extraordinary aura of the domain of law that had also reached a resonance emanated from his body. On the ring, the golden filaments that had just been temporarily repelled by the cold and the aura of the domain of law now expanded rapidly and turned red, each of which was wrapped in a thick aura of the domain of law. The filaments that received several talismans and a resonant domain of law seemed to have transformed into bloodthirsty pythons, and each one became extremely terrifying, easily tearing through the air and setting off a terrifying energy flow. Countless dense filaments rushed towards Ronan, and with just a glance, they blasted the several spells surrounding him into pieces. Ronan's expression did not change, but he stretched out his hand and made a gesture of empty grasping. 27 spell anchor points, 9 domains superimposed, tundra domain. Deep cold. Freeze. In an instant, all the spells around him, whether they were natural summons or mirror light replication, exploded at the same time. They turned into the purest icy energy, building an unprecedented terrifying domain force field, and then rapidly expanded and spread out in all directions. At this moment, the entire competition arena and the surrounding spectator seats suddenly entered winter from late autumn. The indescribable terrifying cold current spread along Ronan's body in all directions, and countless bloodthirsty filaments that were about to attack were frozen in midair. It was as if everything was frozen. Void, light, distance, time. With Ronan as the center, an area of nearly 2 kilometers around, the space suddenly became an independent piece of ice crystal amber, and everything in the amber was frozen. Clang, a clear metallic sound rang out from the amber, and a silver-white metallic spear appeared in Ronan's hand. Under the push of his fingers, it broke through the layers of ice and shot towards Damien, who was motionless in front of him. Catcha! Ronan heard the sound of the cold air breaking, and there was a powerful momentum belonging to a third-level wizard stirring in the cold. His eyes moved slightly, and his body immediately chased the spear and moved forward rapidly. He held the spear tightly, and poured terrifying physical strength into it, preparing to give a thundering blow to Damien, who was about to escape. But he never thought that boom. Damien, who was covered in glory, broke through the ice, but his body quickly retreated towards the direction of the ring. Damien looked at Ronan from a distance, and his deceptive baby face showed a weird expression, and his mouth uttered a voice that pretended to be shocked and unwilling. "I give up." "Huh?" Ronan stopped quietly, standing on the countless crisscrossing frost veins, holding a gun in one hand, with long hair flying. Under his seemingly calm face, his heart was filled with turbulent surprise and doubt. Damien clearly still had some strength left. Why did he deliberately lose to me? Exclamation mark. Chapter 165. I'll be waiting for you at the Southern Wizarding Genius Gathering. Shocking changes. Buzz buzz buzz. Ronan walked down the stage, surrounded by discussions about him. Countless eyes focused on him, making him the unique focus at this moment. The first genius to defeat a third-level genius in a competition with a second-level body. The first second-level genius to win against a third-level seated strongman. An unprecedented feat. And the exaggerated number of resonance domains that Ronan just showed. Ronan's reputation suddenly climbed to an unprecedented peak, almost on par with those third-level wizard geniuses on the field. However, Ronan's heart did not have the slightest joy, but a thick haze covered it. "Damien, you." As soon as he walked to the silver magic ring, he was greeted by a look of amazement, praise and awe. Clemens seemed quite excited, and just when he wanted to say something to him, Ronan raised his hand to stop him. Ronan walked quickly to Carney and the other man, calling their names in a low voice. "Well done, Damien." Carney's eyes were full of undisguised admiration for him. The fourth ringmaster Akido beside him also had a smile on his face, and his eyes looked at him with more and more love. "I thought that if you wanted to have a chance to defeat Damien, you should at least use the power of your ancient bloodline." Carney sighed. "I didn't expect you to be better than I expected. You completed this amazing feat without using your bloodline. Your ice magic inheritance has traces of ice wizards in the far north. Did it come from there?" Akido also asked casually. Ronan did not accept the praise and reply from the two people, but shook his head directly and said, "I didn't completely defeat Damien. He took the initiative to admit defeat." "Huh?" Carney and the others were slightly stunned. "What do you mean?" Ronan carefully described to the two the situation at the end of the battle with Damien. After that, he looked up in the direction of the Thorn Palace, but could not find Damien's figure. After this person lost the fight with him, he seemed too ashamed and chose to leave the field. To others, this seemed to be a normal reaction, because Damien was the first level 3 to be defeated by a level 2. He was the biggest hope of the Thorn Palace, but he brought shame to the Thorn Palace. After Damien was eliminated, the Thorn Palace had almost no hope of getting a good ranking in this competition. At this moment, everyone in the Thorn Palace had an extremely ugly look on their faces. It may not be what you think. After listening to Ronan's story, Carney pondered for a moment, and then said slowly, "Maybe this is exactly what Damien wants to see." Ronan frowned. "The ringmaster means that he deliberately admitted defeat in this way. The purpose is to make me suspicious now." "Yes." Carney nodded. "Maybe he really still has a certain combat effectiveness, but still feels that he can't defeat you, so he simply uses this method to leave you with the illusion that he has not lost. After all, many people know that you have the power of blood but have not yet used it, don't they? An old genius like Damien, who has lived for nearly 100 years, has a much deeper mind than you think." Akido also echoed from the side, sneering, "I've seen too many similar tricks. If you are really disturbed by him, then he will really succeed. Anyway, you only need to remember one thing, in this situation, no one will easily admit defeat without any reason, not to mention that he has to pay with his reputation as a third-level wizard for it. Okay." Ronan seemed to be convinced. "Prepare well for the next competition, Damien. We are all optimistic about you." Karani encouraged him a few more times. Ronan nodded and sat down alone. His expression seemed calm, but his heart was still shrouded in a faint haze. Was it really as Karani and the others said, that Damien's final surrender in the previous battle was just a pretense? He didn't know. But he always felt that things were not that simple. Because of his practice of bodybuilding, Ronan had a keen intuition beyond ordinary people, which ordinary wizards could not even understand. Ronan raised his head and looked around the entire competition venue. The competition on the ring was still going on, and everything looked normal. But he smelled a faint smell of conspiracy. But he didn't know why and where it came from. Ronan was a little irritable for a while. His eyes kept searching and patrolling the field, but he still couldn't find Damien's figure. But he accidentally touched the eyes of a young man who was as hot and domineering as the magma lake on the other side of the molten crystal lake. Ignatius. The other party looked at him coldly. Compared with the initial disgust and hostility, Ignatius looked at him with some inexplicable strangeness. He sneered at Ronan, and then slowly looked away. Thinking of Clemens's reminder to him before the competition, Ronan had a guess in his mind. Could it be that Damien and this guy reached an agreement and deliberately let me win, so that I can meet him in the next competition and be beaten to death by him in the competition arena? Ronan shook his head again, thinking that this possibility was not high. Because just for this, going to bribe a third-level wizard and let him willingly bear the shame of being defeated by a second-level wizard, and even the punishment of the forces behind him, would the price he had to pay be too high? While constantly guessing and thinking, the second round of competition ended unknowingly. In the second round of competition, Ronan only focused on the competition of those third-level wizard geniuses. But because of the huge gap between him and his opponent, he couldn't see anything. Most of the third-level wizards only used 1 or 2 spells to quickly resolve the battle. Angel, who he focused on, used only an ordinary second-level, Shadow Scythe, spell in the 2 rounds of competition. This spell had obviously been practiced by him to the master level. When he cast it, it was like countless cold crescent moons hanging from the dense dark clouds. The rich power of the domain spread out, and in a few moves, it cut through the opponent's defense, and then declared the end of the competition. Jupiter of the Thunder Council was even more exaggerated. When he attacked, only lightning flashed, and after it was bright, he returned to his original position, as if he had not moved his body from beginning to end, but the opponent on the ring had already fallen down with a charred body and paralysis. The other third-level geniuses were almost the same. Each had his own style, and their trump cards were still hidden tightly. When the sun rose on the 4th day, the third round of competition began. The colored light ball began to rotate for the 3rd time. Ronan was about to stand up from his position, but he was hit by a beam of light the next second. Before he could react, a faint message came from the beam of light that enveloped him. Buys. Ronan was a little surprised, and then slowly sat down under the envious gazes from all directions. There were 15 candidates left in the 3rd round, and one person would indeed be a buy, but Ronan didn't expect that the lucky person would be him. The 3rd round was probably the fastest and most uneventful round. The remaining 3-level geniuses on the field cleverly avoided each other, each solved their opponents, and directly entered the 4th round quickly. In this round, Ronan and Orion entered the top 8 of the French ring. Damien, relax and fight your best. No matter what the result is, it is the best result for us. Ronan slowly stood in front of the stage with Karani's instructions lingering in his ears. What Karani said was right. Even if he lost directly in the next match, the results achieved by the French ring in this competition were unexpected by everyone. It was sunset on the 5th day. Ronan looked at the orange sun disappearing little by little on the horizon where light and darkness meet. The day sank, and the night rose. There was an inexplicable emotion slowly surging in his heart. Looking back, the distribution of colored light balls had ended. One beam of light fell on him, and the other beam was selected. Ronan's eyes moved forward and finally stopped completely on a lazy young man with short brown hair, wine-red eyes, and evil spirit. Angel. The battle he had been looking forward to and longing for finally came, but Ronan's heart was unusually calm. On the contrary, Angel seemed to be a little surprised that this battle came early. He stood up from the gorgeous black high-backed chair with a somewhat stunned expression, looked up at the sky, and then looked at Ronan, with a smile on his face that Ronan could not understand. While shaking his head, he slowly walked towards the competition arena. Ronan followed closely, stepping up into the sky step by step. Finally, The two stood in the center of the competition arena. Looking at Angel in front of him, Ronan's mind quickly flashed a lot of images. All the previous encounters between him and Angel, and the mysterious potion that changed his fate. Unconsciously, a faint fighting spirit ignited in Ronan's body. This fighting spirit was like a fire in the wilderness in autumn. At first, it was only a few stars, but it soon burned more and more vigorously until his pupils were also ignited. Angel. Ronan whispered the name. But before he could say anything else, Angel had already spoken and interrupted his subsequent words. I know what you want to say, I can feel your desire. Angel looked at him and said softly, but unfortunately, my dear Ronan Damian. The green fruit that broke into my back garden. I may disappoint you again. Ronan was slightly startled, and the fighting spirit in his eyes suddenly stopped. At this moment, he seemed to feel some unusual aura spreading from Angel. Thump. The heart in his chest beat violently. Ronan's breathing became a little rapid, and he felt the ancient frost hydra blood crystal inserted in his heart trembling violently. Angel. Angel also has blood. But the power he is slowly releasing does not seem to be aimed at himself. What does he mean? What does he want to do? You are still a little short of being qualified to challenge me now. Angel stretched out his hand, and his index finger and thumb made a small piece of nothingness, and a strange and weird smile appeared on his face. He spread his arms, and a shadow visible to the naked eye expanded behind him. The frequency of the blood crystal in his heart trembling became faster and faster. Ronan's expression was slightly distorted. He had a strong bad premonition and a faint uneasiness. Instinct drove him to quickly approach Angel. What are you going to do? Ronan growled at Angel in a hoarse voice. Angel did not answer, but just looked at him and smiled. At this moment, Angel looked strikingly similar to when Ronan first saw him in the corpse garden. Ronan gritted his teeth, and the metal formed by the magic nightmare tungsten steel and the silver of Neman alloy condensed into a huge and dazzling half-moon blade as he swung his arm, whistling towards Angel, but was blocked by an invisible force halfway. I will wait for you at the Southern Wizard Genius Gathering, the position of the Chief Wizard of Heremos. At this time, Angel's figure had expanded into a huge shadow, with a pair of black wings spread out behind him, as deep as the darkest night. He looked at Ronan with a smile on his face. His mouth shape changed, just like before, and he said word by word, "Don't die before I see you next time. Remember, this is a threat." After speaking, the wings behind Angel fluttered gently, and the blood crystal in Ronan's heart trembled to an extreme moment. Shoo! It was like a TV screen that was suddenly turned off. The shadow in front of Ronan suddenly shrank and disappeared, and Angel's figure also disappeared at the same time. Ronan stood there in a daze, his right hand still stretched forward, and he had not yet recovered from Angel's sudden departure. The next second, he heard a huge explosion in another direction in the distance, accompanied by an unprecedented terrifying energy aftermath. Then he caught a glimpse of lightning flashes. In the midst of countless lightning flashes, Jupiter, who had been sitting on a silver-white chair, high above like a monarch, suddenly appeared in front of him. His eyes stared at him, and then his face quickly turned pale and gray, and he suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood. In the middle of his chest, there was a huge blood hole that seemed to have been scratched by the claws of some bird. Ronan was shocked and took a step back. As he retreated, there was another terrifying fire spray from the other side, and more violent energy shocks. Roaring, howling, the sound of spells colliding and bombarding. In the sky, the 6 suns of dawn that had been hanging still all the time, one of which was as red as magma, and the other was as green as emerald, suddenly shone brightly, and then fiercely crashed into the other 2 suns nearby. Boom! The terrible energy tide that could not be described in words rolled and spread in the sky, and a voice containing anger, shock and incredible majesty sounded above his head, but before Ronan could hear what the voice said, he felt something silently passing over his head. He looked up suddenly and saw only a vague figure. This figure exuded an unparalleled gray light all over his body, becoming the 7th sun in the sky. This gray sun kept expanding, like a huge mouth, slowly swallowing the other 6 suns of dawn bit by bit. Resurrection, save the world, praise, worship, follow. The old day should be cleansed, and the new day will surely come, praise his true name. The voices of countless men and women sounded at the same time in the field, chanting the same strange, ancient spell in a loud voice, which seemed ethereal yet weird in all the chaos and noise. There was a silver lens-like light blooming in the night sky, and countless silver lights hung down like raindrops. Ronan stood in the center of the huge competition arena, and not far away was the seriously injured and dying Jupiter. He looked dazed, and looked up at the sky swept by darkness with a blank look in his eyes, and unconsciously uttered a low murmur. "Damn it, Angel, you lunatic, what did you do again? I will make up for the missing update yesterday today." Chapter 166, Hecator's Death Stare. "How dare you ants look at me!" Zilla. A bright blue electric current surged in the void, and a figure suddenly appeared beside Ronan. Angel Rio. He was a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and a high nose, exuding a powerful fluctuation of a third-level wizard. Seeing Jupiter's miserable condition at close range, he gritted his teeth and read out Angel's name, as if he wanted to chew up the name and swallow it raw to relieve his hatred. He quickly grabbed Jupiter, who was half kneeling on the ground, glanced coldly at Ronan, and then suddenly shot in one direction, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Ronan stood on the empty fighting arena, looked around, and saw the chaotic battles erupting everywhere. Some wizard geniuses who were originally fine suddenly jumped up and began to attack their comrades beside them, as well as people from other forces. He saw several familiar faces on the silver ring side, including Darby, the wizard genius of the seventh ring, who had traveled with him all the way here. Sweeping away his previous calm and introverted personality, his face was full of ferocity and fanaticism. Arian was seriously injured by someone unknown, and his face was pale as he was firmly protected by Carney and Akido. A large number of figures wearing black robes, with unclear faces, chanting resurrection and salvation seemed to appear out of thin air, walking out of the goblin plains around the venue and joining the battlefield. Ignatius. A roaring voice came from a distance, even the Sacaris family betrayed. He turned his head suddenly and saw a terrifying figure with orange-gold flames all over his body rushing around in the sphere of influence of the Thorn Palace, leaving behind one piece of charcoal after another. In a trance, Ronan seemed to see a strange pattern of 6 overlapping rings in front of him. The upper 3 rings were intact, and the lower 3 rings were broken. The Ancient Witch Resurrection Society. Ronan was shocked, and his eyes reflected the duendes that were colliding and fighting in the night sky above his head. Angel was a member of the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society, and he was actually not surprised at all. Angel's character made it natural for him to do any crazy things. What really surprised him was that the 6 major wizard forces were infiltrated so thoroughly by the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society. Not to mention the 2nd and 3rd level wizards, even the powerful figure who had reached the 4th level of Dawn and was already the leader of a faction was actually a member of the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society. Under the light of dawn, how could those things hidden in the shadows have the opportunity to cause trouble? What if even the dawn itself had been eroded by the shadow? Ronan gritted his teeth and rushed towards the direction of the magic circle, but halfway through he touched a silver-white wall that was as smooth as a mirror. He easily penetrated it without any obstacles, and then the whole person suddenly returned to the starting point. Ronan was slightly stunned, and tried several times from different directions, and got the same result. The power of the space magic circle. Ronan seemed to be trapped. And it seemed that he was not the only one who was trapped. Standing in front of the mirrored wall with silver light, Ronan looked around and saw traces of similar mirrored walls everywhere. They divided the huge battlefield into independent small areas, and only the Resurrection Society wizards in black robes could shuttle freely. Is it one of the 2 dawn instruments obtained from the core area of the mirror court? Even the dawn wizards can turn against us, so it seems that it is not surprising that the people of the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society get 1 or 2 dawn instruments. So their real purpose is to get the Broken World Stone? Ronan thought, stretched out his hand and gently brushed the void in front of him. In the ripples, he saw Karani, who was watching him not far away. The latter's face was tight, his eyes looked at him with complicated eyes, his lips moved, and finally he just uttered a few words helplessly. "Damien, be careful." Ronan nodded to the other party, turned around, calmed down and thought about how to break the situation. Compared with the chaotic battlefields everywhere at this time, his current position was quite calm. Until now, no one from the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society had noticed him. First, find a way to rush out of this battlefield divided by magic tools. If you can't rescue the magic circle, at least ensure your own safety first. Ronan was thinking, and suddenly a black-robed figure quietly stepped into his field of vision. His expression changed slightly, and he slowly took 2 steps forward, reaching out to touch the earring on his left ear, ready to fight at any time. But he never thought that the black-robed figure who was full of murderous intent and was about to come towards him was suddenly gently grabbed by someone. Don't worry about him for now. Why? He has the key world stone coordinates on him, and this guy's life has been reserved by someone long ago. Huh? Ronan heard the conversation between the two black-robed figures, and the action of preparing to fight back suddenly paused. It turned out that he had not been involved in the battle until now, not because he was ignored, but on the contrary, he was the one who received the most focus? Exclamation mark. He only told Kosti about the world stone coordinates. Kosti should have reported it. It's not surprising that the secret was leaked even among the Dawn Wizards, as there are members of the Resurrection Society. What really made Ronan curious was who is it. He calmed down and simply sat down, squinting his eyes, and his gaze slid across the figures that were running around in the field. Pre-ordered my life? Boom. The red gold flames burned wantonly. The ferocious big hand like a demon slowly loosened, and threw a charred wizard's body on the ground casually like throwing away garbage. At this time, Ignatius was bathed in the blazing flames. His figure was nearly twice as tall and burly as before. 2 twisted horns more than half a foot long grew on his forehead, and his body was covered with black lumps that looked like solidified magma. Between these lumps, a large number of orange-gold light patterns lit up, forming strange and complex patterns. His eyes had completely turned into almost pure gold. With every breath, a thick smell of sulfur spewed out from his mouth and nose. His whole body exuded an indescribable horror. Ampersand, and the short and swift chanting of the spell sounded in his ears. Ignatius turned his head sharply, his eyes fixed on a figure whose whole body was emitting dazzling green light. The spell took shape in an instant, and the condensed green light rushed towards Ignatius like countless arrows. The terrible energy fluctuations were wrapped with a breath of the extraordinary domain, and the power shook the void. Ignatius' orange-gold eyes burst into cold and violent light. He did not dodge, but took the initiative to meet the spell. The terrifying flames burned the air, leaving a long, blurred and distorted trace. Boom. The green crystal light was directly smashed by the red meteor. Before the third-level wizard who cast the spell showed a shocked expression on his face, a terrible and ferocious big hand had already pierced through his body. Ignatius appeared behind the other party, and with a cruel look in his eyes, he slowly pulled his palm out of his body, holding a heart that was quickly turning into charcoal between his 5 fingers. Ignatius opened his mouth and made a swallowing motion towards the wizard's body that was about to fall. A half-illusory blurry figure was quickly pulled out of the body and was slowly swallowed by Ignatius while screaming. After doing all this, he closed his eyes, as if he was slowly tasting something. When his eyes opened again, the orange-gold color in the dark eye sockets seemed to become brighter, and the flames surrounding the body were also much hotter. At this time, all the wizards in this small area had turned into charcoal and corpses. Some people in the space beside him retreated in fear, while others screamed at him with red eyes through the mirror-like empty wall, and madly cast one useless spell after another. Ignatius walked forward with a calm expression, leaving a trail of charred footprints in the void. He looked around, and fierce fighting broke out in every small battlefield. Ignatius's eyes were coldly locked on several battle groups. Rufus, Jupiter, Orion. These were all names as famous as him, either in a bitter battle or seriously injured. Ignatius licked his lips lightly, with a strong desire in his eyes. He knew very well what great benefits he would get if he devoured the souls and flesh of these people. But unfortunately, these people were the most valued geniuses of several major forces. They could not be used as food for his tonic for the time being, and they needed to stay first as bargaining chips for the upper dawns. He turned his eyes away from the few people, and at this time, a silver light fell in front of him. Several figures covered in black robes walked out of the light, and each of them exuded a powerful fluctuation belonging to a third-level wizard. The leader was a black-robed man, with his right hand half raising a silver Rubik's Cube that was spinning and rolling all the time. He strode to Ignatius, reached out to take off the hood on his head, revealing a white and delicate baby face. It was Damien, who had disappeared after a battle with Ronan. Damien stood on the battlefield belonging to the Thorn Palace, and seemed to ignore the corpses of the Thorn Palace wizards lying at his feet and beside him. His expression was unusually calm. "Where is that bastard Angel?" Ignatius saw Damien and asked coldly. He suddenly took action in advance and disrupted all the plans. "Now he's gone." "I don't know." Damien shook his head. After he seriously injured Jupiter, he completely disappeared and could not be contacted. He won't have any credit after successfully obtaining the World Stone. Ignatius' eyes were gloomy, and then he seemed to think of something, narrowed his eyes, and cast his gaze coldly in one direction. Where he was looking, he could see the figure of a young man sitting quietly. All the chaos and noise around him seemed to have nothing to do with him. It's time to get the coordinates. Ignatius pulled the corner of his mouth and walked towards the boy. Damien frowned slightly, followed him and said lightly, "Lola said that no one can touch him. Is this kid Laura's lover?" Ignatius glanced at him, a little surprised. "No." Damien shook his head. "Lola wants to kill him personally. He had a grudge with Laura a long time ago." Ignatius grinned silently, without stopping, and shook Damien away in a few steps. Then let Laura vent her anger on his relics. "In my hands, he will not even leave ashes. The reptile that once humiliated the blood of the Balrog. Are you here?" Ronan felt a slight fluctuation of spatial energy, looked up, and saw Ignatius slowly walking into the venue in the body of the Balrog, and Damien and others following behind him. His eyes flickered slightly. Some of the previous doubts seemed to be answered at this moment. He stood up slowly and looked at Ignatius and others calmly. Just 5 minutes ago, he had found a way to get rid of this space prison, but he didn't leave, just to see who the person was. Ignatius tilted his head to look at Ronan in front of him, and cruel and violent light flowed out of his orange-gold eyes. "I didn't see the expression I wanted to see on your face." Ignatius raised the corners of his mouth, and his white teeth gradually appeared. He spoke in a hoarse voice, "To be honest, I am very disappointed." Ronan exhaled lightly and reached out to touch his earlobe. Blue light shot out, and the Winter Homeland magic tool set was put on him one by one. The abnormality of the central arena caused several battle groups around to calm down. Boom! The terrible power of the spell slammed hard on the silver barrier of nothingness, but it could only stir up some insignificant ripples. On the side of the silver magic ring, Karani and Akito looked over here with cold eyes. The terrifying energy pressure surrounded them, like two angry beasts trying to break out of the prison. But in return, all they got was the black-robed Damien casually fiddling with the silver Rubik's Cube in his hand. Someone stood on the bloody corpse and looked at Ronan and laughed wildly. It was Darby, who looked like a madman. A few meters away from him, Clemens with a cold face tried to impact the space barrier again and again. Ignatius looked around and the smile on his face became brighter and brighter. "It seems that many people care about you." He leaned forward slightly in the direction of Ronan. The orange-gold color in his black eye sockets lit up slightly, and he said in a strange tone, "I have begun to look forward to how they will behave when you suffer, beg for mercy, wail, and die in my hands." "Don't you want the coordinates?" Ronan asked suddenly. "This is not your bargaining chip for survival." Ignatius smiled, and the terrifying aura gradually spread around him, and the temperature of the entire fighting arena space rose rapidly. "We naturally have a way to get the coordinates from you." "Okay." Ronan fell silent. He raised his hand and made a spell-casting motion. One after another, spells of domain resonance emerged from his body, and a large area of domain force field intertwined. Damien, who was standing behind Ignatius, showed a faint mockery on his face. Ignatius took a step forward with disdain, and the firepower that gushed out of his body almost dispelled all the cold aura in this area. "Are you going to use your so-called domain superposition field again?" Ignatius seemed to be a real ancient fire demon, and almost endless flames gushed out from his body, occupying the entire space in an instant, forming a world of flames. Clumsy and ridiculous tricks. His hoarse and low voice roared in the firelight and heat waves. "Where's your blood? Show it to me. That rubbishy gore will only bring shame to the family. I will let you feel the power of the real blood of the fire demon." Roar! Ignatius stood in the void and roared. The countless crisscrossing rune arrays under his feet shattered, and the huge arena turned into a lava wave in an instant. The power of a third-level wizard and the terrifying power of the blood of the ancient fire demon were fully displayed. At this moment, even the wizards in the independent space cage felt this blazing heat, and they all looked over here with fear. In this scorching heat that seemed to burn everything, Ronan, who barely supported a small foothold with only 3 domains, looked extremely calm. He gently pressed his trembling and beating heart. Slowly raised his right hand and aimed at Ignatius in the red. In an instant, the 3 domain force fields intertwined around him, in an inexplicable connection, quickly merged. A brand new domain that was more than dozens of times more solid was born, emitting an incomparable terrifying aura. This aura fell slowly, and every time it fell, It extinguished a piece of fire and condensed a piece of magma. This aura and the 3 spells surrounding Ronan quickly rose into the air, combining and transforming. The pure white ice blade turned into a vertical pupil. The ice ball of despair was the eye. The dark blue aurora radiated the shape of the eye meridians. Finally, an extremely huge, dark blue ball of light floated in the sky like an eye, and countless terrifying and condensed auras faintly outlined the outline of an ancient multi-headed giant snake. At this moment, it seemed as if the real ancient frost overlord had arrived. It stared at the bottom indifferently, coldly looking down at the arrogant figure belonging to Ignatius. Ronan, with a huge multi-headed snake's shadow behind him, slowly raised his head, one eye tightly closed. At this moment, his white hair and robes danced at the same time, and an indescribable noble and ancient aura lingered around him. Ronan's voice was hoarse, looking at Ignatius who was in shock in front of him, and he said softly, "Feel the gaze from the ancient times first." As soon as he finished speaking, Ronan's tightly closed right eye suddenly opened, and endless dark blue light bloomed in it. At the same time, the dark blue light ball hanging high above his head behind him also burst into brilliance. The 3 resonance domains merged. Hecator's death gaze. How dare you ants look directly at me? I'm asking for tomorrow's guaranteed monthly ticket in advance, thank you. Chapter 167 Chaos, beginning. The ice ball hanging in the sky turned into a dark blue ice sun, and the instantaneous light covered the starry sky. Endless ice-based free energy particles gathered and turned into an extremely pure dark blue light column. Despair, destruction, death. The unspeakable terrible breath poured down, like the ancient frost really coming. In just a moment, Ignatius was hit by the dark blue light column, and the whole figure was submerged in the brilliance. Then the dark blue brilliance spread around with Ignatius' figure as the landing point. Whether it was magma, light, void, everything was covered with a rich dark blue color. It was like a solidified tide, extending layer by layer to the surroundings. The temperature of this space dropped sharply, and the scorching heat brought by the flames and magma was quickly swallowed up. The biting cold was pervasive, and even the air was filled with a strong sense of urgency. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. When all the movement subsided, the ice sun hanging in the sky dimmed. At this time, the entire central competition arena space was completely occupied by countless dark blue ice. The color and shape of these ice blocks were different from ordinary ones. The ice layer condensed complex and irregular mysterious patterns, which were connected to each other and intertwined, like ancient runes, constantly emitting an uneasy and ominous icy breath. In this uneasy and ominous place, the place where Ignatius was standing was empty. Ignatius seemed to disappear out of thin air, leaving only some small pieces of ice debris on the spot. At this moment, the battles in the surrounding independent space battle groups all stopped unconsciously, and even those black-robed people who kept chanting the words resurrection and salvation stopped their actions. Everyone stared at the scene in the field in a daze, with deep confusion on their faces. The whole scene was so quiet that it was even a little weird. 3 domains merged. On the side of the silver ring, Karani stood in front of the invisible space wall, with a dazed look on his face, and unconsciously whispered. He only remembered that he was still worried about Ronan in the last second, but in the next second, Karani suddenly turned his head and cast his eyes on a kiddo. This handsome man who majored in ice magic and had a soft appearance pursed his lips, as if he knew what he wanted to ask, and just shook his head slowly. Karani's eyes began to shake, and his face was moved little by little. Behind the 2, Arian, who was firmly protected, also saw all this, with many unspeakable lights flowing in his eyes. His eyes wandered over the remaining dark blue ice sun and the vague outline of the multi-headed giant snake on the field, and finally gently fell on the figure of the boy under the ice sun. Some light burst out from the center of the silver-white pupil, as if to deeply engrave that figure into it, for the first time. Invisible and shocking emotions shook and rolled among the spectators in the circle nearby. However, the center of the fighting arena, the focus of everyone's eyes, was still a hard and silent place that seemed to be unable to melt. Gulu, Damien stood stiffly in the air, and his Adam's apple rolled up and down with difficulty. His eyes repeatedly wandered around the place where Ignatius had been before, and finally, he moved forward little by little and landed on a tall and slender figure. That was Ronan. With his eyelids lowered, his figure was slightly shrouded by the faint blue light emitted by the thick ice around him, as if he was standing in a terrifying and mysterious ancient forbidden place. Ronan slowly raised his head, and his deep eyes, which still retained a little bit of dark blue, looked at Damien quietly. Damien seemed to be stabbed by an invisible needle and suddenly took a few steps back. After a moment, he suddenly woke up again, lowered his voice and spoke quickly. "Kill him, don't let him have the chance to breathe. The 3 domains are fused, he can't have the energy to cast it a second time." The 2 third-level wizards beside Damien seemed to hesitate for a moment, but soon they moved. But before they could take a step forward, suddenly boom! The shadow of the multi-headed giant snake in the sky that seemed to be about to disappear at any time became clear again, and the dim dark blue-eyed sun eye burst into brilliance again. The death gaze from the ancient overlord. The terrible light column fell and hit Damien's body in an instant. Buzz! The figures of the 2 third-level wizards suddenly froze in place. Turning his head, he saw Damien with horror that most of his body was turning into ice chips and slowly drifting away. Cold sweat instantly dripped down from his forehead and back. There was almost no hesitation. The 2 turned around and left, quickly disappearing into the void. Bang! As soon as the 2 left, the shadow of the multi-headed giant snake dissipated with a bang, and then the dark blue-eyed sun symbolizing the Eye of Hikalto also disappeared, and the 3 fused domain powers were all gathered back to Ronan's body like water. Ahem. Ronan stretched out his hand and covered his heart tightly, coughing violently for a while. He raised his head, his handsome face was pale, and his eyes were full of bloodshot. After mastering the empty and clear realm, it was the first time that his mental power was overdrawn so seriously. The fusion of 3 domains that reached the resonance level was indeed a heavy burden for him, who was only in the middle stage of the 2nd level, especially since he had performed it twice in a row. Ronan took out a few bottles of potions from the space ring, unscrewed the caps and drank them. With the recovery effect of the empty and clear realm, his brain, which was stabbing like a knife, finally had a chance to breathe. Stepping on the forbidden ice inherited from ancient times, Ronan slowly walked to the place where Ignatius died, and carefully searched in the ice chips left behind, but unfortunately found nothing. Ignatius suffered the strongest 3-domain fusion skill in his prime, and was completely dead and turned into slag, without even leaving a thing. Ronan felt a little regretful in his heart, and then came to Damien's body again. This guy was hit by his second, Hecator's death gaze. The second one was much less powerful than the first one, but Damien's strength was also much worse than Ignatius. So he got the same result as Ignatius. However, Damien's body was not completely turned into powder, and there were still many body parts left. Ronan searched in Damien's body for a while and found 2 rings, one silver and one green, with simple leaf patterns engraved on them. They were both space rings. In addition, there was a silver magic cube-shaped magic tool, which emitted a strong space energy fluctuation. But just when Ronan stretched out his hand to touch the magic tool, the latter shattered without any warning, turning into countless silver-white crystals and disappearing. Huh? Ronan was a little caught off guard. Before he could react, as the silver-white magic cube shattered, the surrounding environment changed. The wizards who were divided into independent small spaces disappeared in groups before his eyes. The void on all sides seemed to have countless invisible streams flowing down, quickly washing away all the scenes. Even the 7 dawn suns that were originally hanging high above his head, entangled in fighting with each other, disappeared at the same time. Am I teleported away? Ronan stood up. He was still standing on the fighting arena. Looking around, he could only see the empty and silent goblin plain. The cold starlight above his head was scattered, and it was quiet, as if he was the only one left in this world. Ronan tried to walk forward. Shoo! When he touched an invisible wall, he was teleported back to his original position. It's just that it's completely isolated visually. Ronan immediately understood. Because of the effect of the Dawn magic tool, the entire fighting venue is divided into countless relatively independent spaces of different sizes, but the real-time scenes on the opposite side could still be observed with a naked eye between the spaces. Now the silver Rubik's Cube was broken. It was unknown whether it had touched some rune restriction. These independent spaces were completely separated and could no longer be seen with the eyes. Ronan had originally thought whether he could release and rescue the other trapped wizards through the silver Rubik's Cube in Damien's hand, but now this idea has failed. But it was normal. Such authority would never fall into the hands of Damien, an ordinary third-level wizard. Fortunately, Ronan had already found a way to escape. Thinking of this, he took out something from his space ring. This was a palm-length, exquisite dagger with a shape similar to a dinner knife. The material of the dagger was very special, with a smooth surface and a mirror-like luster flowing all the time. It was the space teleportation mirror dagger he had obtained from the secret realm of the mysterious garden a long time ago. The maximum teleportation distance of this mirror dagger was 500 meters, not long. But the entire competition venue is not very large in total. If Ronan's idea was correct, this distance should be enough for him to do many things. The power of the fusion of the three domains is enough to kill a powerful third-level wizard like Ignatius in seconds. The silver-white mirror dagger slowly turned between his slender 5 fingers. Ronan's eyes showed a faint light of thought, and suddenly felt regretful. It's a pity that I didn't get this look at Angel. However, Angel seemed to have some powerful blood power. When this blood power was stimulated, he could even seriously injure Jupiter, who is in the middle stage of the 3rd level. Maybe it was just as he said. There's still some gap between me and him now. The chief genius of Hermes, the genius of the Southern Wizard Genius Gathering. Ronan thought of what Angel said to him when he left, and a little strangeness appeared in his heart. Thinking of it, he held the mirror dagger in his hand, and his mental power poured in. The rune was activated, and he gently stabbed his shoulder with a knife. Shoo! Ronan's figure instantly disappeared from the empty fighting arena, leaving only the starlight scattered everywhere and the quiet flow. In the independent small space, 2 parties were quietly confronting each other. One party was wearing a silver-white standard robe with complex blue electric current patterns embroidered on it, and it looked like a wizard from the Thunder Council. The other party was 2 mysterious people who were covered in black robes and could not see their figures and faces. The number of wizards on the Thunder Council side was greater, but they were faintly at a disadvantage. The 2 black-robed men on the opposite side all exuded the powerful aura of 3rd-level wizards. The Thunder Council was supported by a long-haired middle-aged wizard who was also a 3rd-level wizard. Don't worry, you won't be in any danger for the time being. One of the mysterious people in black robes made a low and hoarse voice and said lightly, if Speaker Dawn of your Thunder Council can hand over the World Stone readily, everyone here will have a chance to survive. The black-robed man swept his eyes over the wizards of the Thunder Council in front of him and slowly opened his hands. The Resurrection Society also welcomes everyone to join. This is also the purpose of our coming here. Only a madman would associate with bugs like you who are willing to be enslaved by darkness and can only live in the shadows. The middle-aged wizard of the Thunder Council cursed softly, staring at the 2 of them with cold eyes. The latter just shook his head. You don't understand us because you don't understand the true Resurrection Society. Cleansing the old world is not our goal. Pursuing the true truth and being strong are the core that unites us. Everything we do is just a unique way for us to pursue the essence. You don't understand, so you slander and define it with stupid words like light and darkness. If the Tower of Resurrection stands on the top of the 3 rings, will you become a worm living in the shadows? The words of the black-robed man seemed to carry some strong bewitching meaning, and the expressions of some wizards in the Thunder Council were slightly shaken. The middle-aged wizard in the lead felt the subtle changes in the emotions of the members behind him. His face changed, and he immediately shouted in a low voice to interrupt the other party's voice. Shut up. At this moment, in this independent small space, in the middle of the confrontation between the 2 parties, the air rippled with strange circles, and the energy of the space fluctuated. Immediately afterwards, a slender and upright figure in a gray-black robe gently walked out of the ripples. It was a handsome boy with a calm expression. After appearing, he immediately looked around calmly. Seeing someone suddenly appear, both the black-robed people from the Thunder Council and the Resurrection Society were stunned. After a short silence, boom! A black-robed man suddenly made a move, releasing a huge spell energy and fiercely bombarding the boy's position. However, before the young wizard made a move, he had already casually stabbed a silver-white dagger in his shoulder and disappeared again. The spell hit nothing, stirring up violent energy fluctuations, and the wizards on the side of the Thunder Council retreated with a slightly nervous look. 2 black-robed people suddenly appeared at the position where the boy had just appeared, but at this time they could no longer care about the people from the Thunder Council. It's that coordinate. I recognize his face. Didn't Damien and Ignatius go to deal with him? I don't know why he escaped. Hurry up and inform the others. If we get the World Stone but don't get the coordinates, all of us will be punished. Yes. The 2 black-robed men talked hurriedly, and then under the suspicious gaze of the Thunder Council wizards, one of the black-robed men hurriedly disappeared into the void, as if following the boy just now, and disappeared. Seeing that there was only one black-robed man from the Resurrection Society left in the field, The middle-aged wizard on the Thunder Council's side had his eyes flashing. After a moment, his lips moved quickly, and there was a whisper of chanting spells, and powerful mental fluctuations also penetrated his body. The only remaining black-robed man felt his movement, turned his head indifferently, and said in a low voice, "It seems that you are still full of misunderstandings about us." Boom. The battle broke out again because of the boy's unexpected intrusion. The next chapter will be in the afternoon. Well, I want to add one more chapter in advance today. Please support me with a guaranteed monthly ticket. Please help me push Gowden up a little bit. Thank you. Chapter 168. Are you all ready to be buried with her? Shoo! Under the power of the mirror dagger, Ronan's body shape changed and appeared in a small independent space. But before Ronan had time to look around, he immediately felt the terrible power of magic coming towards him. Ronan's expression did not change, and he raised his hand to make a slashing motion. A brilliant silver-white splashed out the shape of a half-moon blade, and a blazing blue fire rose, forcibly cutting a narrow gap in the majestic energy tide. Ronan's figure blurred for a moment, and suddenly turned into light and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in a corner of the space outside the spell. Two black-robed wizards of the Resurrection Society, whose faces could not be seen, walked towards him coldly, casting spells with their hands. On the other side, a young wizard dressed in a scarlet tower was also approaching him, with an evil expression, and his hands were naturally hanging down with blood, stained with the blood of his comrades. Ronan glanced at a few people. 2 level 3, 1 late level 2. Can fight, but not necessary. The mirror dagger's calling time was up, and Ronan raised the mirror dagger in his hand and gently stabbed it on his shoulder. Shoo! The figure disappeared out of thin air, leaving only the 3 members of the Resurrection Society with uncertain expressions. Pada, Ronan gently landed on the fighting arena and looked around. The ancient frost he had released before had not melted yet. I'm back again. Ronan's eyes flickered slightly. It's good that I'm back. He got a chance to breathe and think. Ronan found that he had thought too simply about the Dawn-level magic tool in the hands of the Resurrection Society. The teleportation ability of the mirror dagger can indeed break the temporary space constructed by the Dawn magic tool and shuttle freely in it. However, these separated independent spaces are controlled by the magic tools, and the spatial positions are always in a state of change. It is not accurate to judge only by the direction. The entire competition venue left a clear outline in Ronan's mind, but he tried several times, and the final spatial landing point was different from his memory. Of course, this is not the most troublesome thing. The most troublesome problem now is the people of the Resurrection Society have discovered that I am escaping. I have the coordinates of the World Stone they want. They should catch up soon. Ronan thought. At this time, the first ray of morning light broke in the sky. Ronan looked up and saw that the dark blue night sky on the distant horizon quickly faded, the stars disappeared, and the bright white light was projected from the sky. At the junction of black and white, gray fog was diffused, and the morning light was inexplicably blocked and fell rapidly, presenting a mirror-like refraction on the ground. The empty goblin plain seemed to have turned into a huge and calm water surface at this moment, with ripples. Then, 1, 2, 30, 12 black robes appeared on the distant horizon, quickly approached, and walked towards Ronan from all directions, casting narrow and long shadows on the ground. Whew! Ronan exhaled lightly, his face was quite calm. After he used the mirror dagger for the first time, or should I say it was to kill Ignatius and Damien, he had already anticipated that he might face such a situation. He just didn't expect it to come so quickly. But he didn't belong to anyone. Soon, 12 black-robed wizards of the Resurrection Society came close to Ronan, each of them exuding a powerful mental wave belonging to a third-level wizard. When these waves gathered together, they naturally formed a huge and invisible pressure, slowly pressing towards Ronan. I told you. A woman's voice came from under the black robe of the leader of the 12 black robes. She walked out of the 12 people step by step, stretched out a pale and slender hand with black nails, gently pulled down the hood covering her head, revealing a seductive face covered with twisted black lines. You are mine. The woman smiled at Ronan, and her dark green lips, as if soaked in poison, were pulled to the base of her ears bit by bit. Her expression was bizarre, revealing an unspeakable cunning and madness. There was a strong resentment and joy in her eyes, an expression of finally getting what she wanted. Lola. Ronan narrowed his eyes slightly and read out the woman's name calmly. The mad dog-like woman was the first to bring him deep despair and the first to drag him into the abyss of death. In a sense, she was also the first woman to give him a new life. He had killed her once. Now, she is back again. Level 3. Ronan felt a breath emanating from Lola, and his eyes fluctuated slightly. Lola appeared in front of him as a member of the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society. Ronan really didn't feel surprised at all. People like Lola are born terrorists. It is perfectly reasonable for her to join a terrorist organization in the wizarding world. It was just that the other party's strength surprised Ronan a little. But thinking of what Jerome had mentioned to him before, Lola seemed to have inherited almost all the power of her mother, the dean of the Hoddam Wizard Academy, through some mysterious blood connection. Laura's own talent is not bad, and with the means of the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society, it is not surprising that she can be promoted to the 3rd level. It's just that Ronan feels that Laura is no longer a pure plant wizard. He smells a faint stench on Laura. Well, this woman has become more and more disgusting. I didn't expect that the bug that was struggling and crawling on the ground and begging for mercy from me at the beginning. Laura took 2 steps forward, as if she wanted to get closer to see him. With a neurotic expression on her face, she said, "It's unexpected that it can grow to such a height now." Paranoia. Ronan couldn't help frowning. If it weren't for the sacrifice of your own mother, do you think you are still qualified to stand here and talk to me now? The smile on Laura's face froze on her face. Ronan's words seemed to touch a reverse scale in her heart. Laura's face instantly turned cold, and she released a strong murderous intent without concealment. Kill him. Ignatius and Damien, those 2 bastards, died in his hands. Everyone, attack together. Laura spoke coldly, but a man's impatient voice came from under the black robe beside her. Lola, you have no right to command us. Shut up. Laura's face twitched, and she turned her head sharply to stare at the black robe who was speaking. The latter looked at her fearlessly. Ronan shook his head helplessly. The former enemy met again. Laura, the crazy woman, seemed to have not made any progress except that her strength had become stronger. She was still as self-righteous as before. But even if Laura's stage was destroyed, Ronan was the common target of all of them. All the black-robed wizards of the Resurrection Society on the field slowly moved, and powerful energy fluctuations were mobilized, and low spell chanting sounded in the field. Don't let him have the chance to release the 3 domains of fusion. Just kill him. Leave the body and soul to me. Laura let out a piercing low whistle. In the huge sound wave, the black robe on her body was completely blown up. What was presented under the robe was not some beautiful scenery, but a deformed and weird body that seemed to be a disgusting blend of flesh and blood and plants. There seemed to be large clumps of thick mucus dripping down from it. You switched from plant system to Zook system. Ronan was slightly surprised. Laura looked stunned, as if she didn't understand what he meant. But soon her eyes and face were completely covered with hatred and madness. She screamed, and the dense black lines on her face seemed to come alive, squirming like a worm. Ronan retreated quickly with an expressionless face, and the terrifying energy wave followed. It was a huge tentacle that seemed to be composed of a large number of vines, human and animal limbs, tearing the air and shooting towards him quickly. After the tentacles, there were at least 7 or 8 spells with power reaching the 3rd level, mainly in the undead and dark systems. In just a moment, Ronan was overwhelmed by the 3rd level spells. Boom! Several 3rd level spells smashed together, and the energy aftermath of the collision formed a huge gray mushroom cloud. The entire space was violently turbulent, and the mirror-like brilliance continued to radiate, as if it would collapse in the next second. It's not as difficult as expected. The 12 black-robed members of the Resurrection Society stopped their hands, and someone whispered. I said, leave the body and soul to me. Laura spoke coldly, and then quickly walked towards the location where the mushroom cloud rose. 1 step, 2 steps. When she reached the 10th step, Laura's figure suddenly stopped, as if she felt something, and looked forward with a vigilant face. The next second, her dark green pupils suddenly shrank. I saw that the huge mushroom cloud exploded with a sharp knife-like breath, smoothly cutting through all the turbulent aftermath. Immediately afterwards, a ferocious and burly figure, more than 2 meters tall, with long hair down to the waist and bathed in a thick white lightning flame, stepped out of the void step by step. Before Laura could fully see the specific appearance of the figure, an indescribable aura of terror locked her firmly. The unprecedented sense of crisis was like a poisonous snake in vines, quickly climbing up and entangled her heart tightly. Under the robe, countless deformed and weird flesh and blood vine tentacles flew out as if in response to stress, dancing wildly around her. Laura heard a hoarse and low voice. Like the deepest, heaviest and most inescapable nightmare, it sounded low in her ears. Ancient. Power. When the last two words sounded, Laura's heart stopped suddenly, and time seemed to be completely still at this moment, and all sounds and images quickly moved away from her. She opened her eyes wide and tried to swing her body to resist or retreat, but her body seemed to be trapped in an extremely sticky transparent quagmire, and her movement speed was slowed down countless times. Laura could only watch helplessly as a group of terrifying black light that could not be described in words kept expanding and expanding until it completely occupied her pupils. Bang! There was an extremely dull loud noise, as if something heavy hit the hearts of the 11 third-level wizards of the Resurrection Society on the field. Everyone's heart beat suddenly. They almost didn't react, and saw an extremely hideous and domineering terrifying body suddenly descended on the field and punched Laura on the forehead. Pop! Laura's whole body exploded in response, exploding into countless black, red and green blood mists. A group of golden flowers bloomed in the blood mist and shot out quickly. Some of the scattered blood mists were gathered by invisible forces and soon condensed into Laura's appearance again. But this time, all the madness and hatred on Laura's almost pale face disappeared, leaving only panic and astonishment, and the color of fear that was horrified and unknown was constantly floating. Huff, the heavy breathing sound, accompanied by an indescribable terrifying momentum, set off an invisible tide in the void, washing over all the wizards of the Resurrection Society wave after wave. At this time, the atmosphere in the space was a little strangely quiet. Everyone stared at the figure surrounded by them with a stiff face. The dawn light projected from the skyline gently sprinkled on this figure, and the white lightning was dancing silently, as if it was as tall and strong as the towering mountains. The white waist-length hair was scattered wantonly, and the breath of legend was filled, like the real arrival of the ancient giant monster. The second time, Ronan said softly. In the state of completely giant monster, his voice also had a buzzing sound, full of a powerful and shocking oppression. This is the second time you've died in my hands. Ronan looked at Laura in front of him, casually wiped off the dirty blood on the face of his right fist, and then his pure white eyes swept over the Resurrection Society wizards around him one by one, and said lightly, "What? Are you all ready to be buried with her?" Hiss! A slight gasp of cold air sounded in the field, and everyone's expression was choked. At this moment, the Resurrection Society's third-level wizards standing in the field suddenly understood why Ignatius, who was as strong as him, and Damien, who also reached the third level, died inexplicably. The man stood quietly on the plain where light and darkness alternated. The dark robe covered his entire body, and his face could not be seen clearly, and his figure could not be distinguished. He looked up at the sky, watching the gray-black sun in the sky gradually devouring another blood-red sun. Next to the two entangled suns, the Thunder Sun and the Dark Nightmare Sun collided, and the Crystal Sun and the Emerald Sun entangled. There was a faint roar coming down from the sky. Sometimes it was the sound of spells, sometimes it was a cold conversation, or a roar and roar. And shao! A figure wearing the same black robe appeared silently beside the man, close to his ear, and reported something in a low and fast voice. The man listened silently and calmly withdrew his gaze. "Don't worry about it for now, they are about to compromise. The World Stone will be in hand soon, but have you got the coordinates that have been locked?" The latter shook his head gently. Originally, the Molten Crystal Lake lineage was going to get it, but something unexpected happened. A talented descendant of the Sakiris family died, and they don't know the news yet. Now Saranki and Laura are leading people to rush there. There shouldn't be any problems. It's best if nothing goes wrong. The man raised his head and looked at the gray sun above his head that was almost completely swallowing up the dark red blood sun. He murmured in a low voice that only he could hear, "These two things are too important for many things we are going to do next. Even Lord Shu is willing to pay such a high price. What are the lives of those of us below? Asking for a guaranteed monthly ticket." Chapter 169 Fierce, Flesh and Blood Monster. Ronan hadn't entered the complete ancient giant transformation state for a long time. In addition to the fact that he had compromisingly realized the more cost-effective half-giant transformation state, which was sufficient to deal with most combat situations, the complete giant transformation state was not something he could enter whenever he wanted. In addition to the pressure imposed by himself, complete giant transformation also required some pressure from the outside. Under the pressure given by 12 third-level wizards including Laura, he completed this last half step of transformation. The master-level proficiency of more than 500 points of austerity body forging realm, compressed to the extreme, gushed out a magnificent vitality energy, and also activated the small part of the ancient Frost Hydra bloodline remaining in his body. So now he is a little different from the original version of the ancient giant demon. The roots of his long white hair were gradually dark blue, and there was a long, dark vertical slit in the center of his pure white eyes. There were raised lines on his body that looked like snake scales, and even his veins were prominent. His extremely ferocious face was even more demonic and evil than before. Ronan stood in the middle of the field, and the metal coat formed by the melting of the nightmare tungsten steel and the Nemean alloy was attached to him thinly and properly, perfectly outlining his powerful and domineering body. The extremely repressive atmosphere was broken by a short spell chanting when it was about to freeze. The wizards of the Resurrection Society who were located several directions to Ronan suddenly began to cast spells, and at the same time, the others quickly retreated, trying to distance themselves from Ronan, and they cooperated with each other quite well. Ronan narrowed his eyes, and a cold light burst out from the vertical pupil slit in his pure white eyes. Lake of no thoughts. Fighting against 12 level 3 wizards alone, he did not feel any fear or nervousness, but instead felt a faint excitement and anticipation. Then all these emotions were frozen and quickly sank to the bottom of his heart. Bang! Like the sound of thunder, Ronan's figure suddenly disappeared on the spot, leaving only a blur of violent fluctuations. When he reappeared, he had teleported in front of a level 3 wizard. The distance between the two was less than 1 meter, and he could clearly see the face of the middle-aged man hidden under the hood, which was ordinary and full of shock and emotion. Ancient power. The mysterious rune on the palm of his right hand, as black as a tadpole, quietly lit up, and the white thunder jumping on the entire right arm poured into his 5 fingers like water. The mysterious power inherited from the ancient times awakened again, and Ronan punched out in an ordinary way. The pupils of the face under the hood were extremely dilated. The power of the spell that had been brewing to the end suddenly dissipated. He only had time to reach out and touch a ring on his hand, and then, bang! The third-level wizard who was hit by Ronan's punch wrapped in black light was instantly torn into pieces like a ragdoll, and then the broken limbs and arms exploded further. Bang! A darkened collapsed dent like a black hole appeared at the place where the punch landed. A large puff of blood mist spread out, and before it fell on Ronan, it was shattered by the terrifying aura surrounding him. Huh? Ronan gently wiped the non-existent blood on his face, turned his head and looked at a direction dozens of meters away, where a pale middle-aged man staggered and fell out. In his hand, he tightly grasped a strange clay doll that had been completely cracked, and slowly let go. The look in his eyes when he looked at Ronan was extremely gloomy and ugly. Substitute death. Ronan frowned. When he punched Laura just now, it also produced a similar effect. After all, he is a third-level wizard. Putting aside his combat power, he has accumulated wealth and knowledge for a long time, so he has more or less some means of survival. It is normal that he is difficult to kill. Boom! In just a moment, several spells bombarded Ronan. All of them were third level. A huge sticky blood ball exploded at him, exploding into a strange flower-like shape. Each blood-colored petal contained the breath of shattering and crushing. There was a huge green crystal wrapped with fine electric light, and countless sharp filaments grew on the crystal, each of which penetrated the void. There was also a transparent and invisible ferocious palm, with 5 fingers gathered together to squeeze out a terrifying collapse force. Ronan took a step forward, spread his arms, and his 10 black and sharp fingers clanged. The silver-white metal attached to it, and a mysterious blue flame of breaking the lore rose. Boom! Bang! All 3 third-level spells were smashed by him, and the countless energy particles that exploded were like scattered thunder and whips that whipped him crazily, with a series of dense crackling crisp sounds. Ronan stepped on the torrent of energy and walked out. His long hair, which was intertwined with dark blue and white, was raised high behind him like a cloak. Countless energy sparks flashed on his body, and the metal clothes were shattered by the explosion, but the ferocious and burly body underneath was revealed without leaving any trace. Swoosh! Bang! Ronan's figure suddenly disappeared and suddenly appeared again. A flash brought the body of another third-level wizard of the Resurrection Society to explode. After the wizard's body exploded, it turned directly into countless blood-red bats flying in all directions. Ronan casually swung out an arm and cut the air with his palm, slashing out a huge half-moon-shaped black air blade, crushing a large number of blood-red bats in one breath. The remaining bats gathered at the other end of the space and transformed into a thin human figure. Staggering, before it could stand still, it was shattered by a figure that suddenly descended like lightning. Bang! This time, only a few bats were born. Ronan crushed them one by one, and when he crushed the last one to death, a black ring fell out of the bat's belly. He gently pinched the ring, turned around, and glanced at the remaining people with a calm expression. The originally fierce spell chanting and mental fluctuations in the field almost stopped at some point, and what appeared in front of Ronan were faces full of horror and disbelief. Under the black robe that concealed the figure, the hand holding the staff of someone couldn't help but tremble slightly. A difficult voice sounded low. "Saranchi, this guy, can even resist the third-level spell. Brook is dead. I have lost all my sense of his soul. Is this a bloodline or a body modification method? I don't understand." Suddenly someone screamed shrilly, and rushed towards Ronan with his whole body dancing like a madman. "What are you stopping for? Are you afraid? He is only a level 2. He has the coordinates we want. You are a bunch of incompetent and useless trash." Swoosh, Ronan disappeared, and reappeared behind the crazy figure. The latter's swinging body suddenly stopped, and his twisted face slowly showed an expression of hatred, pain, unwillingness and resentment, and slowly lowered his head. After seeing the huge blood hole running through her chest, Laura withered and crumbled like a dead vine. A ball of golden light flew out from her body, and a gray mist enveloped the light. Laura's face could be seen faintly, with various expressions constantly changing. At the same time, an extremely strong vitality emanated from the light. Invulnerable tree. Ronan's eyes flashed slightly, and he moved to grab the light ball, but a spell suddenly flew from the side. He smashed the spell casually, but his body was also blocked. He could only watch the golden light ball being carried by Laura's soul to break a hole in the space and quickly drill into it. Damn it! Ronan turned his head suddenly to look in the direction where the spell came from. A figure in a black robe was frightened by the coldness in his eyes, and the whole person subconsciously stepped back a few steps. Even with a black robe covering him, one could still feel his nervousness and panic at the moment. "We can't be trapped here forever." Ronan's eyes flickered, staring at the place where Laura had just escaped, took out the mirror dagger, and stabbed himself lightly. Shoo! His figure disappeared into the ring space. It was not a repetition of the previous useless attempt. Now most of the third-level wizards of the Resurrection Society gathered here, and he killed one of them. Correspondingly, the power of the Resurrection Society in each independent space should become weak. Instead, it was the best time for him to escape. If he was lucky, he might be able to catch up with Laura. Seeing Ronan's figure disappear, the third-level wizards of the Resurrection Society on the fighting ring looked at each other. "Saranchi." Someone whispered a name. "Are you still chasing?" The black-robed wizard of the Resurrection Society who had previously dismantled Laura shook his head. "Then Laura. Who cares if she lives or dies? You shouldn't have stopped her just now." The black-robed wizard named Saranch looked coldly at the third-level wizard who had blocked Ronan for Laura before, and then his eyes flickered and said, "Coordinate's strength is much stronger than we expected. Even if we can take him down, the price we pay may be quite heavy. I don't think anyone wants to see that result. Report to the Darkhead." Saranch took a breath and said slowly, "Let the Darkhead deal with him personally. He seems to have a way to escape from the empty mirror cube. If he is determined to run, I'm afraid he won't be able to wait for the Darkhead to arrive. Doesn't he have a grudge against that crazy woman Laura? Use Laura as bait, hang him, and send him to be killed when necessary. It should be possible to delay until the Darkhead arrives." The black-robed members of the Resurrection Society nodded slowly, and then everyone calmed down and stepped into the mirror void beside them one after another, disappearing one after another. Shoo! Ronan's figure appeared. The moment he completed the transmission, he immediately saw several figures in front of him standing up in unison, looking at him with an extremely nervous and fearful look, as if they were facing a great enemy. They were several young-looking second-level wizards, wearing the same black robes, but unlike the pure black robes of the Resurrection Society wizards, the black robes on several people were very exquisite, and there was a white skull pattern on the chest, and under the pattern was a flowing and unstable shadow pattern. They were wizards from the Black Nightmare Swamp. Ronan ignored them and took advantage of the cooling time of the mirror dagger to think about his next retreat. Now there were only two choices before Ronan. One was to escape alone, and the other was to find the people of the Silver Ring. Escape alone has a greater chance, and if you meet up with the people of the Silver Ring, you can face the pursuit of the Resurrection Society more calmly. But no matter which choice he made, he had to solve a problem first. Now the entire competition venue had been transformed into a huge space cage under the effect of the dawn magic tools controlled by the Resurrection Club, and the interior of this cage was divided into countless independent small cells. Although Ronan had a mirror dagger and could freely shuttle between the cells, he could not really break through the cage and could only keep turning around inside. It would be great if I could know the law of position change of these independent small spaces. Ronan thought, silently picked up the mirror dagger, and was about to make the next transmission. At this moment, a silver-white space energy seed deep in his consciousness suddenly trembled slightly, exploding a large puff of silver mist. Buzz! Ronan only felt his brain buzzing, and then he felt his mental power naturally radiating, passing through some rapid light and shadow, and then quickly retracting. The silver light mist exploded from the space energy seeds and his mind condensed into silver lines, and the lines intertwined, and soon constructed a slowly rotating Rubik's Cube-like object in his mind. This silver Rubik's Cube is composed of hundreds of small pieces of different sizes. Every time it rotates, the positions of the small pieces that make up the magic will change accordingly. Ronan was stunned for a moment, and then quickly reacted. Is this the dawn tool in the hands of the Resurrection Society? Is it because the silver cane that left the space energy seed and the Rubik's Cube are both dawn-level mirror core tools, and there is some kind of mysterious connection between the two? Ronan didn't know, but the changes caused by the space energy seed undoubtedly helped him a lot. He quickly found his current position in the three-dimensional map of the Rubik's Cube. After the silver Rubik's Cube rotated once, he found a direction and quickly activated the teleportation function of the mirror dagger. Shoo! Ronan's figure disappeared, and then reappeared in an empty and unmanned independent small space. Under his feet was the land of the Goblin Plain, and there was a faint smell of blood in the air. Jumping one grid is in accordance with my wishes. Ronan checked the Rubik's Cube map and was a little excited for a while. Wait for 30 seconds, wait for the mirror dagger to cool down, and then find the right time to activate it again. Shoo! Roar! A terrifying roar that was not human suddenly sounded in his ears. As soon as Ronan landed, he saw broken limbs and arms all over the ground, broken robes of various colors, and a strong smell of blood. In this independent small space, blood was almost flowing like a river. The waste scum of the Resurrection Society. Die! A strange roar sounded in his ears, accompanied by a sharp and terrifying sound of breaking through the air. Ronan turned his head suddenly and saw a blur of blood. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his long blue-white hair suddenly rose back. The runes in his palm flashed, and the black light surged. Countless fragments of white lightning gathered in his palm, and he suddenly punched the blood that was attacking. Boom! It was as if two extremely heavy objects collided fiercely. At the intersection of the collision, the blood and black light intertwined, and the space collapsed rapidly, shrinking and then exploding into a tsunami-like hurricane-like terrible pressure. Thump, thump, thump. Ronan took several steps back fiercely, with a look of doubt on his face. In the completely giantized state, he could still be repelled by someone's physical strength? It was simply incredible. Looking forward, Ronan saw a flesh monster that was more than 4 meters tall and had knotted muscles retreating rapidly. As it retreated, half of its body exploded continuously like a firecracker. Under the flying flesh and blood, a thin and pale human body was revealed. When half of the face under the flesh and blood shell was revealed, Ronan was slightly startled and blurted out. Rufus. Pale and handsome face, hair that seemed to be flowing with blood, and strange eyes with almost 90% of the white of the eyes. It was Rufus, the first genius of the Scarlet Tower. The shock on Rufus' face was far greater than Ronan's, especially after recognizing Ronan's appearance and identity. The shock was even stronger. The tall and mighty pure white body and the weird and hideous flesh and blood body. The two stood at the two ends of the void and their eyes met, just like two evil monsters from ancient legends staring at each other from afar. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170. I have longed for the black robe for a long time. Just kidding, come again. Rufus was filled with strong murderous intent. Ronan noticed that he was holding a bloody head in his left hand. When he saw the head clearly, Ronan's pupils shrank slightly. It was a very young and beautiful woman's face, which was frozen with shock, pain and fear before death. The key point was the woman's identity. This woman was another third-level wizard genius in the Scarlet Tower besides Rufus. She also participated in the competition. Because her identity as a female wizard has always attracted much attention, Ronan had an impression of her. However, now that the young female wizard is dead, Rufus casually pinched her head in his hand like a rotten apple. Judging from the broken limbs and robes scattered on the ground around, this female wizard should be an undercover planted by the Resurrection Society in the Scarlet Tower. There were several wizards of the Resurrection Society in this space before. Ronan narrowed his eyes and performed the expert-level detection technique, with a faint white light in his eyes. He could even see the remaining resentment of the dead wizards entangled around Rufus, wandering around in fear and resentment. He guessed that the Resurrection Society might want to control or kill Rufus, and arranged at least 3 level 3 wizards to target him. In the end, all of them died at Rufus' hands. This low-key first genius of the Scarlet Tower, under the weakness hides the violent and cruel nature that is completely opposite to his appearance, like an ancient demon in the skin of a wizard. Obviously, Rufus has the same feeling about him. The two looked at each other in silence, and an inexplicable atmosphere gradually arose in the air, but no one took action again. After a moment, Ronan calmly raised the mirror dagger in his hand, followed the rotation pattern of the magic cube map in his mind, and gently inserted it into his shoulder. When Ronan's figure disappeared, at the other end of the space, Rufus stood quietly in the rich blood color that gathered like a large piece of silk. On the half of his fleshy body that was blown up by Ronan's punch, countless buds of flesh grew wildly, quickly repairing the wound and wrapping him again. The pale and handsome face gradually disappeared in the countless rolling flesh buds, and only a pair of strange pupils the size of a pinhole were slightly flashing scarlet bloodthirsty light. Silver magic ring. Ronan Damien, right. I'll remember this punch. Ronan checked his position on the magic cube map and silently calculated the law of the silver magic rotation in his mind. In fact, there is no law. The Dawn magic tool is controlled by humans. The people of the Resurrection Society know where he is. Every time they lock Ronan's position, they will rotate his current space to the center of the cage and throw him back to the starting point again and again. But this does not mean that Ronan cannot escape. There is a way to break it. Just like the mirror dagger needs a cooling time of 30 seconds each time it is cast, each activation of the Dawn level space spell also requires a certain amount of preparation time. As long as we can control this time well, we can. Shoo! Ronan teleported to the ground calmly, and compared it with the magic cube map in his mind. The result was basically the same as he expected. This game is much simpler than the one he encountered in the secret garden. A true master of space magic can build a complex and exquisite magic maze in a place the size of a garden, while an apprentice with poor skills, even if he controls the Dawn-level magic tools in his hands, can only do mindless and rough blocking. 2, at most 3 more teleports, I should be able to completely escape from this cage. Ronan thought to himself, pinching the cooling time of the mirror dagger, and was about to continue the next teleport. However, at this moment, a golden light ball emitting strong vitality suddenly broke into the empty independent space. Ronan was stunned, and the blurry shadow of a woman wrapped in the golden light ball was also stunned when she saw him. Laura. What a coincidence! Exclamation mark. Damn it! Where on earth did those bastards lead me to? After seeing Ronan's face clearly, Lola, whose flesh and blood body was completely shattered and only her soul core remained, screamed shrilly and began to curse. The golden light ball quickly broke a hole and hurried to get in. But Ronan was faster than her. It only took a moment. Bang! There seemed to be golden lightning exploding in the space, and the positions of the two were exchanged. Lola, in the soul state, looked at Ronan not far away with an extremely ugly expression, while the latter was holding a golden light ball in his hand with a strange look. The heart of the tree of the harmless tree. Ronan looked at the object in his hand that looked like solidified amber. The strong vitality exuded from it was hundreds of times more concentrated than the leaf of the harmless tree he got from Lola. Previously, most of the vitality light ball was consumed because of entering the complete giant monster transformation. At this time, just holding this tree hard in his hand, there is a tendency to recover quickly. Ronan slowly put away the tree hard and looked up at Laura. The latter's face was as ugly as the sky that was about to brighten. The dark green pupils were full of deep resentment and hatred for him. Shoo! A crack appeared silently on the side of Laura in the spirit state, and she looked at Ronan deeply. I will definitely come back again. Ronan's eyes flickered slightly. He did not take Laura's threat seriously. He was thinking about whether to chase her and kill her. After weighing the pros and cons, Ronan decided to forget it. It would be troublesome to chase Laura in the spirit state and with the ability to freely shuttle through space. The most urgent thing was to get out of trouble according to the original plan. Thinking of this, Ronan no longer looked at Laura, silently picked up the mirror dagger, and selected the next location to be teleported. Just as he was about to leave, he unexpectedly saw Laura, who had just left a second ago, coming out from the ripples of the void again. She looked terrified, her illusory face was full of tension and anxiety, and she kept screaming and cursing, as if she was being hunted. Besides himself, was there anyone else who wanted to kill Laura? Ronan frowned, and saw that Laura's body seemed to be firmly grasped by an invisible force, and her soul was stretched and lengthened, and finally, like a ball of smoke, it was gently grasped in the palm of a slender and powerful hand that stretched out from the air. Puff! It was like putting out a small fire. The 5 fingers of the palm holding Laura closed, and Laura's screams and curses suddenly stopped, and her entire soul disappeared and completely perished. Ronan's pupils shrank slightly, and without any hesitation, he stabbed his body with a mirror dagger in his hand. Shoo! The short teleportation ended, and Ronan landed. When he saw the scene in front of him clearly, his face became more and more solemn. He was still in the original space. It was just that the position moved 500 meters in the predetermined direction. This independent space became larger, so large that he couldn't escape even with a teleportation using the mirror dagger. While he was figuring out the rules of the Resurrection Society's control of the Dawn instruments, his means of traveling through space were also seen through by the Resurrection Society. So, they specially tailored a unique prison for him. The owner of the hand that had previously extinguished Laura's soul completely walked out of thin air. He was a tall man in a black robe, with a temperament as obscure and deep as a black hole, standing there quietly, swallowing all the light around him. Ronan felt burning, and a dazzling light burst out from under the black, making him squint his eyes. He looked at 9 dazzling spiritual power light balls, arranged in a strange form, faintly forming an inexplicable pattern, like a tight ring. The pinnacle of a 3rd-level wizard is to condense 9 spiritual power crystals, and then form a larger whole. The black-robed wizard in front of him was obviously at the final stage of the promotion from level 3 to level 4. The next step was to nurture the spirit, completely step out of the fog, and touch the dawn. Such strength was even stronger than the several ringmasters of the silver magic ring he had seen. Neither Kosti, Karni, nor Akuto had ever given Ronan such a feeling. Level 3 peak, half a step to dawn. At this time, Ronan saw the void around him gradually turning into thick silver color, showing a bright color like a mirror. He tried to activate the mirror dagger again, but this time it just flashed in place and could no longer break through the space. One after another black-robed figures quickly walked out of the mirror-like void. Most of the auras were those that Ronan had felt before, and they were the resurrection wizards who had come with Laura to surround and kill him before. These people gradually walked to the first black-robed wizard, all bowed their heads, saluted him, and whispered, "And Shao." Ronan had no expression on his face, but his strength was already being activated bit by bit. His eyes slowly turned pure white, tiny lightning bolts shot out of his pores, his figure rose, his muscles bulged, and he had once again entered the state of completely giant-eyed. There was almost no speech. After completely completing the transformation of the ancient giant form, Ronan's figure disappeared without a sign. Feeling the rapid fluctuations in the air, the wizards of the Resurrection Society surrounding the black-robed man quickly dispersed. Like a blazing white lightning, a hideous and twisted body suddenly appeared in front of the black-robed dark head. Boom! The space suddenly collapsed, and it sounded like a drum. Countless white air currents burst between Ronan and the black-robed dark head, forming a huge vortex hurricane. Ronan maintained the posture of punching, and the ancient rune on the palm of his right fist gathered all the power, and the thick black light flowed like ink. The violent airflow lifted his long hair behind him and raised it high, like a dark blue and white interwoven flag fluttering. However, all the power contained in his punch was completely blocked. The dark leader in black robe only stretched out one hand, with a transparent light blooming from the palm, firmly holding Ronan's fist. Invisible ripples rippled out from the place where the two people clashed, gently blowing up the hem of the dark leader wizard's black robe, and the shapes of countless mysterious runes loomed around him. Ronan looked calm, but his eyes frozen under the lake of no thought were shaking slightly. When he just realized the complete giant transformation state of unsullied body, he tore off a resonant domain power of Clemens with his bare hands. Now this state has been strengthened by more than 10 times, and there is also the blessing of the ancient power, rune. He was actually blocked by the Dark Leader of the Resurrection Society with one hand. The opponent didn't even cast any spells, but used pure mental power to block all the power of his punch. The gap is too big. Is this the ability of a wizard who truly stands at the top of level 3? Ronan took a light breath, and moved sideways, like pure white lightning, jumping, disappearing and reappearing. The fusion of nightmare tungsten steel and Nymon alloy floated on the surface of his body, solidifying on his arms and legs to form huge and exaggerated serrated blades. Various parts of his body cut out narrow and dark waves in the air, attacking the Resurrection Society's secret leader from different directions. No wizard's fighting style would be like his current one. He completely abandoned the wizard's calmness and elegance, as if he had turned into a primitive and savage ancient beast. Those black robes of the Resurrection Society who retreated far to the side were just watching, their eyelids twitching constantly. Ronan's speed was so fast that it could not be captured by the naked eye. All others could see was the pure white jumping, and there were black lightning-like waves that kept attacking the Resurrection Society's secret leader. But no matter how terrifying the attack was, once it approached the 5-meter range around him, it was immediately blocked by a layer of transparent and sticky invisible force. The black lightning-like ripples all failed, and could only stir up a circle of ripples. At a certain moment, all the violent attack stopped abruptly. The numerous black ripples disappeared, and Ronan's figure reappeared. Inhale, Ronan breathed heavily, and his appearance changed again at this time. The hair roots up to nearly a foot long gradually turned dark blue, and dense snake-like lines appeared on the body of the giant monster that was so strong that it was exaggerated. Even the eyes frozen by Wu Nian had signs of cracks and looseness. In the gray mark in the middle of the pair of pure white, there seemed to be a faint blood floating, and a violent light leaked out. A series of attacks and the induction of magnificent vitality further stimulated the blood power of the subtle ancient frost hydra that had already merged in his body. Ronan seemed to hear those greasy, low evil whispers. Ancient power. Break. Countless surging silver gathered towards Ronan's hands. Driven by ancient power and the power of his terrifying body, he fell rapidly like a meteor. In his body, only the compressed crystals of vitality the size of rice grains were left, which burst out with incomparable brilliant light. This light burst out from his eyes and finally hit the Dark Leader of the Resurrection Society fiercely. Boom! The unprecedented terrifying aftermath formed the shape of a huge white wave and continued to wash around. The whole space seemed to be shaking. The Dark Leader of the Resurrection Society, who had not moved a single step, finally made a move to retreat, and the transparent invisible wall around him also showed a deep concave shape. Ronan stood in front of the Dark Leader of the Resurrection Society. His fists wrapped in thick black light were less than half a foot away from the black robe. He broke through inch by inch and approached. Just as he was about to break through the barrier, the black hood lifted slightly. Aging. A calm and low voice sounded from under the black robe, accompanied by a rapidly expanding gray light circle. In an instant, the black light on Ronan's fist collapsed inch by inch, and the momentum around him quickly collapsed like a sand castle washed by rushing water. With his long hair hanging down, Ronan staggered and retreated continuously. The violent coldness in his eyes quickly retreated under the strange power of the gray light circle, and he seemed to regain his composure. On the way back, Ronan made a gesture of stretching his hand horizontally. Countless rich mysterious auras emerged, and 3 7-colored rivers flowed quietly in the void. The 3 rivers merged into one, as if flowing out of the legendary mysterious country, silently rushing towards the position of the hidden leader of the Resurrection Society. Second stage of domain resonance. A shocked cry came from the sidelines, and at this moment the gaze cast from under the silent black robe seemed to be slightly moved. He raised his hands and stretched them to both sides. Countless dense shadows emerged from his arms, colliding and canceling out the majestic 7-colored river silently. Cough. Ronan almost retreated to the edge of space, and he looked extremely decadent. He couldn't stop coughing, and black, rancid blood spurted out of his mouth. High-level curse power. Ronan looked down at his hands. The veins on the back of his hands were disappearing, and his skin felt slightly wrinkled. The immaculate body, is the nemesis of all curses. The abundant vitality can offset the power of immunity to most curses. But at this time, the vitality in his body was almost exhausted, and he couldn't even maintain the state of complete giant demonization. He could only rely on the strength of his body to resist the power of the curse. That strange power that makes people age, wither, die, and even die. It is constantly eating away the remaining vitality in his body. Pada, pada, it's like someone stepping barefoot on the cold water. The Resurrection Society's hidden leader, who blocked his last move of the Spirit 7 Colors River, with a double mirror light, came towards him step by step. Ronan looked up and calmly watched the other party approach. Crack! Suddenly, at this moment, a clear sound like a broken mirror rang out in the quiet space. The Resurrection Society's hidden leader's footsteps stopped quietly, and everyone looked up and saw the clear silver cracks appearing in the void around them. Hidden leader. Someone whispered in a hurried tone, and the latter raised his hand. The entire magic cube space is about to collapse, and the power of the Dawn tool is fading. Ronan exhaled a foul breath, looked at the Resurrection Society's hidden leader, who is as powerful as the unconquerable knight in front of him, and said calmly, "Aren't you going to leave quickly? There's only this little time left." Under the deep black robe, the cold eyes fell on Ronan calmly. "It's enough." Ronan fell silent. The Resurrection Society's hidden leader continued to walk, but his speed was much faster than before. The gray halo of aging has been surrounding him. The closer he gets, the weaker Ronan looks. When the black robe was about to approach Ronan, he was only a few meters away from him. Ronan suddenly raised his head and said something out of the blue. "You don't have to kill me if you want the coordinates of the World Stone in my hand." The secret leader of the Resurrection Society paused. "It's really not necessary." Ronan blinked his eyes, tried to raise his head, and then said, "Then how about I join you with the coordinates? Abandon the light and join the dark." To be honest, I have longed for the black robe for a long time. Gray robe wizards are really boring. I have longed for the black robe for a long time. Gray robes are really boring. The clear voice echoed in the space, and what it got was a series of stunned and confused faces raised quietly under the black robe. Ronan's words even stunned the secret leader of the Resurrection Society. He lowered his head as if he was thinking. The sound of space shattering around him gradually intensified. Finally, the Resurrection Society's secret leader calmed down and said calmly, "If..." But he had just started to think of a reply when he was interrupted by a chuckle. "Haha." Ronan swayed his body and slowly stood up, stuffed a piece of amber-like gold into his mouth, chewed it with big mouthfuls, and made a crisp crunch-crunch sound. He raised his right hand, inserted his 5 fingers deep into his left chest, including his heart, and gently pressed the hard and sharp blood crystal. He looked up at the black robe that was close at hand. It seemed that he could see through the deep darkness and see the real face under the black robe. Ronan raised the corner of his mouth, looked at the Resurrection Society's secret leader in front of him, and said with a smile, "I was just kidding you." After saying that, he exerted force with his right hand. Crack! The entire blood crystal shattered, along with the innocent tree heart that he had just chewed and swallowed. 2 unprecedented surging forces collided fiercely like a torrent. Bang! Ronan's long hair on his back suddenly rose up, and a terrifying momentum spread out like 10,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time. A hoarse and almost indistinct voice rang softly in the ears of everyone on the field. "Come again." Chapter 171. In the name of Frost, I am Hikalto, struggle of wills, beginning of turmoil. The blazing white torrent of vitality, like magma washing over a river, infused every inch of skin, muscle, and meridians. In the magma, there was also cold and sharp gravel rolling constantly. Ronan felt his body being torn, destroyed, melted, and reshaped under these 2 hot and cold forces. The slippery and sticky evil whispers lingering in his ears suddenly became louder, like countless sharp pieces of metal sliding wildly on smooth glass. They stuck to Ronan's ears and roared hysterically at him, "Frost! Hikalto Frost! Hikalto! Hikalto!" The thick ice layer on the lake of no thoughts broke and collapsed, and countless violent, cruel, and vicious thoughts surged up from the bottom of the lake. The firm will that Ronan once prided himself on was quickly eroded and occupied by another incomplete, ancient, majestic, and evil will at this moment. His consciousness fell into chaos, constantly switching between clarity and blur. Hector, Hector, Hector. This name kept repeating in his ears. His head was splitting, and the lingering voice in his ears almost tortured him to madness. Who am I? Who is Hector? There were countless voices roaring in his heart. The mark of Ronan Damien seemed to be fading and disappearing. Those memories were quickly dissolved. Finally, the countless voices merged into one. Hector is me. Ronan quietly opened his eyes. In the middle of the dark blue and pure white eyes, the vertical pupil slit suddenly opened, and a scarlet light that was 100 times purer than blood bloomed. The hoarse and low voice passed through the chest and throat, as if it came from ancient times, buzzing. I am Hector. In the name of Frost. At the same time, in the independent space that was about to collapse, all the black-robed wizards of the Resurrection Society looked at the same position with doubtful eyes, including the most powerful black-robed dark head. It was an extremely huge ball of light, with countless dark blue and pure white lightning interweaving around it. There was an indescribable ancient, heavy, and icy aura emanating from the ball of light, gradually spreading throughout the entire space. Everyone had an indescribable sense of uneasiness growing in their hearts. Instinct warned them that they must act immediately, but reason felt that this was absurd and ridiculous. These two contradictory emotions made everyone feel very unnatural, and the crowd began to stir inexplicably. "Aunt Xiao!" someone called softly. The black-robed Aunt Xiao of the Resurrection Society standing in the air raised his palm, and then slowly took out a colorful goat horn mask from under his black robe. There was a handle at the bottom of the mask. The black-robed Aunt Xiao held the mask in his hand and chanted a strange and low spell. Soon, a trace of terrible rune fluctuations came out from the mask. The hollow eye sockets of the goat horn mask were filled with dark light, and the tips of the two twisted horns gradually extended black energy blades. The blade of light was covered with strange and complex rune marks. The aura it exuded silently devoured everything around it. The entire space collapsed slightly, and the direction of the collapse was exactly the position of the strange goat-horned mask. The dark leader in black robes held the handle of the goat-horned mask with both hands, as if holding a huge and strange two-handed sword. He raised the mask calmly, and the black energy blade formed by countless runes cut out pieces of corrosion-like marks in the void. The speed of the collapse of the entire space seemed to be faster. Just as he was about to make a move to cut it down, suddenly, the entire space seemed to be frozen, and time was frozen. An indescribable, ancient, evil, and majestic will quietly descended. All the black-robed wizards of the Resurrection Society on the field showed expressions of horror on their faces, and their mental power fluctuations and bodies all trembled at the same time in an instant. The huge ball of light interwoven with countless dark blue and pure white lightnings broke through silently, and an extremely ferocious yet enchanting body appeared, a slender body over 3 meters tall, covered with dark blue snake scales, surrounded by countless dark blue frost, and vaguely revealing a bewitching but handsome face. There was a pair of scarlet vertical pupils on that face, a strange bulge on the forehead, and narrow and strange patterns on both sides of the cheeks, like runes symbolizing coldness and ominousness. Dark blue long hair silently drifted around him, like extremely small ice snakes, guarding and surrounding him. All the sense of collapse caused by the black sort of sheep horns was now completely taken away by this body. The sky was white, and countless dawn lights were projected from the distant sky, all falling on this body, forming an indescribable, evil but gorgeous picture. The dark-robed man looked at the enchanting figure in front of him, and the two looked at each other silently. After a moment, he seemed to have recovered from his trance, and continued the unfinished action in his hands with a calm look. The black rune sword with terrifying power slowly slashed down, and countless black lights crisscrossed. It seemed slow, but in fact, it reached the top of the head of the enchanting figure in less than a blink of an eye. Facing this terrible attack, the latter did not dodge or retreat. He just raised his head and smiled silently. The corners of his mouth covered with snake scales stretched all the way to the roots of his ears, revealing a mouthful of sharp white teeth. Combined with a pair of pure scarlet vertical eyes, there was an indescribable creepiness and weirdness. Crack! A sudden shattering sound rang out. In the independent small space, the invisible and transparent void around showed traces like broken mirrors. The two figures sitting safely in their seats suddenly stood up and looked around. The space restriction is about to collapse. Akido said softly. Who? Karani exhaled lightly, and a strong mental power wave emanated from him. His originally heroic and rugged facial features became even colder and harder at this moment, and a faint silver metallic luster bloomed between his naturally drooping fingers. The bastards of the Resurrection Society. The two did not speak again, but the anxious and cold murderous intent spread out in waves like a rising tide. Behind the two, Arian, whose face had returned to normal, slowly opened his eyes, his expression firm and calm, ready for battle. Ka-ka-ka. In the space filled with a strong smell of blood, silver-white cracks appeared in the blood. In the huge vortex formed by countless blood mists, the hideous flesh and blood monster suddenly opened its eyes. It can be seen that on its deformed and weird huge body, there are also strange eyeballs of different sizes. Rufus quietly stood up, looked at the traces of the cracks in the surrounding space, and slowly raised his right hand. The creepy hand with 7 or 8 fingers, no skin, only exposed muscles and tendons, quietly lay a delicate and beautiful woman's head in the palm. Rufus looked up at the sky and could vaguely see the outlines of several rounds of light balls entangled in the sky. Now, you have nowhere to hide. What a rare feast. Pop! Rufus closed his 5 fingers, and the woman's head in the palm of his hand exploded directly, and the blood splashed on his face. Rufus extended his slender scarlet tongue, gently licked a few drops of blood from his lips, and whispered, "I'm really looking forward to it." The sign that the space prison was about to collapse was fed back to each independent small space. The battle between the dawn-level wizards in the sky seemed to be coming to an end. There was a continuous stream of thick magic energy falling down, smashing a piece of red magma, a poisonous swamp, and a huge pit of thunder on the ground and in the void. The black robes of the Resurrection Society retreated one after another. Many people realized that the home court of the Resurrection Society was about to retreat. Next, it was time for them to retaliate and fight back. The wait was as long as a century, or perhaps only a few short breaths. Without any signs, countless divided independent small spaces shattered at a certain moment. The panoramic view of the competition venue reappeared on the Goblin Plain. Boom boom boom, one after another, cold and powerful mental power rose up, full of murderous intent against the Resurrection Society. But before these long-trapped wizards could make any counterattack, their minds were completely taken away by the scene before them. In the center of the competition arena, a black robe exuding a strong sense of power was surrounded by countless rune fluctuations, holding a strange goat horn longsword in both hands, and making a slashing motion at a place. However, before the goat horn longsword in his hand fell, the whole person was pierced by a figure interwoven with dark blue frost. Shoo-it! The golden and round sun jumped out from the horizon, an endless golden light spread all over the earth. Everyone couldn't help but squint their eyes. They saw that the black robe holding the sword fell from the air like a stone, and behind him, a strange and slender figure bathed in the bright light of the sun, looking up at the sky and roaring silently and majestically. At this moment, the dignity and coldness from ancient times were peeping. Everyone's mind was swaying, and they fell into a moment of absent-mindedness. Boom! A furious roar suddenly erupted in the sky, and the sound of the spell chanting was amplified to the extreme, covering all the sounds in this world. An extremely strong light burst out from the sky. All wizards lost their vision, and their mental will was trembling slightly. This is the power of the dawn level. When the dazzling light gradually dissipated, everyone regained their sight. However, the strange and hideous shadow that occupied their pupils before had disappeared without a trace. In the sky, only 3 big suns of thunder, crystal and blood were hanging high, and the light seemed slightly dimmer than at the beginning. Below, the black robes of the wizards of the Resurrection Society were quickly retreating. But under the shining light of the 3 dawn suns, they seemed to have nowhere to hide. After a short silence, someone came back to his senses. Then, a chase between wizards broke out. Katja, in the miniature secret space, Binigo, who was busy in front of the experimental table, suddenly stopped what he was doing. He turned his head to look in one direction and slowly picked up a silver hourglass used for simple timing. A crack appeared in the middle of the hourglass, and the silver sand inside leaked out. Binigo looked at the hourglass in his hand, his eyes flickered slightly, and an inexplicable bad premonition gradually arose in his heart. Is it the prophetic talent that comes with a grey elf bloodline? Binigo picked up the notebook and simply recorded some data and information thoughtfully. He paced back and forth in front of the experimental table, walked to the ice coffin where Fiona was sealed and carefully checked, but there was nothing unusual. Binigo walked out of the secret space and just stepped out from behind the waterfall that hid the entrance to the secret realm, and the whole person was stunned for a moment. I saw that the originally empty valley was covered with a thin layer of frost at some point, and a huge ice crystal snake with a single horn on its head was entrenched in it, looking at him quietly. Is it you? The ice crystal demon snake glanced at Binigo, then retracted his gaze, looked up at a high place in the sky, and kept making anxious hissing sounds from his mouth. Just as Binigo frowned, a powerful, ancient, majestic, and evil will suddenly descended into the valley. The next second, a figure quickly enlarged in Binigo's field of vision. Seeing the appearance of the figure, Binigo's pupils shrank fiercely. Dark blue long hair like a waterfall, a slender body covered with snake scales, and ominous lines on both sides of the cheeks. The whole body reveals a strong noble, ancient, and evil temperament. The figure descended into the valley like lightning and stepped hard on the head of the ice crystal demon snake in the valley. The huge ice crystal demon snake almost crouched down in an instant, but it let out an unwilling hiss. "Despicable fellow blood! Do you want to resist me?" A hoarse and low voice, as if countless broken ice rolled, sounded. The enchanting figure with dark blue long hair stepped on the head of the ice crystal demon snake and looked down at it coldly until the pressure from the depths of the blood was transmitted to it, and the latter was driven to surrender by instinct. Binigo saw a charming and evil handsome face through the dark blue frost that surrounded the figure like a thick cloud, and could vaguely distinguish some familiar outlines. "Damien." Binigo blurted out, and the voice attracted the sidelong glance of the figure, and a pair of scarlet eyes with endless coldness fell on him. The moment he was stared at by the pair of vertical eyes, Binigo almost had the urge to kneel down directly. The figure walked slowly towards Binigo, and every step he took would leave a dark blue frost mark like a rune in the void. As the figure approached, the ocean-like coldness enveloped Binigo, and he felt that his throat and heart seemed to be deeply strangled by a pair of extremely cold invisible hands. Plop! Binigo knelt on one knee, the blood color on his face quickly faded, and the blood in his body seemed to be frozen and stopped flowing. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented threat of death, which enveloped him little by little like a dark cloud. Roar! Binigo roared unwillingly, with a weak mental wave on his body, but in the heavy cold that gathered invisibly, his struggle could not even make a small splash. Just when Binigo thought he was about to die in the next second, the figure suddenly stopped. Hoo-hoo! The extremely heavy panting sound. Binigo looked up and saw the slender and upright figure's shoulders shaking violently, with an expression of pain and struggle on his face. The eyes opened, and at this time, there was a clear and calm and violent and cruel light flashing back and forth in the vertical blood eyes. He stretched out his hand to Binigo and urged him in a hoarse voice. "Binigo, hurry up, prepare the second blood purification ceremony for me." The coldness that had been attached to his body before had disappeared at some point. Binigo broke free from the pressure of death, looking at the struggling and painful appearance of the figure in front of him, and immediately thought of a situation in his mind. Bloodline will devouring. Binigo's face was filled with deep solemnity. Without any nonsense, he turned around and stepped into the secret realm. A moment later, he brought out the holy blood tree, which was more than 5 meters tall, with lush branches and leaves, and was bathed in a mysterious red glow. The moment it saw the figure, the branches and leaves of the holy blood tree began to shake eagerly, and dense red tubes immediately grew under the branches and leaves, wrapping around the figure. But as soon as these tubes touched the dark blue frost clouds around the figure, they were immediately frozen and shattered. "Damien, gather your strength. Don't surrender to him." Binigo's eyes flashed, and he spoke quickly. The figure with his eyes closed let out a low roar, suddenly bit his lips, and blue and red blood flowed from the wound. The frost clouds around him surged violently, and gradually were gathered into the body like smoke. The thin tubes released by the holy blood tree finally attached to its body smoothly, and soon wrapped it layer by layer, weaving it into a huge blood cocoon. At this time, the struggle between the two wills in the blood cocoon could be felt more and more clearly. One was ancient evil, full of the breath of destruction and violence. The other was clear and calm, like a stream flowing under the autumn sun. The latter quickly weakened and faded under the former, as if it was being swallowed and dissolved. Mysterious rune-light paths emerged from each thin tube on the entangled blood cocoon, and with a twitch, the ancient evil breath quickly faded. However, on the holy blood tree side, the glow also dimmed quickly, and the whole tree became wilted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and countless leaves withered. Just one blood extraction, the weak holy blood tree almost exhausted all its strength. Without hesitation, Binigo took out a large amount of potions and blood that had been prepared or not prepared from the storage waste bag, and poured them on the holy blood tree. After all the potion bottles were emptied, he immediately cut open his wrists and let the blood flow. But even so, the power of the holy blood tree was still not enough. The huge blood cocoon began to tremble slightly, as if something was about to break out of it. The massive blood loss made Binigo pale and his body swayed, but he seemed to be unaware of it. His brows were furrowed and his eyes kept thinking and scanning the scene. Suddenly, Benigo's eyes stayed on the crouching ice crystal demon snake not far away. The latter sensed his gaze and responded coldly. Benigo's eyes flickered and he spoke in a low voice. I know the relationship between you two. You resent him and try to get out of his control. But if you think this is a good opportunity, you are wrong. Once his will is completely swallowed up by the will of the ancient frost hydra remaining in his blood, then you will be truly doomed. Roar! The ice crystal demon snake let out an irritable roar, as if expressing disdain for what Benigo said. Benigo looked at him calmly. After an unknown amount of time, the blood cocoon released by the holy blood tree was already showing signs of breaking into pieces. Finally, the ice crystal demon snake wavered, hissed, and reluctantly swam its huge body slowly over. With the support of the large amount of blood from the ice crystal demon snake, the power of the holy blood tree could be barely maintained. Benigo's eyes relaxed, but when he moved on to the blood cocoon, he was immediately covered by a thick haze. He knew Ronan's current situation very well, and he mentioned this situation in the blood transplant notes given to him by the other party. That was the backlash suffered by the host after the forced fusion of blood failed. The self-will and the blood will entered the most primitive and direct struggle, and the winner was qualified to obtain the final control of the body. If you are not careful in this process, your self-will may be swallowed up, and you will sink completely from then on, turning into a monster that only acts on instinct. If it was a normal monster bloodline, it might be fine. After all, Ronan had taken 6 bottles of Murfidera's kiss in a row. Even Benigo was shocked by his strong will. But what was rooted in his body was the unprecedented ancient frost hydra bloodline. Once the will of this ancient overlord awakens from the blood, even if it is just a little bit of awareness of the danger, it is not something that others can guess. Damien Benigo stared at the blood cocoon, his eyes complicated and whispered, I will try my best to do what I can, but the rest, it depends on you. After that, Benigo took out a bottle of healing potion from the storage waste bag and swallowed it slowly. Then, expressionlessly, he cut another cut on the wrist that he stretched out to water the holy blood tree, making the blood flow faster. The outbreak of the Goblin Plains directly shocked half of the South. The Ancient Witch Resurrection Society. This name that was so old that many people almost forgot it once again entered the vision of all Southern wizards. In order to seize the Broken World Stone, the power of the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society buried in the dark broke out, and everyone was shocked to realize the extent to which this evil organization had infiltrated the major wizard forces in the South. In the Battle of the Goblin Plains, the current patriarch of the Sacaris family of Molten Crystal Lake, the first wizard of the Thorn Palace, and 2 Dawn wizards with strength reaching level 4 rebelled. Under the joint suppression of several wizards of the same level led by the Speaker of the Thunder Council, one escaped and the other died. The latter paid a heavy price, with a Dawn wizard from the Black Nightmare Swamp dying, a Dawn wizard from the Scarlet Tower seriously injured, and the Broken World Stone just excavated from the ancient Mirror Court lost. And the level below the Dawn. In the Black Nightmare Swamp, a total of 23 wizard geniuses above level 2 rebelled, led by the chief genius Angel. Jupiter, the first genius of the Thunder Council, was seriously injured and on the verge of death, except for the chief genius Rufus. All the wizard geniuses from the 2nd to the 7th in the Scarlet Tower died. All members of the Sacaris family of Molten Crystal Lake rebelled, and the blood of the ancient fire demon ravaged the Molten Crystal Lake. The Palace of Thorns was caught in a huge civil strife, and the blood of wizards dyed the Thorn Forest red. The top genius competition held by the 6 major wizard forces on the Goblin Plains, a Broken World Stone continued to involve the forces of the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society. A huge turmoil in the wizarding world that affected half of the South also slowly began. A month later, the Silver Ring, the first tower. No eunuch, just a problem with the body, slowly adjust, don't fight, and be prepared for a protracted war. Sorry. Chapter 172, Naturally Born Lawbreaker, Heramis's Prodigy Seat. In the Black Hall, various runes and streamers dotted the dark blue dome like countless stars, presenting a sense of vastness. Under the dome, 7 figures sat on huge metal chairs engraved with different rune marks. This was a meeting of the 7 ring masters of the Silver Ring. The resurrection of the ancient witches caused chaos this time, and the Black Nightmare Swamp and Molten Crystal Lake were seriously damaged. The Thorn Palace may be completely eliminated in the south. Our Silver Ring has not been in the south for a long time, and the foundation is still shallow. Now it seems that it has become a good thing. A handsome middle-aged man with a brass pocket watch inlaid in his right eye socket that kept ticking spoke with a sigh. I heard of the name of the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society when I was in the Central Region. It is said that this organization once single-handedly led the destruction of a certain central wizard empire. That war affected several wizard empires, with dozens of large wizard organizations participating. Even 6th-level wizards died in it. I read about this war in an ancient book, and once regarded it as an ancient anecdote. I didn't expect that one day I would actually have an intersection with this evil organization. Among the 7 people, at the top, a man wearing a gorgeous golden robe, shrouded in a faint crystal glow, and whose face could not be seen clearly spoke softly. How is the investigation of the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society within the Circle of Law going? One round of investigation has been completed, and all members have signed soul contracts again. Except for those whose identities have been confirmed, those who defected from the Circle of Law, and the 156 formal members who have disappeared for unknown reasons. No other suspicious people have been found for the time being. Someone responded. The respondent had a deep tone and a heroic appearance. It was the 3rd Circle of Law Master, Carney. The man in the golden robe said calmly, "Issue a task to all members of the Circle of Magic to hunt down the defectors." The investigation of the other 5 major forces is also in progress. The list of defectors should be sent here soon, and they will be included in the list of those to be hunted down. Carney and others nodded. At this time, a ringmaster could not help but speak. The Ancient Witch Resurrection Association has revived, and it also involves the Lost World Stone. Is it really not necessary to notify the headquarters about this matter? It only involves several medium-sized wizard forces. Even if several level 4 wizards report it to the headquarters, it will not attract much attention. As for the Lost World Stone, it is broken. If you want to repair it, even if you use all the resources of a large force, it will take at least 200 years. The man in the golden robe said, and suddenly paused, and then cast his crystal-like warm eyes on a figure in the corner of the 7 people, and his eyes became more gentle. Kirsty. He called the other person's name softly. The beautiful and charming Kirsty, with long hair like a waterfall, slowly raised her head. The dim hall seemed to become brighter because of her appearance. Hasn't your member who knows the coordinates been found yet? Kirsty shook her head and said nothing. Maybe he has been instigated by the Resurrection Society, or he may have been captured. Someone said in a deep voice, "This is a seed full of anxiety. At the beginning, I suggested that the coordinates be destroyed directly. Let's add this person's name to the list of key targets first." Kirsty looked at the person who spoke and frowned slightly. The expressions of Carney and Akido, who were sitting in the hall, also changed. The man in the golden robe pondered for a while and was about to speak. Suddenly, Kirsty's voice sounded in the hall first. "No need." Everyone looked up at Kirsty. The expressionless face of Kirsty now had a few strange lights on her beautiful face. She was looking at a message stone in her hand and whispered, "He has come back by himself." The huge white albatross broke through the layers of clouds and mist, flapped its wings, and gently landed on the top of the silver-white tower. Kirsty stepped down from the albatross's back and waved her hand casually. The huge albatross banged and dispersed, turning into countless bright points of light that scattered in the air. Kirsty gently waved the staff in her hand, and a faint energy wave came out. The metal dome on the top of the silver-white tower melted like water, revealing a square entrance. Following the entrance, Kirsty landed in a huge room filled with countless books. Balby, with colorful feathers, flapped his wings and flew towards her. Kirsty pushed Balby aside and walked out of the room step by step. Soon, she stopped near the exit of the spiral staircase, and her eyes fell on a slender figure standing in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling crystal window not far away. Ronan. Kirsty's eyes moved and she called out a name. The figure with his back to her turned around slowly after hearing it. Under the large and gorgeous silver-gray robe, a handsome and almost bewitching boy's face was revealed. The boy seemed a little weak, his face was extremely pale, and the usual high spirits and heroic spirit between his eyebrows were gone, replaced by a deep sense of fatigue that was almost indissoluble. "Ringmaster." The boy smiled and nodded to Kirsty. Kirsty said softly in a complex tone that was not sure whether it was relief or worry, "You are finally back." At %, Ronan gently recited a complex spell, and after the spell ended, he raised his hand and drew a complex and mysterious pattern in the air with his fingertips. The pattern solidified in the void, and quickly turned red as if burned by fire, and then disappeared. After Ronan finished all this, Kosti, who had been watching closely, also lost the last bit of worry in her beautiful blue-purple pupils. She seemed to be completely relaxed and exhaled gently. Then she took the initiative to explain to Ronan, "It's not that I don't trust you. After the incident of the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society, everyone needs to re-sign the contract, including me." "Understood." Ronan nodded, and then habitually reached out to rub his eyebrows. It seemed that just such a simple contract signing process consumed most of his energy. Kosti noticed Ronan's abnormality and reached out to touch Ronan's forehead. Ronan did not resist, and let Kosti's hand gently press on his forehead. A slight fragrance accompanied by the light of spiritual power bloomed from Kosti's fingertips. After a moment, Kosti withdrew her hand, and her delicate eyebrows were tightly knitted together. "Ronan, your situation is very bad. What have you experienced in this month?" Ronan did not speak, but was silent. Kosti looked at him with a complicated look, sighed softly, shook her head and chose to let go of this topic. "Forget it, you have your own secrets, I have no right to ask. Can you tell me what happened in the past month?" Ronan was silent, then looked at Kosti and asked. Kosti nodded, and then told Ronan about the follow-up of the battle in the Goblin Plains. Kosti spoke quickly and in detail, and it took a long time to finish telling all the points that Ronan might be interested in. Darby has been in the 7th ring for many years. I have personally taught him more than once, but I didn't know that he had secretly joined the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society. Kosti's story ended with Darby, the wizard who betrayed the ring. Ronan saw a look of shame and self-blame in Kosti's eyes. Kosti, this woman, was born with a kind of maternal nature. Although she was much older than Ronan, her heart was as pure as a girl who had never known the world, and she even blamed herself for part of Darby's betrayal. Ronan didn't know how to comment, and was still thinking about what Kosti had just said. Compared with the other 5 major wizard forces, the Silver Circle is probably the least affected by the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society. At least there is no inside ghost among the 7 ringmasters. Look at the Molten Crystal Lake and the Thorn Palace next door, even the Dawn-level wizards have rebelled. However, the members of the circle below the top are infiltrated quite seriously. There are hundreds of circle wizards suspected of being members of the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society, including Nona Paran, who had an intersection with Ronan. This guy left the circle the day after the Goblin Plains competition began and has not returned yet. He has been included in the list of 6 hunted down rebels. Kosti bluntly stated in the narration that if he had not returned in time, he would probably be labeled a circle traitor. Even because he has the World Stone coordinates that the Resurrection Society values very much, even if he has now re-signed the soul contract and proved his loyalty, the suspicion on him is still not completely cleared. Ronan thought about telling Kosti about the secret leader of the Resurrection Society who died in his hands, a powerful figure at the peak of level 3, to prove his innocence. But then he thought better of it. People who believe in him, such as Kosti, will choose to believe him no matter what he does. On the contrary, people who doubt him will still remain suspicious of him no matter how he proves himself. If you were a high-ranking member of the Circle of Law, it would be normal for him to doubt an ordinary member who has returned from a month of disappearance with no reason, holding the coordinates, in a situation where even the leader of a faction, the Dawn Wizard, could be a ghost in the Resurrection Society. Kosti's emotional approach seemed rather naive. The decision made by several ringmasters after joint discussion is to extract the coordinates in your hand and destroy them. Kosti asked Ronan in a negotiating tone, and Ronan had no resistance to this. Okay. He nodded and agreed after a brief consideration. Kosti exhaled lightly and said to him, "The process of extracting the coordinates may be a little painful, try to be patient." After that, Kosti took out a bottle of unknown black potion from the space ring she carried with her, asked Ronan to stretch out his hand, and then evenly applied the black potion on the back of his hand. Ronan stared at the layer of black liquid on the back of his hand, which felt very slippery, like a pool of melting asphalt. Looking carefully, he found that the black liquid was actually composed of countless extremely tiny insects. After these insects touched Ronan's skin, they desperately drilled into his flesh. As all the black liquid penetrated, Ronan soon felt a burning pain like a red-hot iron on the back of his hand. This pain seemed to reach his soul, making him frown slightly. The burning pain continued to increase, and then a mark like an arrow slowly appeared on the back of Ronan's hand. Kosti, who was standing by, chanted a low spell, and the black liquid that had previously seeped into his skin and flesh seeped out again, flowing toward the empty crystal bottle that Kosti had prepared long ago, like a living thing. Along with a black liquid flowed the arrow mark on the back of Ronan's hand, which was the so-called extraction process. That's it. When the last drop of black liquid flowed into the crystal bottle, Kosti sealed the bottle tightly. Ronan, however, stared at the back of his smooth right hand thoughtfully. He could feel that although the coordinate mark seemed to have been removed, there was actually still a thin layer of it remaining in his body, as if it had not been completely removed. This coordinate will be destroyed in the presence of all the Dawn Wizards of the 6 major forces in a while. Kosti gently shook the crystal bottle in her hand and said to Ronan, after the news spreads, it should be able to divert most of the attention of the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society on you. However, this time the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society also lost 2 Dawn Wizards, and it is estimated that they will not have the strength to jump out again in a short time. Ronan nodded and stood side by side with Kosti in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling crystal window. Balbi, in the form of a colorful conch parrot, flapped his wings and flew over, landing gently on Ronan's shoulder. After extracting the coordinates, Kosti was obviously much more relaxed. Neither of them spoke, but just looked at the flowing clouds and towers in the distance. Time passed quietly like water. At a certain moment, Ronan suddenly retracted his gaze and turned to look at Kosti's perfect profile. Does Lord Kosti know about the Southern Wizard Genius Gathering and the Chief Wizard of Haramus? Kosti's eyes flickered slightly, but before she spoke, Balbi on Ronan's shoulder had already opened his mouth and chanted loudly. Haramus is a natural ruler of the law. His legend cannot be told even if 100 sunsets are used. Balbi flew up from Ronan's shoulder, circling in the air while singing, even imitating the sound of a harp with his tongue, like a real bard. You're too noisy, Balbi. Kosti scolded softly, and Balbi shut his mouth obediently. Kosti looked at Ronan with a slightly strange expression and asked, who mentioned this to you? An opponent. Ronan thought about it and chose to use the word opponent to describe Angel. Angel has the powerful strength to seriously injure Jupiter, but he didn't attack him several times. Ronan felt that he might not really be called his enemy. Although he joined the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society, judging from his 2 defections, Ronan would not find it strange even if he appeared on the opposite side of the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society next time. Angel seemed to value nothing and regarded many things as just a game. He was like smoke, gathering and dispersing invisibly and unpredictable. Haramus. Kosti whispered the name quietly, and after thinking for a while, he said, do you remember the tickets and seats I mentioned to you before? Ronan nodded. Is that what you mean? Yes. Kosti squinted his eyes and looked at the dim sunset in the distance, and slowly said, you should know the division of the upper, middle and lower rings of the continent. We are now in the southernmost region of the upper ring continent. And Haramus is recognized by all wizards as the most powerful and talented legendary wizard in the history of the upper ring continent. No one else, even Spiritor, can't compare to him. Ronan was surprised and couldn't help asking. Kosti shook her head, but what she said was, Sibert is different from Haramus. The legendary wizard Spidiart's footprints are all over the upper, middle and lower rings. There is no information to prove which ring of the continent Spidiart was born in. But Haramus' life can be traced. It is said that he was born in a small noble family in a secular kingdom in the middle of the upper ring continent. During a kingdom turmoil, he was forced to migrate with his family. On the way, he relied on his knight's strength to kill a formal wizard and got a ticket to enter the gate of the wizard world. Kill a formal wizard with the skills of a knight. Ronan was stunned, his face full of disbelief. If he said that killing a wizard apprentice as a knight, he could understand it, but a formal wizard who really reached the first level has completely transcended the mundane world. As long as he moves his little finger, he can easily crush those knights who stand at the top of the mundane world. How did he cross such a huge realm gap? Could it be that this Haramus also practiced an extraordinary bodybuilding technique similar to austerity bodybuilding in the mundane world? Yes. Facing Ronan's shock, Kosti said firmly, Haramus has already reached a level beyond the ordinary in his practice of the way of the knight. And his true talent were revealed after he became a wizard. It took Haramus less than 100 years to reach the end of dawn, a record that has not been broken so far. A 6th level wizard in 100 years, Ronan couldn't help but mutter. With a soul age of less than 100 years, he can become a 2nd level wizard. In the top southern wizard forces like the Silver Ring, he can be called a genius. But compared to Haramus, what is he? Mediocre, trash? Just as Balbi just sang, Haramus is known as a natural-born law-bearer. He once commanded meteorites and single-handedly destroyed a huge empire composed entirely of wizards. There are countless legends about him. He is a strong man who truly stands at the top of the Upper Ring continent. Later, he chased the Twilight and entered the Middle Ring continent, fighting with those who inherited the ancient noble bloodlines. It is said that he also left many legends. What happened next? Ronan suppressed his inner shock and asked Kosti. Kosti just replied calmly, dead. Aharamis fell in a lower continent, and the specific reason for his death is not clear. Kosti said, but before his soul completely disappeared, he came back once and left his inheritance in every corner of the Upper Ring continent, Haramis's wizard seat. There are 32 seats represented by each inheritance, which are open once every 100 years. Only genius wizards with a soul age of less than 100 years may be invited to obtain an admission ticket to compete for the seat. If you can win the position of the chief, you may get a more critical inheritance from Haramis. And once all the key inheritances are collected, it is said that you can inherit Haramis's extremely powerful law controller bloodline. This is an open treasure of opportunity. The competition for Haramis's wizard seat has been going on for nearly 1,000 years in the Upper Ring continent, but no one has really collected the inheritance. Kosti turned to look at Ronan, paused and said, the competition for the wizard seat in the south will officially begin in 3 years. Who? Ronan exhaled a long breath, and a strange light shone in his eyes. At this moment, the fatigue that had been lingering between his brows seemed to disappear. I understand. Ronan said softly. Kosti said with a slightly complicated look in her eyes, I mentioned this to you before, with the intention of motivating you. But in fact, it is still difficult for you to compete for the Haramis wizard seat this time. Before this, the invitation to the seat battle had never been given to any level 2 wizard. To get an invitation, you must be promoted to level 3 within 3 years. Even if you can do this, the top wizard talents from the 3 major wizard forces in the south and dozens of medium-sized wizard forces will gather together, and the competition for tickets alone will be fierce enough. 3 major wizard forces. Ronan heard this for the first time and couldn't help blinking. Yet, Kosti explained, the wizarding world has a special set of classification standards for wizard forces, which are divided into micro, small, medium, large and super large. For example, our silver ring can only be regarded as an ordinary medium-sized wizard force. Among the 6 major wizard forces, only the Thunder Council and the Scarlet Tower can be regarded as top-level medium-sized forces, but they are not up to the standard of large-scale forces. Kosti tried to let Ronan feel the fierce competition in advance, and even took Arian as an example. Arian is considered the most outstanding genius of our Silver Ring generation, but if he is placed in the battle, his strength may only be considered average. The number of geniuses who are as outstanding as him or even more evil will exceed your expectations. Ronan listened quietly, his blood gradually felt hot, and his heart couldn't help beating faster. Different magic fields, different magic schools, and different magic concepts are displayed in the most talented people of various forces, colliding and competing with each other. Even if the temptation of Haramis's inheritance is put aside, this event itself is full of great attraction to him. What a splendid scenery it will be. Ronan whispered softly, reaching out in the direction in front of him, clenching his 5 fingers lightly, squinting his eyes, as if he saw something, as if he wanted to grab something. Ronan. At this time, Kosti suddenly spoke, pulling him back from his inexplicable yearning. Ronan turned his head, his expression had returned to calm. He saw that Kosti had an extra communication stone in his hand. During the time they were talking, she seemed to have been waiting for a response, and now it seemed that she had waited for it. Several major ringmasters said. Kosti looked at him, carefully speaking slowly, in view of your outstanding performance in the Goblin Plains competition, the danger you suffered because of the World Stone coordinates, and the risks you may take in the future, you will be given some rewards and compensation. Compensation? Ronan's eyes moved slightly, and he subconsciously asked, what compensation? Chapter 173, Mirror of the Void, Mirror Soul, Spell, Inheritance Space. A space mirror magic discovered in the ancient Mirror Court. Originally, this should have been a reward for the party that won the competition, but after the Ancient Witch Resurrection meeting, the top leaders of several major forces discussed and decided that as long as they entered the 3rd round of the competition, they would all be eligible to practice. In fact, this is not a special compensation given to you by our magic ring. This is the reward you deserve. Kosti raised her hand, and the crystal French window in front of the two of them opened with a bang. The evening wind poured in from the outside, blowing the robes and hair of the two. Ronan saw an exquisite crystal bracelet on Kosti's fair and slender right wrist flashing, followed by a crisp sound of flapping wings. A huge albatross jumped out of Kosti's sleeve and hovered in front of the two. "Let's go." Kosti called Ronan. "I'll take you to another place." Ronan's eyes flickered slightly, and without asking Kosti where to go, he nodded and followed Kosti to the back of the white albatross. This should be a unique flying magic tool, and the magic effect is much stronger than that of ordinary flying tools. Ronan stood on the back of the albatross, and Kosti took 2 steps forward. The light fragrance of her hair blew on his face with the wind. "The real compensation is where you are going next," Kosti said to Ronan. The white albatross carried the two of them over the tower and flew straight to the huge metal ring on the 7 silver white towers. "Ronan, do you know the real origin of our silver magic ring?" Kosti suddenly spoke to Ronan. Ronan blinked and replied, "I have heard that the magic ring originated in the middle of the continent, and the word silver in the magic ring was added later." This secret was told to Ronan by Benigo. In fact, it is not a secret. Many people know it. "Yes." Kosti nodded and said, "The origin of the magic circle is in the central region, named Almighty Magic Circle, which is a top-level large-scale wizard force. Even in the central region, it has a strong reputation. After coming to the south, it was renamed the Silver Magic Circle. In addition to the accidental acquisition of the silverization symbol, it also has the meaning of distinguishing it from the headquarters." Kosti suddenly sighed with a rather emotional tone, thinking back to the time when a group of 10 people came from the central region to the south with great ambitions, but now. Kosti did not say anything more, and Ronan did not ask. From the fact that there are only 7 magic circles now, and there are only 7 ring masters, instead of 10, it can be roughly guessed that some changes must have happened in the middle. Actually, our main purpose of coming to the south was to find the ruins of the ancient Court of Mirrors. Kosti calmed down and then said to Ronan, "The clues about the ruins of the Court of Mirrors came from the headquarters of the Circle of Law, and were released in the form of a mission within the Force. Only 10 of us took on this mission. Now that the ruins of the ancient Court of Mirrors have been basically excavated, has the mission been completed?" Ronan interrupted, but Kosti shook her head. "No, far from it. There is nothing we want in the Court of Mirrors at all." "Huh?" Kosti glanced at Ronan, hesitated slightly, and then whispered, "The real purpose of the headquarters of the Circle of Law sending us here is to obtain the knowledge about space and mirror magic in the Court of Mirrors, so as to improve the part about the inheritance of space magic in the almighty Circle of Law system, and then to find the whereabouts of the lost space treasure, Mirror of the Void." "Mirror of the Void?" Ronan showed a bit of curiosity on his face. "Yes," Kosti explained, "the Mirror of the Void is an extremely powerful space-based magic tool created by the wizards of the ancient Mirror Court. It is completely incomparable to the few dawn-level magic tools we unearthed in the ruins. It is said that the ancient Mirror Court did not take it away, and it was deliberately left as a seed of inheritance in the Upper Ring continent. But in the end it is just an illusory rumor. Even the wizards of the headquarters do not take it seriously. They just issue it in the form of a task, and let us, the lower-level members, try our luck everywhere by following the fragmentary clues. The facts have proved that this is indeed the case. Even after the core area of the ruins of the ancient Mirror Court was excavated, no trace of the so-called Mirror of the Void has been seen. Perhaps this space-based magic tool treasure is not on the ruins at all, or perhaps it has already broken the rune restrictions of the ruins like those dawn-level magic tools that gave birth to spirituality, and no one knows where it has gone. But it doesn't matter anymore." Kosti stood on the back of the white albatross and looked down at the 7 silver white towers below. She gently lifted a few strands of hair from her temples and said calmly, "I'm afraid no one remembers why we came here, including me. Time can really change a lot of things." The white albatross landed on the huge metal ring. At this time, the last rays of the setting sun shone down, illuminating the huge metal ring with a golden glow. Kosti controlled the albatross to fly slowly around the metal ring in a clockwise direction and continued to talk to Ronan. "The most core and powerful inheritance of the magic ring is the symbol, Almighty Magic Ring. The power of this symbol is closely related to the type of elemental spells you master. The more elemental spells you practice, the stronger the power of the combined symbol will be, and the smaller the loopholes in your own spell system will be when fighting against the enemy. so it has the name of omnipotence. I heard that the use of the almighty magic ring symbol requires a high level of physical strength from the wizard, and ordinary wizards simply cannot bear it. Ronan thought for a while and said. Kosti replied, it's just a part of it. The scouring of multi-element energy particles will indeed put a great burden on the will and body of the caster. But to achieve this step, you have to almost touch the upper limit of omnipotence. In fact, there are very few wizards who can truly achieve all-round cultivation. Human power is limited, and wizards with long lifespans cannot master all-round spells. Most magic circle wizards will only choose 2 or 3 series of spells to study, and those with outstanding talents may have a little more. So the name of omnipotence seems to be glorious, but in fact it is only theoretical omnipotence. Ronan thought about it, and it was indeed the truth. If the wizards of the omnipotent magic circle could really achieve all-round omnipotence, the omnipotent magic circle would not be just a large wizard force, and might have long been ranked among the super large ones, or even ruled the entire upper ring continent. Take himself as an example. He only practiced ice and metal, and at most one energy system, and body forging. He always felt that there was not enough time and energy, and had to make some choices in practice. Although he didn't practice for a long time, the lifespan of a Dawn-level wizard is usually more than 1,000 years, but the higher the level of the spell, the more difficult it is to practice. If you practice multiple systems at the same time, you have to consider the conflicting concepts between spells of different elemental systems. Moreover, a wizard cannot focus all his energy on practicing spells. He has to meditate, go out to fight for resources, constantly acquire knowledge, and do some necessary research on runes, potions, and alchemy. The so-called omnipotence of the omnipotent magic ring is just awesome, but in fact no one can do it. But even so, the heritage of the circle of magic is still powerful. Every time you practice one more spell and perfect the almighty seal, your combat power will increase exponentially. Once you achieve something, few wizards of the same level can compete with the circle of magic wizards. Even the elemental crystal spell system we created by integrating the metal spell heritage from Spirit also has similar characteristics. Ronan heard Kosti's words and his expression changed slightly. Is it the kind that Arian practiced? Yes. Kosti nodded, and at this time the white albatross they were riding on stopped completely at a certain position on the huge metal ring. Ronan saw an entrance similar to a passage in front of him, which looked inconspicuous on the huge metal ring, but was enough for several people to enter and exit freely. Kosti dispersed the albatross spell and led Ronan in through the entrance. Inside was a long metal corridor, and the walls of the corridor were painted with various complex and mysterious rune patterns. So how many spells does the omnipotence of the almighty ring include? Ronan was a half-step behind Kosti, and asked Kosti while curiously looking around. Earth, wind, fire, ice, electricity, energy, metal, plant, darkness. Kosti listed them one by one, and finally said, when I left the central region, the omnipotence was 10. Now, it may have increased to 11, 12, or even more. Ronan was secretly shocked. 10, or even more. Is the almighty ring going to be the encyclopedia of spells in the wizarding world? He seriously suspected that the top leaders of the ring were a group of wizards with a serious collection addiction. When no one can practice all these spells, they are still constantly filing the system with new content, just for the well-deserved name of omnipotence. Instead of wasting time, it would be better to study how to maximize the inherited power of the almighty ring, within the scope of human ability. Of course, he was just a second-level wizard with a narrow vision. The high-level magic circles might have more far-reaching considerations that he could not see. When you are promoted to the third level, you will be able to access the true core of the magic circle. At that time, you can choose to practice our original path in the south, or the orthodox path of the headquarters. Kosti suddenly stopped. At this time, they had not reached the end of the corridor. Looking ahead, there seemed to be a long way to go. I'm going to take you to the inheritance mark space at the core of the magic circle. Kosti pondered. Theoretically, you are not qualified to enter now. Even if you are promoted to level 3, you may not have a chance. But because of the world stone coordinates, they decided to make an exception and open it to you. The resources of the inheritance mark space are very limited. Originally, only Arian was qualified to enter among the younger generation of the entire magic circle. He was placed with high hopes by many people. Kosti's eyes gently fell on Ronan, and after a pause, he spoke again. Given your current situation and the unresolved turmoil of the ancient witch resurrection society, it is actually a good choice for you to stay here. As for your problem, I will also try to see if it can be solved." As she spoke, Kosti raised her hand, and her white and tender palm sprinkled a hazy glow, instantly illuminating the entire corridor. In the glow, a space entrance that could only accommodate one person appeared. Ronan's eyes flickered, and he stepped towards the entrance, but when he was about to enter the entrance, he was suddenly stopped by Kosti. "Ronan." Ronan turned his head, and Kirsty looked at him steadily, her lips moving, but in the end she just calmly instructed, "Seize this opportunity." Ronan nodded and stepped into the entrance. As Ronan's figure disappeared, Kirsty's calm face suddenly became a little cold. She spoke coldly to the end of the empty corridor. "Is this compensation? It's better to say it's imprisonment. In the end, you still don't believe me." Only Kirsty's voice was heard in the dark corridor, and no one responded. After a moment, Kirsty took a breath and said in a deep voice, "No matter what, the real compensation for Damien. I will definitely continue to fight for it." After that, Kirsty walked back the way she came without looking back, and only her footsteps echoed in the empty corridor. Click, Ronan suddenly found himself walking into a warm and comfortable room. Soft light spread to every corner of the room. The room was surrounded by spiral bookshelves filled with all kinds of books. The bookshelves extended upwards, and there seemed to be no ceiling above. No one knew where they led to. In the middle of the room stood a long mahogany table, and something seemed to be placed on it. Ronan walked over slowly and found a gray runestone. There were fluorescent words flashing next to the runestone, "For Ronan Damien." For himself? When Ronan saw the words clearly, the fluorescence disappeared quickly, as if it had never appeared. Ronan gently picked up the runestone on the table and penetrated it with his mental power. After a moment, Ronan's mind was pulled out of his immersion, and a strange look appeared on his face. The runestone recorded the inheritance of a spell. There was no specific grade. The spell was called Mirror Soul. It seems that this is the inherited spell discovered in the ancient Mirror Court. After reading the entire spell introduction, Ronan also understood why the 6 great masters were willing to share this spell generously. The reason is that this spell does not involve the principle of space system, it is just a pure mirror system spell. Mirror system spells are derived from space system spells, and the two are often closely connected, but there are also completely independent mirror system spells, and the one in Ronan's hand is one of them. However, although it does not involve the principle of space system, this non-grade, Mirror Soul, spell is still powerful. The core of the Mirror Soul spell is similar to the mirror system runes and spells that Ronan has come into contact with before, and the effect is replica. The caster can use the Mirror Soul to construct a temporary summoned creature through a special spell medium. The strength of the summoned creature is determined by the caster's own strength level and the quality of the spell medium. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why it has no grade, because the upper and lower limits of the power of this spell in the hands of different wizards are really too different. The range of spell media required for the casting of the Mirror Soul spell is extremely wide, which can be a certain object, a certain breath, or even a certain memory. The strength and ability of the Mirror Soul summoned through different spell media are often very different. Ronan almost immediately thought of a medium that was extremely suitable for the Mirror Soul to cast. If his idea was feasible, this spell is tailor-made for me. Ronan exhaled lightly, suppressed his eagerness to try it out immediately, and put the runestone with the Mirror Soul spell into the space ring. He didn't forget what his purpose was. Could the inheritance mark space that Kosti mentioned be the library-like room he was in? Ronan continued to look around and soon noticed the 8 small doors on the 4 sides of the room. These 8 small doors were engraved with different patterns. Ronan carefully identified them and felt that they were elemental symbols corresponding to different systems. He thought about it and walked towards a small door with a flame-like pattern printed on it. He walked to the door and reached out to try to push it open. He pressed his palm on the door and applied a little force, but the small door did not move at all. Ronan frowned and turned to another small door. He tried to open it, but still couldn't push it. When he tried the 5th small door, Ronan just put his hand on the door, and the abstract symbol of 2 crossed swords on the small door quietly lit up, and then the gray small door suddenly turned into a gray vortex, and Ronan suddenly fell into it, lead gray, black, silver white, gold, all of which were mottled metallic luster. The air was filled with a strong smell of pig iron, and the ground under his feet was also very hard. This is a world composed entirely of various metals. The metal energy elements, which are always the thinnest in the external space, are so dense that they are almost visible to the naked eye in this place. Occasionally, there is wind, which blows across the ground, and the sound it makes is as rough and harsh as metal friction. When it blows on the face, it feels a slight stinging sensation as if the face is washed by the knife light. This is the space of the inheritance mark of the metal system. Ronan looked at the heavy lead-gray sky, thinking. After staying in this space for a long time, he felt that he was slowly assimilated by the metal, as if his body had become sluggish and frustrated. However, the nightmare tungsten, steel and Nemen metal that had been attached to his body were quite active. Ronan did not explore further, but exited the space and returned to the small room filled with books. He continued to try the next door. The next few doors became unusually smooth. Ronan tried all of them and found that he could open half of the 8 small doors. The elemental spaces behind the small doors were respectively metal, ice, earth and energy. Open as an exception. Ronan stood in the middle of the 8 small doors, thinking with a gleam in his eyes. It's said to be opened as an exception, but in fact it's only partially open. If it's Orion, it's probably that all 8 small doors are unobstructed, right? Ronan looked around again. He had been in for so long, and he didn't find any doors to go out. When he came in, Kosti didn't tell him when to go out, so it seemed that he would have to stay in this place for a while. I wonder if anyone is watching. Ronan looked up and squinted slightly at the deep darkness above his head. Then he retracted his gaze. Okay, I just need a quiet place and some time without being disturbed to sort out my current combat system and solve the problem of hidden dangers in my bloodline. Ronan weighed the 4 small doors he could enter, and finally chose a nice door that was relatively comfortable and walked in. Chapter 174 Simulation of the Ancients. The vast ice field under his feet extended to the sky. There were half-frozen glaciers flowing slowly, making low roars. The towering glaciers in the distance were like huge sculptures, piercing the sky like swords and halberds, with cold light flashing on the surface. Even the sky was covered with frost, outlining some complex and irregular huge patterns. Snowflakes fell gently, covering the earth, forming a soft white blanket. Ronan tried to take 2 steps forward, and there was a slight creaking sound, like an invisible elf whispering. This ice heritage mark space of the magic ring was quite similar to the scene in the heritage dream of Hikalto that Ronan had entered before. Both were worlds made of pure ice and snow, but compared with Hikalto's heritage dream, the world in front of him lacked a lot of heavy and ancient charm. Hikalto. He mentioned this name again. Ronan's temples throbbed slightly, as if he was stabbed by something sharp, but his expression remained calm. He slowly called up his current character panel. Talent, Ancient Frost Hydra Bloodline, 1%, Strength, Level 2 Formal Wizard, 40%. The 2 columns that have changed the most on the character panel are probably Talent and Strength. The former has an additional 1%, Ancient Frost Hydra Bloodline, while the latter has increased from the original 35% to the current 40%. Just as Ronan had expected, when he had absorbed the blood crystals in his heart, the talent words belonging to Ancient Frost Hydra Bloodline would truly appear on the panel. But he didn't expect that the consequences of forced fusion would be so serious that he almost completely disappeared from this world. Even if the blood of the Ancient Frost Hydra is as thin as 1%, the ancient will remaining in its blood is still so strong and domineering that it almost erodes and devours my will. Aunt Soraya is right. Blood is an eternal taboo for wizards. It is a treasure that can bring infinite power to a wizard, but it is also a disaster that will bring death and destruction. Even at the dawn stage, there are only a few wizards who are truly qualified to study the field of blood. I haven't even completely walked out of the fog. Ronan gently exhaled a mouthful of frost, and whispered in a complex look, I am too arrogant. The superficial benefits obtained from the blood made me forget myself, thinking that I already have the ability to easily control this power, but I ignored the huge potential risks. Ronan stretched out his hand and gently pressed the position of his left chest. Only he could see it. On the heart under his chest, there was a thumb-sized diamond crystal inlaid. The crystal was deep red, mixed with a lot of dark blue. The 2 colors flowed slowly in the crystal like blood, giving it an indescribable sense of mystery and beauty. The crystal seemed to grow naturally with Ronan's heart. As the heart continued to beat, it also slowly released some ancient and mysterious power, washing over the body with blood. This was the ancient Frost Hydra blood crystal after the second purification of the Holy Blood Tree. The first one had been broken, and part of the blood power was completely integrated into Ronan's body, becoming one with him and becoming part of his blood. It was also the origin of the 1% ancient Frost Hydra blood on the panel. The rest was recondensed after the second purification and retained in Ronan's body in the form of crystals again. In fact, up to this point, everything was not much different from Ronan's initial expectation. Through repeated purification and fusion, the concentration of the ancient Frost Hydra blood in his own blood was continuously increased until this blood was completely inherited. The only thing he didn't expect, or underestimated, was the backlash of his bloodline will during this process. Closing his eyes, Ronan's consciousness slowly sank. In the deepest part of the consciousness space, there was endless frost covering it. There was a dense shadow in the frost, which faintly revealed the ancient, majestic, and evil will fluctuations. This was the remnant of the will of the ancient Frost Hydra during a blood fusion. The aggregation of this part of the incomplete will is now temporarily sealed in the deepest part of Ronan's consciousness, like an untouchable taboo. Ronan needs to devote at least 70% of his energy all the time to maintain this relatively peaceful state. Once he relaxes, this will break the seal and quickly devour and occupy his body. By that time, perhaps the ancient Frost Hydra will resurrect in his body in another form? Ronan doesn't know. This kind of willpower that even time cannot completely erase is deeply imprinted in the blood like a genetic code and may come back at any time. It is too incredible and beyond his cognition. The only good news now is that as long as I don't try to continue to fuse the blood crystals and don't use the power of the ancient Frost Hydra, this willpower will not be nourished and will not continue to grow. It can be slowly worn away over time. Although it is not realistic to completely expel it, because Ronan cannot completely abandon this blood power, as long as he chooses to continue on the path of Frost Hiqualto, he will have to face this problem. But if it can be controlled within a relatively weak range, it will not have much impact on me. Ronan opened his eyes and slightly activated the power of Ancient Frost Hydra Bloodline on the talent column. In an instant, the pupil in the middle of his eyes split into two black vertical cracks like a broken ice layer, and an evil scarlet light bloomed from it. Hiss! The long hair behind Ronan fluttered silently, and each strand turned into an ancient dark blue. Countless free ice energy particles in the air gathered towards Ronan, forming a huge vortex. The glaciers on the ground were moved, and even the towering glaciers in the distance seemed to be making a roaring sound. Large groups of black and blue frost were born, and the ancient evil and majestic aura was released bit by bit. When everything was about to evolve to the extreme, it all stopped abruptly. Ronan restrained the power in his blood, silently looked at his right hand, and quickly put it down. How could you get the power that ordinary people could not get without paying a certain price? Things in this world have always been fair. Ronan is not the kind of person who once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of the rope for 10 years. Experiencing the crisis of life and death will not make him afraid, but will only make him more cautious and careful. Ronan walked in the snow and slowly walked towards the depths of space. The further he went, the denser the free ice energy particles in the air became. He walked all the way to the end of the space. In front of a cliff covered with frost and fog, Ronan even saw some irregular blue and white light balls floating on the cliff. That was a gathering of energy particles that were dense to a certain degree. If more time passed, the energy particles in this space would be denser. The light balls in front of Ronan might evolve into ice elemental bodies. Frost Spear. Ronan tapped his fingers lightly, releasing his invisible mental power. A huge amount of ice energy particles quickly gathered and condensed into dense, white spears made of ice crystals in front of him in an instant. A trace of strange energy fluctuations emanated from the frost spears, as if something was about to be born. Is it simulating the ancient times? Ronan's eyes flickered slightly, and he seemed to understand the meaning of the existence of this so-called inheritance mark space. In an environment where the concentration of single-element energy particles exceeds the ordinary, whether it is practicing magic or comprehending the domain of law, it will be greatly helped. The higher the concentration, the stronger the help. However, this space is obviously opened not long ago, estimated to be hundreds of years at most. The single-element free energy particles are dense, but not to an exaggerated degree. Maybe this is the reason why Kosti said that the resources are limited and can only accommodate one person. Ronan thought casually. No matter what, for him in his current state, this is a very good place for retreat and practice. Chapter 175 Meditation, Living Steel. Ronan tried it. In this environment, combined with the omnipresent orb of Spurt, the master-level proficiency of the spells he comprehended in the extraordinary domain increased by about 3 to 5 times faster than the normal state. After the master-level proficiency reached 500 points, it became more and more difficult to improve. Ronan comprehended many domains, and the average for each spell was slower. The efficiency increased by 3 to 5 times, which could save a lot of time. The power of the corresponding elemental spells here is more powerful than many outside. The speed of practicing, ascetic body training, can also be increased a lot. Ronan was able to survive the confrontation with the remaining will of ancient Frost Hydra Hekalter without any danger, all thanks to his strong will that far exceeded that of wizards of the same level. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid he would not be able to hold on until he asked Benigo for help, and would have been eroded and swallowed long ago. This will was tempered by Ronan through countless painful hardships. It was stronger than steel, but it was far from enough to fight against the hegemonic consciousness from ancient times. Austerity body forging was still the top priority for Ronan's next practice. After the battle of the ancient witch resurrection meeting in the Goblin Plains, Ronan felt that his efficiency in increasing his mental power through meditation seemed to have improved a little. This improvement was very small and almost imperceptible without careful experience, but it was indeed improved. It should be the constant battle of spells and collision of domains that removed some of the impurities in my soul. Ronan guessed. Facts have proved that the path of the ancient battle wizard is indeed effective. A wizard with ordinary qualifications like him should take the initiative to seek competition and temper himself in constant struggles. Only then will he have the opportunity to reach the same level as other wizard geniuses, or even surpass them. Walking out of the ice inheritance space and returning to the warm and quiet little room, a scent of food penetrated Ronan's nose. He looked up and found that there was an extra piece of food on the long table in the middle of the room. A few pies, half a golden roast goose, and a bowl of soup made with cabbage leaves, mushrooms and chopped onions. It seemed that there were other sauces in it, and it smelled of a faint yolk fragrance. Has anyone come to the room when he entered the inheritance marked space? Ronan's eyes flashed, and he saw a black writing board the size of 2 palms next to the food. There was a beautiful handwriting on it. If you have any life needs, write it on the board, and someone will naturally arrange it for you. It seems that they really don't plan to let me go out in the short term. Ronan sat down at the long table, calmly picked up the silver cutlery on the table and tasted the food one by one, and then silently wrote down his evaluation of the food and the recipe he expected for the next meal on the black writing board. He slowly tore the crispy and fragrant roast goose leg, and his eyes swept across the bookshelves around him. A blue cover, half a finger thick, automatically broke away from the bookshelf and flew in front of him. He turned the pages and opened it. This book without a cover only records a spell rune, without any other content. Ronan flipped through the books one by one, only to find that most of the books on the bookshelf here were rune books. This surprised him, and he wondered if this was the place where the core knowledge of the magic circle was passed down. Runes are the condensation of wizards' talents and the crystallization of their wisdom. Any existing runes are treasures. If Ronan wants to make achievements on the path of wizards in the future, he will inevitably have to take the step of creating his own runes. And the premise of this step is to have enough rune knowledge reserves. Did he come into contact with and collect a few runes during his practice? Quite a few. Is that a lot? In fact, not many, and there is still a long way to go to reach the minimum standard of creating a rune. The mirror light rune is just his stripping of the core runes of the universal orb and the second-level mirror magic tool, which is far from being created. Of course, it is really too far for him, a small second-level wizard, to think about creating his own runes and creating a spell school. For example, Ronan currently has several high-level rare runes in his hands: the core rune of the universal orb, the core rune of the space stasis staff of the dawn, the core runes of the mirror dagger and silver comb, and the rune of cold soul. Ronan has never stopped researching these runes, but the progress has always been very slow. In the final analysis, it is because the rune knowledge reserve is too small. To make an inappropriate analogy, it is like a primary school student picking up a university textbook. Even if you hold the university textbook and read it every day, you may not be able to figure out anything valuable after a few years. Ronan has seen and studied too few runes. The general rune knowledge he has accumulated as a rune engraver cannot support the analysis of high-level rare runes. And now the rune knowledge displayed on the bookshelf in this room is a rare opportunity for him to fill in the foundation. Even if the inheritance mark space is not open to me, it is an extremely rare opportunity for me to freely browse these runes. Ronan's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he slowly flipped through the rune books on the bookshelf while eating. The magic circle has its own advantages. The pursuit of omnipotence has allowed the magic circle to store a large number of runes of various elements, including corresponding common spells. Ronan does not necessarily need to learn every one of them. Just reading and understanding, his knowledge of spells is also growing rapidly. Kosti once said that after becoming a third-level wizard, he will officially start to contact the core inheritance of the magic circle. At that time, he will learn several systems and which specific spells to learn. These are all issues that need to be weighed and considered. Knowing these now can be regarded as a kind of preparation for a rainy day, and a preliminary plan for the future spell system can be made in advance. Ronan was watching, and suddenly there was a sound of wings flapping above his head. He looked up and a loud voice fell quickly from the darkness. "Hey, Damien." A colorful conch parrot with a bright feather circled in a beautiful trajectory, quickly landed on the table, and then winked at him and said, "Hello, are you used to staying here?" Balby. Ronan was slightly surprised by the arrival of the illusion parrot Balby. "Why are you here?" "I came to see you." Balby used his huge spiral beak to comb the feathers on his wings, and replied to Ronan in a playful rolled tongue, "By the way, I'll bring you something." As he said that, Balby raised his paw, and the space ring on his paw flashed, and immediately more than a dozen bottles and jars appeared on the table between him and Ronan. Balby opened his mouth and spit out a small piece of runestone, pushing it in front of Ronan. All of them are potions that can help second-level wizards improve their mental strength, and there are few for third-level wizards. Here are the matching methods. Use them first, and I will bring you new ones when you are done. Ronan's eyes flickered, and he reached out to grab a translucent white crystal bottle on the table in front of him. He could see dozens of black strange worms twisting their bodies inside. These worms were covered with strange patterns, and if you look closely, you will find that they are like human faces with joy, anger, sorrow and happiness written on them. Thoughtworm larvae. So many. Thoughtworms are a very precious potion material. A thoughtworm as long as a fingernail has the wisdom of a normal person. This kind of magic worm is very good for wizards to improve their mental strength. Ronan has read about thoughtworms in a book on potion science, and has also used his authority as a sixth ring to collect such resources, but to no avail. Unexpectedly, Balby brought him so many in one go. "Did the Lord of the Ring ask you to come?" Ronan looked up at Balby, who smiled. "Of course, who else but Kosti would care so much about you?" Balby fluttered to Ronan, took a look at the plate in front of him, and then used his claws to write down a bunch of strange and bizarre names of dishes on the black writing board next to him. "You must try these dishes in the ascetic room, Damien. They are all delicious dishes that you can never eat outside. Well, if they haven't changed the chef in the past 200 years, you shouldn't regret it. Okay, Damien, see you next time, have a good time." Balby blew a long whistle, then waved to Ronan, flapped his wings and flew upwards, and disappeared in the darkness above his head in a blink of an eye. "Is that the exit?" Ronan stared at the direction where Balby left and narrowed his eyes slightly. Soon, he calmly counted everything that Balby had left behind, and finally picked up the bottle of meditation worms, carefully poured out more a black worm, and after a little hesitation, slowly put it into his mouth. After chewing with his teeth, Ronan seemed to hear a woman's sharp cry, and then his mouth was occupied by an extremely disgusting and greasy feeling. Just as described in the book, the taste of taking meditation worms directly is very bad, and it is best to wrap it with nectar and eat it together. But this is also the most effective way to use it. During the chewing process, Ronan already felt that the meditation worm was exerting its magical effect, and the second spiritual power crystal in his mind was growing rapidly at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. When this rapid growth stopped abruptly, Ronan clicked on his character panel and saw that the progress of the second-level wizard in the strength column had increased from 40% to 42%. Just one meditation worm made him increase his spiritual power progress by a full 2%, and he still had at least 20 in his hand. As expected, these are extremely precious potion materials for level 3 wizards. These more than 20 meditation worm larvae are probably Kosti's personal collection. Ronan was slightly touched. Before entering this hardship room, Kosti kept expressing her pessimism about his promotion to level 3 wizard in 3 years, and his qualification to participate in the Southern Wizard Genius Gathering and compete for the Haramus Wizard seat. As a result, she turned around and asked Balbi to send a large amount of precious resources to help him reach level 3. This woman is as hypocritical as always. Ronan sighed a few words, put away the materials on the table, took out the tea set he brought with him, brewed himself a cup of black tea, and continued to read the rune books on the bookshelves around him. He felt that he had begun to like the life here. He didn't need to consider anything. Food and resources were delivered on time. All he had to do was to practice and acquire knowledge step by step. For most wizards who pursue stability, this place is simply heaven. After drinking 2 cups of black tea, Ronan put down the runebook in his hand, stood up and walked to the gray door representing the metal inheritance mark space, pushed the door and walked in. In the ascetic room without day and night, time was like transparent sand, passing silently through invisible fingers. At first, Ronan tried to use an hourglass and pocket watch to time every day, and he didn't know which day he forgot to check. Later, he simply stopped paying attention to this matter. There were only a few things left in his life: meditation, practicing spells in the inheritance mark space, practicing body training, and then rune research. Ronan enjoyed this peace. In fact, he hadn't spent such a plain and fulfilling life for a long time. This kind of daily life accompanied him for a long time during his apprenticeship. On the contrary, after being promoted to first-level wizard, he has been constantly on the run, and rarely has such a time to settle down completely. Pada, under the sky covered with leaden clouds, Ronan stood on a huge dark red strange rock and opened his right hand. Balls of black metal leaped out from between his fingers and landed on the ground, running as fast as living things. Some even grew wings and flew at high speed like birds. These living metal materials spread around Ronan in an instant. At a certain moment, Ronan flipped his palm. All the moving metal immediately gathered in one place and turned into a strange human figure with 3 heads and 6 arms, more than 5 meters tall. This strange human figure had no facial features, and there were only 2 black hole-like eyes on the 3 heads. Ronan raised his head and looked at it silently. A faint consciousness was transmitted, and soon, this strange human figure began to run quickly along the vast metal land. During the running process, the shape of the human body kept changing, and many weapon-shaped spikes grew on the body. The spikes shot out and exploded violently on the ground, creating one big pit after another. Ronan stared at the moving human figure, and a light flashed slightly in his eyes. In an instant, the running human figure suddenly stopped, as if it was solidified in an instant, and the whole person quickly turned into brilliant silver from top to bottom. The silverization talisman was activated. The strange silver-colored figure seemed to have a more mysterious aura. It continued to walk, but this time its figure strangely disappeared from the spot, and then suddenly appeared in a range of dozens of meters away. After several times, Ronan raised his hand. Bang! The whole strange figure exploded, turning into a stream of silver metal, flying quickly towards Ronan's palm. Incredible! Ronan looked at the silver metal flowing between his 5 fingers like mercury, in the strong energy fluctuations belonging to the metal system, but mixed with a trace of the mysterious aura of the space system, and couldn't help but murmur in a low voice. Activate metal, living steel, master 60/1600. Activate metal. This first-level metal spell, after being used for so long by Ronan, was finally pushed to the master level of proficiency. The derived extraordinary domain has a peculiar effect, which is to further deeply activate the metal out of the body, and even achieve an effect similar to that of a metal puppet. It has no self-awareness, but can execute some simple combat commands issued by Ronan, and can also do some exploration and detection like a living thing. In general, the effect of the extraordinary domain, living steel, is not particularly outstanding, but it has greatly enriched Ronan's combat methods. The effect after possession is also very good, and there will be a wonderful feeling of wearing living armor. But what really surprised Ronan was the optimization and transformation of the silverization talisman by the space energy seed in his mind. After being nourished by the space energy, the silverization talisman has undergone some wonderful changes. When he activates silverization, the metal spells he casts sometimes show a magical effect similar to space spells. This is not a simple space energy seed. It should also contain some inherited knowledge of the space magic of the ancient mirror court. I just don't have the corresponding means to actively receive and interpret it. Ronan looked at the space energy seed in his mind and once again felt its extraordinariness. It was obvious that the gift left by the Dawn-level Silver Cane magic tool was far beyond his imagination. If he was really a serious mirror court wizard, he might have comprehended some great space magic from this seed. Unfortunately, he was not, so this gift was transferred to several of his soul symbols in the most superficial and crude form. Whether it was the transformation of mirror light into multiple mirror light, or the wonderful changes that appeared in the silverization symbol at the moment, it might be just a trivial for the true value of this gift. Ronan felt pity, but there was no way to change anything. He could only watch a huge treasure pass by every minute and every second in front of him. I still have the core rune of the Silver Staff of the Dawn class magic tool. Combine this rune and see if I can dig out the true value of this space energy seed. Even if I can't get any inheritance of space magic, transforming the mirror light and silverization runes as powerful as possible can be regarded as a way to stop losses to some extent. As Ronan's attainments in ice magic became more and more profound, metal magic became increasingly useless to him, but if it could be combined with the mysteries of space magic, it might be reborn and become a new trump card in Ronan's hand. Ronan thought and slowly withdrew from the space of metal inheritance mark. However, this time, as soon as he stepped out of the gray door, he suddenly found that there was an extra person in the ascetic room where he had been alone all along. Handsome and dazzling face, short golden hair like flowing golden silk, deep and quiet silver-white eyes like a lake, and the powerful mental power fluctuations of a third-level wizard sitting quietly at the long table, flipping through a rune book in his hand. When Ronan came out, he happened to look at him. Orion. Orion made of 4-color metal. Ronan's expression fluctuated slightly, and he stood in front of the small gray door and stared at Orion silently. After a moment, his eyes regained calm, and he walked to the long table naturally, and finally pulled out a chair and sat down in the position opposite Orion. As Costi said, Orion was placed with high hopes by many people in the circle of magic. At present, there are 8 inheritance mark spaces in this ascetic room, and the right to use them has always been only Orion. Ronan is a latecomer, an intruder. However, Orion's face did not seem to have any dissatisfaction or hostility about his territory being invaded. He was quite friendly to Ronan, and even took the initiative to nod and greet Ronan. Long time no see, Ronan Damien. Orion knocked on the table lightly, and several transparent little people with wings like smoke quickly emerged from the seemingly smooth and seamless mahogany long table. They climbed onto Orion's fingers with a grunt, looking at him in a flattering and intimate manner. Orion gently fiddled with a few of the little people with his fingers, and then calmly said to Ronan, "Would you like something to drink?" End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.